the material whereby to increase it to its great glorification lies ready to hand. Of a surety that empire is most secure in which obedience is conjoined with happiness. It behoves you then to subjugate them while their minds are so stunned that they know not what to expect, either by punishing them or by becoming their benefactor. Having heard this proposal, the Senate came to a decision, which followed the lines the consul had laid down, which was that, after duly considering one by one each town, they should either treat all citizens of importance generously or wipe them out, by conferring on those they treated generously exemptions and privileges, granting them citizenship, and using every endeavor to make them loyal, and by demolishing the towns of the others, sending colonies there, and taking the inhabitants back to Rome or so dispersing them, that they could no longer do harm either by appeal to arms, or by their machinations. Nor did they ever adopt a middle course, as I have said, of importance, towards men and other rulers should imitate them in this. This is what the Florentines should have done when in 1502 Arezzo and the whole of the Val di Chiana revolted. If they had done this, they would have made their dominion secure. Florence would have become a great city, and they would. 348. Management of conquered peoples H.23. Have acquired that Lebensraum which they lacked. But they adopted that middle course, which is the most prejudicial that men can take. Some of the Aretines they banished, some they condemned to death, and from all they took away the honors and positions sanctioned by the ancient customs of that city. But the city they left intact. And if in their discus Zion's any citizen advised that Arezzo be destroyed, the reply given by those who seemed to be more wise was that to destroy it would do little credit to the Republic, since it would appear that Florence had not the forces to hold it. Such arguments are based on appearances, not on the truth. For on this showing no parricide or criminal or notorious person would be put to death for fear lest, by so doing, a ruler should show that he had not the power to curb a particular individual. Those who are of this opinion do not see that, whenever men, individually or a whole city offends against a state, its ruler has, both as an example to others and for his own security, no alternative but to wipe them out. Honor consists here in being able, and knowing how, to castigate it, not in being able to hold it, thereby incurring 1,000 risks. For the ruler, who does not punish an offender in such a way that he cannot offend again, is deemed either an ignoramus or a coward. The policy of the Romans in this matter is again confirmed, if there be need to confirm it, by the judgment they passed on the Privernates. In what Livy says of it, two things should be noted. First, as has been said above, that subject peoples should either be generously treated or be wiped out. Secondly, how helpful a generous disposition may be, and how helpful it is to tell the truth when one is called on to give evidence before prudent men. The Roman Senate had met to pronounce judgment on the Privernates, who had rebelled, but had subsequently been forced to return to the Roman obedience. The people of Privernum had sent many of their citizens to Aquegli Campice per vivere. 349. And point 23 Administration of territory. Ask the Senate to pardon them. When they came before the Senate, one of them was asked by a senator, what punishment he thought the Privernates deserved. To which the man from Privernum replied, that which men deserve who think themselves worthy of freedom. To which the consul answered, supposing that we remit the penalty, what kind of peace can we expect to have with you? His answer was, if you are good to us, a loyal perpetual peace; if you treat us badly, not a long one. Though many dissented, the wiser among the senators then said, we have been listening to those who are both men and free men, nor do I think it possible for any people or any man to remain longer than he can help in a situation which he deplores. Peace treaties can be relied upon when they are made voluntarily. Loyalty is not to be expected from those who are ready to become slaves. In consequence of this speech, it was decreed that the Privernates should become Roman citizens, and should share in the privileges and honors which citizenship conferred. Those whose minds are set on liberty, and nothing but liberty, it was said, are worthy to be made true Romans. Such was the pleasure which this straightforward and generous answer gave to generous minds. To have given any other would have been deceitful and base. Those who believe that men are not like this, especially when they have been accustomed either to being free men or to looking on themselves as free men, are mistaken, and decisions based on this mistake are neither good for those that make them, nor satisfactory to others. Hence come frequently rebellions and the ruin of states. But to return to our main topic. From the two judgments passed on these Latin peoples, I conclude that, when sentence has to be passed on cities which are powerful and accustomed to a life of freedom, either they should be eliminated or they should be caressed. Any other decision is futile. At all costs. 350. Management of conquered peoples 2.23. Should the middle course be avoided, for it is hurtful, as it was to the Samnites when they caught the Romans in the cotton forks and were unwilling to follow the advice of the old man who told them either to treat the Romans as honorable men and to set them free, or to kill the lot. 4. They took the middle course, disarmed them, marched them under the yoke, and then set them free, burning with shame and indignation. With the result that, later on, they learned to their cost that the old man's advice was sound and their own decision harmful, as will be shown more at length in its proper place. Book 2. Discourses 24-7. Mistakes often made in connection with war. 24 fortresses in general are much more harmful than useful. To the wiseacres of our times it may perhaps seem a foolish thing that when the Romans wanted to ensure the loyalty of the people of Latium and the city of Privernum it did not occur to them to build any sort of fortress to curb them and keep them loyal, especially as in Florence it is an accepted principle, so our wiseacres say, that Pisa and other such cities should be held by means of fortresses. Had the Romans been of their caliber, it would undoubtedly have occurred to them to build fortresses, but since their virtue, judgment, and power was of different order they did not do so. So long as Rome enjoyed freedom and was loyal to her institutions and to her efficient a constitution, she never held either cities or provinces by means of fortresses save where they were already built. In view, then, of the WRI the Romans acted in this matter and of the way rulers 6 act today, it seems to me worth while considering whether it is good to build fortresses and whether they are harmful or useful to those who build them. A virtuos B principi, and so throughout the chapter. 352. Fortresses H.24. It must be borne in mind, then, that fortresses are constructed as a defense either against enemies or against subjects. In the first case they are unnecessary, and in the second case, harmful. Let us begin by explaining why in the second case they are harmful. I maintain that when a prince or a republic is afraid of its subjects and fears they may rebel, the root cause of this fear must lie in the hatred which such subjects have for their rulers, a hatred which is due to their misbehaved power, and a misbehaved power which is due to their fancying they can hold them by force, or to their foolish way of governing them. And one of the things that makes rulers believe in force is the fact that they have fortresses to fall back on. For when mismanagement gives rise to hatred it is mainly due to a prince or a republic having fortresses, and, when this is the case, fortresses are far more harmful than useful. For, in the first place, they make you more foolhardy and violent in dealing with your subjects, as has been said. Next, they do not afford you internally that security you fancy they do. For no force and no violence is of the least use in controlling your people, except under one of two conditions: either you have a good army which you can put in the field, as the Romans had, or your people are so exhausted, spent, disorganized, and divided, that they cannot unite to do you hurt. For if you reduce them to poverty, though despoiled, they still have arms, and, if you disarm them, their fury will provide them with arms. If you kill their leaders and suppress all other signs of insurrection, like the heads of the Hydra other leaders will arise. If you erect fortresses, they are useful in time of peace, because they give you more courage in ill-treating your subjects, but in time of war they are quite useless, for they will be attacked both by your enemies and by your subjects, and against both it is impossible for them to stand. And if there ever was a time when they were useless, it is now on account of artillery, for against its fire it is impossible to defend such. 353. H.24 Mistakes often made in war. Small places where there are no embankments behind which men can retire, as we have shown above. In discussing this question I am going to particularize. Do you, my prince, with your fortresses want to keep a firm hand on the people in your city? Do you, be you a prince or a republic, want to tighten your grip on a city you have taken during a war? I tell you, if you be a prince, that as a means of controlling your citizens, nothing can be more futile than a fortress. For the reasons I have given, it makes you quicker to use, and less careful in using, harsh measures, and by such measures you make them long for your downfall, and they become so furious that, for this very reason, your fortress will afford you no protection. So obvious is this, that a wise and good prince never constructs fortresses if he wants to remain good and to avoid providing his sons with a reason for wanting to become bad, for he would have them rely not on fortresses, but on their subjects' goodwill. And if Count Francesco Sforza, having become Duke of Milan, was reputed a wise man, and yet built a fortress in Milan, I maintain that in this he was not wise, and the result has proved that this fortress did harm to his heirs instead of affording them security. For with a fortress they thought they were safe and could oppress their citizens and subjects, so lost no opportunity of doing them violence, with the result that they came to be detested beyond all measure, and lost their state to the first enemy who attacked them. Nor was this fortress any protection or of any service to them in time of war, while in time of peace it did them much harm, since, if they had not had it, yet had been so unwise as to treat their citizens harshly, they would have realized their danger sooner, and would have withdrawn from it, in which case they would have been able to put up a more spirited resistance to the French attack with loyal subjects but without a fortress than with a fortress and disloyal subjects. 354. Fortresses H.24. In no way, then, do fortresses help you, for you will lose them either through the treachery of their keepers, or by some violent attack, or by their being starved out. While, if you do want them to help you, and to enable you to recover a state you have lost, in which there remains to you only a fortress, you must have an army with which to attack those who have driven you out, and when you have such an army, you will recover your state anyhow, even if there be no fortress there, and this the more easily when your men are friendly and have not been badly treated owing to the arrogance a fortress instills. Experience then shows that this Milanese fortress was not the least use either to the Sforzas or to the French when with either of them things went wrong. On the contrary, to both it brought disaster and ruin in that it prevented them from considering whether there might not be a more honest way of maintaining their position. Guidobaldo, Duke of Urbino, the son of Frederick, who was highly esteemed in his day as an army commander, was expelled from his state by Caesar Borgia, the son of Pope Alexander VI. When later, owing to an accident, he got back, he had all the fortresses in that district razed to the ground, since he thought them mischievous. For with respect to his people who were fond of him, he did not need fortresses, and so far as his enemies were concerned, he realized he could not protect the fortresses, since he would require to have an army in the field to defend them. So he resolved to get rid of them. Pope Julius, when he had expelled the Bentivogli from Bologna, erected a fortress in that city, and afterwards caused its inhabitants to be cruelly oppressed by one of his governors, so that they rebelled, and straightway he lost the fortress, which thus did not help him, but harmed him inasmuch as, had he acted otherwise, it would have helped him. Niccolo da Castello, father of the Vitelli, on returning to his country from which he had been exiled, at once pulled down 355. 11.24 Mistakes often made in war. 2 fortresses which had been built there by Pope Sixtus IV. For he held that it was not the fortress, but the affection of his people which would preserve his state for him. But of all such cases the most recent and the most noteworthy in every way as illustrating the futility of building fortresses and the utility of demolishing them, is what happened at Genoa not long ago. Everybody knows that in 1507 Genoa rebelled against Louis XII, King of France, who came in person with all his forces to reconquer it, and that, on recovering it, he constructed a fortress stronger than any at present known, since, situated on the point of a hill which juts into the sea, called by the Genoese code Fa, it was, owing to its position and to a number of other circumstances, impregnable, and commanded the port and a large part of the city of Genoa. It nonetheless came about that in 1512, when the French were driven from Italy, Genoa rebelled, despite the fortress. Ottaviano Fregoso seized the government, and, after a siege of 16 months in which he used all possible devices, he starved the fortress out. Everyone then expected, and many advised, that it should be kept as a refuge in case of emergency, but Fregoso, like a prudent man, destroyed it. For he recognized that it is not fortresses but the wills of men that keep rulers in power. Thus, instead of relying on a fortress, he relied on virtue and sound sense, and so held his position and holds it still. And, whereas to change the government of Genoa, 1,000 infantry used to suffice, its adversaries have since attacked it with 10,000 and have done it no harm. Hence one sees that dismantling a fortress did not hurt Ottaviano, and erecting one did not help the king. For so long as he could come with an army into Italy, he could recover Genoa without having a fortress there, but when he could not come into Italy with an army, he could not hold Genoa, though he had the fortress. Thus, constructing the fortress was expensive to the king, and losing it shameful. 356. Fortresses 2.24. Whereas to Ottaviano the reconquering of fortress brought glory and the demolishing of it advantage. We come now to republics which erect fortresses not in their native land but in towns which they have acquired. If the instances already given, of France and of Genoa, do not suffice to show the fallacy involved, it should be enough if I cite those of Florence and Pisa. The Florentines erected fortresses to hold the city of Pisa, not considering that, since the Pisans had always been hostile to Florentine power, had enjoyed freedom and regarded rebellion as a means to free them, it was necessary, if they were to retain Pisa, to adopt the Roman method, i.e. either to make it an ally or to destroy it. For the virtue of the fortresses became evident on the arrival of King Charles, to whom they surrendered owing either to the bad faith of their custodians or for fear of worse to come. Whereas if there had been no fortresses, the Florentines would not have based on them their power to hold Pisa, nor would the king have been able by means of them to deprive the Florentines of that city, for the means they had taken thus far might perchance have enabled them to keep it, and unquestionably would not have proved more disastrous than the fortresses. I conclude, therefore, that for the purpose of holding one's own country fortresses are hurtful, and that for the purpose of holding acquired towns they are futile. The authority of the Romans is enough for me here, for round the towns they wanted to hold by force they did not build walls but pulled them down. And, if against this my view anyone should cite in ancient times the case of Tarentum, and in modern times Brescia, both of which places were regained, thanks to fortresses, after their subjects had revolted, I answer thus. To recover Tarentum Fabius Maximus at the beginning of his year of office, was sent with a whole army, which would have sufficed for its recovery even if there had been no fortress. 357. H.24 Mistakes often made in war. There, and though Fabius made use of it, if it had not been there he would have adopted other means which would have produced the same effect. What use there is in a fortress I do not know, if, to recover a town, one needs a consular army, and a Fabius Maximus to command it. Moreover, that the Romans would have recovered it in any case, is seen from the example of Capua, where there was no fortress, but which the Romans retook by the valor of the army. But let us turn to Brescia. I maintain that what happened in that rebellion is a rare occurrence. Rarely when a town rebels does it happen that the fortress remains in your hands, and that you have a large army in the neighborhood, as the French then had. For Monsieur de Foix, the king's commander, had an army at Bologna, and when he heard that Brescia was lost, he went without delay to deal with the revolt, in 3 days reached Brescia, and with assistance from the fortress recovered the town. Here again, then, for the fortress at Brescia to be of any use, it needed a Monsieur de Foy and a French army to relieve it after 3 days' march. The case of Brescia, therefore, is not enough to refute examples of the opposite kind, for in wars recently waged, numbers of fortresses have been taken and retaken with the same fortune that has attended the taking and retaking of open country, not only in Lombardy, but in the Romagna, in the kingdom of Naples, and in every part of Italy. As to building fortresses for defense against external foes, I maintain that they are unnecessary where peoples or kingdoms have good armies, and that to those who have no such armies, they are useless, for good armies without fortresses suffice for defense, and fortresses without good armies are no defense. This is borne out by the experience of men of high repute as rulers and in other matters, for instance, the Romans and the Spartans, for if the Romans did not build fortresses, the Spartans not only abstained from doing this, but did not pour. 358. Fortresses H.24. MIT their cities to have walls, because they chose to rely for defense on the virtue of the individual, and wanted no other. Hence, when a Spartan was asked by an Athenian whether the walls of Athens did not look fine, he answered, quite, provided it be ladies who live there. The ruler, then, who has good armies, may sometimes find it useful, though not essential, to have fortresses on the coast and on the frontiers of his domains to hold off the attack of an enemy till he gets properly going. But, if he has not a good army, to have fortresses within his state or on its frontiers is either harmful or useless, harmful because he so easily loses them and, when lost, they make war on him, or, if they should chance to be so strong that the enemy cannot capture them, they get left behind by the hostile army and so come to be useless. For, when good armies do not meet with very strong opposition, on entering a country they pay no attention to cities and fortresses, which they may leave behind them. We see this in ancient history just as we have seen it done by Francesco Maria, who in quite recent times, when on his way to attack Urbino, left behind him 10 of the enemy cities, without bothering about them. The ruler, then, who can muster a good army, can do without fortresses, and the ruler who has not a good army had better not build them. The best thing he can do is to fortify the city where he dwells, to keep it provisioned and its inhabitants well disposed, so as to hold off an enemy's attack, till he can either come to terms or get outside help to relieve him. All other plans are expensive in time of peace and useless in time of war. In view, then, of all I have said, it will be seen that, as the Romans were wise in their other institutions, so, too, were they prudent when they decided in the case of the Latins and the Privernaites to dispense with fortresses and took more virtuous and wiser means of securing their loyalty. 359. 11.25 Mistakes often made in war. 25 To attack a divided city in the hope that its divisions will facilitate the conquest of it is bad policy. There was so much discord between the plebs and the nobility in the Roman Republic that the Veians, in conjunction with the Etruscans, thought this disunion would enable them to destroy the power of Rome. Having, therefore, formed an army and invaded Roman territory, the Senate sent Gaius Manlius and Marcus Fabius to engage them. When the army they were leading drew near to the army of the Veians, the latter kept on attacking and vilifying the Roman name with insults and abuse. And so great was their rashness and insolence that the Romans became united instead of disunited, and, when it came to a fight, broke and defeated the enemy. Thus one sees, as we have said above, how mistaken men are when in coming to decisions they rely on discord, and how often, when they think they have a sure thing they lose. The Veians thought that if they attacked the Romans, when disunited, they would overcome them. But their attack caused the Romans to unite and brought about their own ruin. For discord in a republic is usually due to idleness and peace, and unity to fear and to war. Had the Veians been wise, then, the more disunited they found the Romans to be, the more studiously should they have refrained from going to war with them, and have striven to get the better of them by the artifices men use in time of peace. The way to set about this is to win the confidence of the city, which is disunited, and, so long as they do not come to blows, to act as arbitrator between the parties, and, when they do come to blows, to give tardy support to the weaker party, both with a view to keeping them at it and wearing them out. And, again, because stronger measures would leave no room for any to doubt that you were out to subjugate them and make yourself their ruler. When this scheme is well carried. 360. Scorn and abuse N.25-6. Out, it will happen, as always, that the end you have in view will be attained. The city of Pistoia, as I have said in another discourse and apropos of another topic, was acquired by the Republic of Florence by just such an artifice, for it was divided. And the Florentines supported now one, now the other, party. And, without making themselves obnoxious to either, led them on until they got sick of their turbulent way of living. And in the end came to throw themselves voluntarily into the arms of Florence. The city of Siena has never changed its form of government with the help of the Florentines except when their help was weak and infrequent, for, when it was frequent and strong, its effect was to make that city united in defense of the government in power. I wish to add to the above-mentioned examples a further example. Filippo Visconti, Duke of Milan, several times made war on the Florentines, relying on their disunion, and in all cases came out the loser, so that when he was bewailing these attacks, he used to say that the follies of the Florentines had involved him in an expenditure of 2 millions in gold to no purpose. It remained, then, that the Veians and the Tuscans were mistaken on this point, as was said above, so that in the end, there came a battle when the Romans conquered them. And, in like manner will others find themselves mistaken, should they imagine that by such means and in such circumstances, they can bring a people into subjection. 26. Scorn and abuse arouse hatred against those who indulge in them without bringing them any advantage. I hold it to be a sign of great prudence in men to refrain alike from threats and from the use of insulting language, for neither of these things deprives the enemy of his power, but 361. H.26 Mistakes often made in war. The first puts him more on his guard, while the other intensifies his hatred of you and makes him more industrious in devising means to harm you. This is seen in the case of the Veians, whom we were discussing in the previous chapter. Besides the injury done by the war, they abused the Romans by word of mouth, a thing which every sensible general should prevent his soldiers from doing, for such language does but exasperate the enemy and move him to vengeance, nor, as has been said, does it in any way interfere with his attack, so that in fact, they are weapons which turn against you. Of this a notable instance occurred in Asia. When Cobides, the Persian commander, had been besieging Amida for a considerable time, he grew weary of the tiresome business and decided to withdraw. While he was striking camp the towns men, exhilarated by their victory, all climbed on the walls, and used every sort of abuse, calumniating and accusing and upbraiding the enemy for his cowardice and poltroonery. This so annoyed Cobides that he changed his mind, and, indignant at the injustice, returned to the siege and in a few days had taken and sacked the city. The same thing happened to the Veians, who, as I have said, were not content to make war on the Romans, but also spoke of them contemptuously, going up to the stockade, surrounding their camp and shouting abuse at them. This annoyed the troops much more than the fighting did, so that, whereas they had at first fought unwillingly, they now pressed the consuls to join battle, with the result that the Veians, like those mentioned above, were punished for their contumacy as they deserved. Good army commanders and good republican rulers should take all appropriate measures to prevent the use of abusive language and taunts, whether in the city or in their army, and whether used one towards another or towards the enemy. For, if used towards the enemy, there ensue the aforesaid inconveniences, and still worse inconveniences if used. 362. Contentment with victory and point 26-7. One towards the other, unless precautions be taken, as they always have been by prudent men. When the Roman legions, left in Capua, conspired against the Capuans, as will be narrated in due course, and in connection with this conspiracy a mutiny arose, subsequently quelled by Valerius Corvinus. Among other points in the convention he drew up, it prescribed the severest penalties on those who should reproach any of the troops for having taken part in the mutiny. Tiberius Gracchus, who, during the war with Hannibal, had been put in command of a certain number of slaves, whom, owing to the shortage of men, the Romans had armed, made a special point of the capital punishment he prescribed for anyone who should reproach any slave with his servitude. We see, then, how harmful the Romans thought it to calumniate others or to reproach them for a shameful deed. As has been said, for than this there is nothing that inflames the mind more, or arouses greater indignation, whether the taunt be true or be said in jest, for smart sayings, when they border on the truth, leave a bitter taste behind them. 27 Prudent princes and republics should be content with victory, for when they are not content with it, they usually lose. Speaking to the disparagement of an enemy is usually due to the arrogance aroused in you by victory or by the false hope of victory. False hopes of this kind not only cause men to make mistakes in what they say, but also in what they do. For, when such hopes enter men's breasts they cause them to dispense with caution, and often to miss the chance of obtaining a sure thing in the hope, but by no means the certainty, of improving on it. This matter is worth considering, since very often men make mistakes in regard to it, detrimental to their 363. H.27 Mistakes often made in war. Country. Wherefore, since it cannot be so clearly proved by an appeal to reason, I shall cite examples both ancient and modern in support of it. After routing the Romans at Cannae, Hannibal sent messengers to Carthage to announce his victory, and to ask for reinforcements and supplies. During the discussion in the Senate as to what should be done, Hamo, an old and prudent Carthaginian citizen, urged that it would be wise to use the victory as a lever for securing peace with the Romans which they should be able to obtain with honor since they had beaten them, instead of waiting till their own defeat caused them to make it. The aim of the Carthaginians should be to make it clear to the Romans that to have fought with them sufficed. Having won, they should not now go and spoil their chances in the hope of improving on them. This course was not adopted by the Carthaginian Senate, though it recognized later the wisdom of it when the opportunity had been lost. When Alexander the Great had conquered the whole of the East, the Republic of Tyre, which in those days ranked high and was powerful, since, like Venice, it was on the coast, recognized Alexander's greatness, and so sent ambassadors to say that they were ready to become his loyal subjects and to obey his behests, but that they were not prepared to receive either him or his troops in their town. Alexander was indignant that a city should want to shut in his face a door that the whole world had thrown open, declined to accept their conditions, and set out to besiege the city. But this sea-girt and fortunate town was so well stocked with provisions and other supplies needed for its defense, that after 4 months, Alexander saw that it was taking him longer to win glory in the case of the city than it had taken him to acquire many other places, and hence decided to make peace overtures and to concede the point that Tyre had asked. But the men of 364, contentment with victory. H.27. Tyre, elated with success, not only refused to accept his terms, but killed the envoy who came to arrange matters. Where, upon Alexander, becoming indignant, put such life into the siege that he took and demolished the city, and either killed or made slaves of its inhabitants. In 1512 a Spanish army invaded the dominions of Florence, with a view to restoring the Medici and levying attacks on the city, acting on behalf of fifth columnists who had led them to expect that, once they had crossed the border, they would take up arms in their favor. On entering the plain of the Arno they found none of them, and, as they were short of provisions, they made overtures of peace. The people of Florence were too proud to accept them. Hence the loss of Prato, and the ruin of that state. Rulers of states, when attacked, therefore, cannot make a greater mistake than to refuse to come to terms when the forces attacking them are a good deal stronger than their own. Especially if the overtures are made by the enemy, for the terms will never be so hard but that in them some benefit will accrue to those who accept them, so that in a way they will share in the victory. The people of Tyre, for instance, should have been content that Alexander had accepted the conditions, which he had at first refused, and the victory thus gained would have been considerable, since with their armed forces they had compelled a great man to condescend to their wishes. It should, in like manner, have sufficed the people of Florence that the Spanish army had yielded to any of their demands instead of fulfilling all their own, for this, too, would have been a considerable victory. For what the Spanish army wanted was to change the form of government in Florence, to put an end to its attachment to France, and to levy tribute. If of these three things the Spaniards had gained the last two, and the people of Florence had gained the first, that is the retention of their form of government, each 365. 11.27 Mistakes often made in war would have acquired a certain honor and a certain satisfaction, nor would the people have been likely to trouble much about the other two things, so long as their lives were safe. Nay, even had they seen there was a good, and almost certain, chance of a greater victory, they should not have placed themselves wholly at the discretion of fortune and ventured their last stake, which it is never wise to risk unless driven to it. When Hannibal, who had enjoyed great glory in Italy for 16 years, left it on being recalled by the Carthaginians to help his own country, he found Hasdrubal and Syphax routed, the kingdom of Numidia lost, and the Carthaginians cooped up within their own walls, destitute of hope except what he and his army should bring. Realizing that his country was reduced to its last stake, he was determined not to risk that till he had tried all other remedies, and so was not ashamed to sue for peace, since he was convinced that, if there was any hope at all for his country, it lay in this and not in war. When peace was refused, he did not decline to fight though bound to lose, since he felt that he could still win, but if he had to lose, he could at least lose gloriously. If, then, Hannibal, who was so full of virtuosity, and had his army still intact, preferred peace to war when he saw that, by losing, his country would be enslaved, what should a man do who has neither the efficiency nor the experience of Hannibal? Yet, there are men who make this mistake, in that to their hopes they set no bound, and are ruined because they rely on such hopes and take no account of other things. Book 2. Discourses 28-33. Rome's dealings with neighboring states and cities. In peace and war. 28 How dangerous it is for a republic or a prince not to avenge an injury done either to the public or to a private person. What is likely to make men indignant with others may easily be learnt from what happened to the Romans when they sent the 3 Fabii as ambassadors to the Gauls, who were about to attack Tuscany and, in particular, Clusium. The people of Clusium had appealed to Rome for help against the Gauls. Hence the Romans sent the 3 Fabii as ambassadors to the Gauls to insist in the name of the Roman Republic on their abstaining from a war with the Tuscans. When they arrived at their destination, the ambassadors, who were better at acting than speaking, found the Gauls and the Tuscans about to join battle, whereupon they were the foremost to enter the fray. It thus came about that when the Gauls became aware of this, their annoyance with the Tuscans was turned against the Romans, and their indignation was intensified when the Gauls, having complained to the Roman Senate through their ambassadors of this unfairness, and demanded that the aforesaid Fabii be handed over to them. 367. H.28 Dealings with states and cities. Compensate for the harm they had done, they were not only not handed over or punished in some other way, but an election was held in which they were made tribunes with consular power. Consequently, when the Gauls saw those being honored who ought to have been punished, they took it as an affront and an indignity offered to themselves, and, inflamed with indignation and anger, marched on Rome and took it, except for the capital. A disaster which the Romans brought on themselves through their disregard of justice, for, since their ambassadors had offended against the law of nations, 52 they should have been punished, instead of being honored. This leads one to consider how important it is for every republic and every prince to take account of such offenses, not only when an injury is done to a whole people, but also when it affects an individual. For if an individual is grievously offended either by the public or by a private person, and does not receive due satisfaction, he will, if he lives in a republic, seek to avenge himself, even if it lead to the ruin of that republic, and, if he live under a prince and has a spark of manliness, will never rest content till he has in some way or other wreaked vengeance on him, even though he see that, in doing so, he will bring disaster on himself. In verification of this there is no finer or more relevant instance than that of Philip, king of Macedon, the father of Alexander, in whose court there was a handsome and noble young man, Pausanias. With him Attalus, one of the chief men in Philip's entourage, was enamored, and had on several occasions sought to get him to assent, but found that he had no liking for such things, so, seeing that he could not get what he wanted otherwise, he decided to set a trap for him, and to use force. He gave, therefore, a great banquet, which Pausanias and other noble barons attended, and, when they had had their fill of food and wine, he had him seized and 368. The purposiveness of fortune 2.28-9. Bound, then he not only used force in order to gratify his lust, but, to his greater shame, got others to treat him in the same disgusting way. Of this affront Pausanias complained several times to Philip, who, having kept him for a time in expectation of vengeance, not only did not avenge him, but made Attalus governor of a Grecian province. Pausanias, therefore, seeing his enemy honored instead of being punished, gave full vent to his indignation not only against the perpetrator of the deed, but against Philip who had not avenged it. So, one morning, the day of the solemn wedding of Philip's daughter, who was being married to Alexander of Epirus, he killed Philip as he was going to the temple for the celebration, standing between the two Alexanders, his son and his son-in-law. Of this incident, which is akin to that which happened to the Romans, all who rule should take note, so that they may never esteem any man so lightly as to think that, if injury be added to injury, the injured person will not consider how to vindicate himself, even though it involve him in all manner of dangers and entail his own downfall. 29. Fortune blinds men's minds when she does not wish them to obstruct her designs. If one ponders well the course of human affairs, it will be seen that many events happen and many misfortunes come about, against which the heavens have not been willing that any provision at all should be made. Since this statement holds good in the case of Rome, which was conspicuous alike for virtue, religion, and orderly conduct, it is no wonder that the same thing happens yet more often in cities and provinces, which are lacking in these respects. There is a well-known passage in which Titus Livy shows at length and with great force the power that heaven exercises over human affairs. He 369. H.29 dealings with states and cities says that, with a view to making the Romans recognize its power, heaven first caused the Fabii to act wrongly when sent as ambassadors to the Gauls, and by means of what they did, excited the Gauls to make war on Rome, then ordained that in Rome nothing worthy of the Roman people should be done to meet their attack, for first it brought about that Camillus, who was the only hope they had in those evil days, should be sent as an exile to Ardea, then that, when the Gauls were marching on Rome, they did not appoint a dictator, as they had done many times to meet the attack of the Volsci and other enemies in the neighborhood. It also caused them to be weak and to take no particular care in calling up troops, who were so slow in taking up arms that they scarce had time to confront the Gauls on the banks of the Allia, which was but 10 miles from Rome. There the tribunes set up their camp, without their accustomed diligence, since they did not inspect the site beforehand, nor surround it with trenches and stockades, nor take any other precautions, either human or divine. While in preparing for battle they made their ranks thin and weak, and neither troops nor officers behaved as Roman discipline required. No blood was shed during the battle, because at the first onslaught the Romans ran away, the greater number going to Veii, and the rest retiring on Rome, where they sought refuge in the capital without first going home, whereupon the Senate took so little thought for Rome's defense that, for one thing, they omitted to close the gates, and some of its members fled, while others went with the rest into the capital. Granted, in their defense of the capital they used some sort of discipline, for they did not pack all the useless people inside, and they got in all the corn they could, so as to be able to stand the siege, while of the useless crowd of old men, women, and children, most fled to the country round about, and the rest stayed in Rome at the mercy of the Gauls, so that no one who had read of what was done so. 370. The purposiveness of fortune 2.29. Often in years gone by and were to read what was now being done, would think they were one and the same people. Having described all the disorders mentioned above, Titus Livy concludes with the remark, to such an extent does fortune blind the minds of men when she does not want them to oppose the force she is using. Nor can anything be more true than the conclusion Livy draws. Hence men who in this life normally either suffer great adversity or enjoy great prosperity, deserve neither praise nor blame, for one usually finds that they have been driven either to ruin or to greatness by the prospect of some great advantage, which the heavens have held out, whereby they have been given the chance, or have been deprived of the chance, of being able to act virtuously. Fortune arranges this quite nicely. For, when it wants a man to take the lead in doing great things, it chooses a man of high spirits and great virtue who will seize the occasion it offers him. And in like manner, when it wants a man to bring about a great disaster, it gives precedence to men who will help to promote it, and, if anyone gets in the way, it either kills him off or deprives him of all power of doing good. It plainly appears from Livy's evidence that, in order to make Rome greater and to lead it on to its future greatness, Fortune decided it was necessary first to chastise it in a way that will be described at length in the beginning of the next book, but did not want to ruin it altogether. Hence we see that it made an exile of Camillus, but did not cause him to die, that it caused Rome to be taken, but not the capital, that it arranged matters so that nothing useful was thought of to help Rome, nor anything overlooked that could help in the defense of the capital. It brought it about that, since Rome was to be taken, the greater part of the troops which were rooted at Alia, should go on to Veii, thus leaving the city without any men to defend it. But in arranging things thus. 371. H.2930 Dealings with states and cities. It also prepared the way for Rome's recovery, for since there was a Roman army at Veii, and Camillus was at Ardea, it became possible to make a more vigorous attempt to deliver the fatherland under a general whose career was free from the stain of defeat and whose reputation was untarnished. In confirmation of this one might adduce further examples from modern times, but I do not think this necessary, so pass them over, since that I have given should be enough to satisfy anybody. I assert once again as a truth to which history as a whole bears witness that men may second their fortune, but cannot oppose it, that they may weave its warp, but cannot break it. Yet they should never give up, because there is always hope, though they know not the end, and move towards it along roads which cross one another and as yet are unexplored, and since there is hope, they should not despair, no matter what fortune brings or in what travail they find themselves. 30 Really powerful republics and princes do not purchase alliances with money, but obtain them by means of the virtue and the reputation of their forces. The Romans were being besieged in the capital, and, though they expected help from Veii and from Camillus, were in such bad case owing to famine that they came to terms with the Gauls and agreed to pay them so much gold. They were weighing out the gold agreed upon when Camillus arrived with his army, whereupon Fortune, says the historian, decided that the Romans should not by purchase save their lives. This kind of thing is not only noticeable in this case but characterizes the behavior of this republic throughout. We never find the Romans purchasing towns, or paying in order to obtain peace. They always acquired both by virtue of their arms. Nor do I think that this has ever happened in the case. 372. The purchasing of alliances 2.30. Of any other republic. Among other indications of the power of a strong state, one looks to the terms on which it lives with its neighbors. When it is so governed that, to obtain its friendship, its neighbors become its tributaries, it is a sure sign that the state is powerful, but when the said neighbors, though inferior in strength, extract payment from it, it is a sure sign of its weakness. As one runs through Roman history, one sees how the Massilians, the Aedui, the Rhodians, Hiero of Syracuse, King Eumenes and King Massinissa, who were neighbors with estates bordering on the empire of Rome, were ready to incur expense and pay tribute in order to obtain the friendship of Rome, and in return ask only for her protection. In weak states one finds just the opposite. To begin with, in our own state, Florence, in times past when its reputation stood at its highest, there was no lord in the Romagna who did not receive payment from it. It also made grants to the Perugians, the Castellani and all its other neighbors. Had this city been armed and strong, everything would have been just the contrary, for to secure its protection many states would have paid money to it, and would have sought to purchase its friendship, not to sell their own. Nor are the Florentines the only people who have thus demeaned themselves, since the Venetians and the King of France do the same thing, for the latter, great as his kingdom is, habitually pays tribute to the Swiss and to the King of England. This all comes from depriving the people of arms, and from the fact that this king and the other states mentioned have chosen rather to enjoy the present advantage of being able to despoil their people and of being able to avoid an imaginary rather than a real danger, instead of so acting as to secure their people's goodwill and to make their state happy forever. A malpractice such as this, though it may bring a little temporary quiet, in time becomes the cause of crises. 373. Endpoint 30 Dealings with states and cities. Disaster and irremediable ruin. It would take too long to relate how often the Florentines, the Venetians, and this kingdom, have bought off wars and submitted to an ignominy which the Romans submitted to but once. It would take too long to recount how many towns the Florentines and the Venetians have purchased in which one afterwards saw disorder, and how they failed to protect with steel what gold had purchased. The Romans kept up their standards so long as they remained free, but when they fell under the yoke of the emperors, and the emperors began to behave badly and to prefer the shadow to the sun, they, too, began to make grants sometimes to the Parthians, sometimes to Germany, sometimes to other neighboring peoples, which was the first step towards that great empire's downfall. Such are the inconveniences, then, that arise from depriving your people of arms. 53 And there is a worse trouble, too, for the greater the force of the enemy's attack, the weaker do you find yourself, for he who lives in the aforesaid way treats ill the subjects who reside within his domain, but treats well those who live on its confines, in order to have people well disposed to keep the enemy off. It thus comes about that, in order the better to keep the enemy off, he subsidizes the lords and peoples who are his next door neighbors, with the result that the states which he has thus kept going offer a modicum of resistance on the frontiers, but, when the enemy has crossed them, no further remedy is available. Such states do not see that their way of proceeding is incompatible with any kind of good order. For it is the heart and the vital parts of the body that have to be strengthened, not its extremities, since without them the body can survive, but, if the former be injured, it dies. Yet such states keep unarmed the heart, but arm the hands and the feet. What this lack of order has done for Florence is clear, and may be seen any day, for when an army crosses its frontiers. 374. The purchasing of alliances endpoint 30. And gets near its heart, it finds itself without further remedy. Of it the Venetians also gave proof a few years ago, and, if their city had not been girt about by water, it would have been the end of it. In France this experience is not found so frequently, for it is so large a kingdom that it has but few enemies superior to it. Nonetheless, when the English attacked this kingdom in 1513, the whole realm was in trepidation, and the king and everybody else thought that a single defeat would spell ruin to the king and to the state. Very different was it in the case of the Romans, for the nearer the enemy approached to Rome the greater he found the city's power of resistance to be. When Hannibal invaded Italy, one sees how, after 3 defeats and the death of so many generals and soldiers, it was still able, not merely to withstand the enemy, but to win the war. All this comes from having fortified well the heart, but of the extremities made less account. For of basic importance in the state were the people of Rome, the people known as Latins, the other parts of Italy associated with it, and its colonies. Thence came the vast number of soldiers which enabled it to fight and to hold the whole world. That this is so may be seen from the question asked by Hanno, the Carthaginian, of the messengers who came from Hannibal after the rout at Cannae. Having made much of Hannibal's exploits, they were asked by Hanno whether the Roman people had sent to ask for peace, and whether among the Latins and in its colonies any town had revolted against the Romans. To both questions the answer was in the negative. Whereupon Hanno remarked, "This war, then, is still in its full swing as it was at the start." We see from this discourse and from what I have said in other places, how great is the difference between the procedure of present-day republics and that of ancient republics. We see, too, how, because of this, astonishing acquisitions are made and astonishing losses occur daily. For where men have 375. 2.303 Idealings with states and cities. But little virtue, fortune makes a great display of its power. And, since fortune changes, republics and governments frequently change, and will go on changing till someone comes along, so imbued with the love of antiquity that he regulates things in such fashion that fortune does not every time the sun turns round get a chance of showing what it can do. 31. How dangerous it is to put confidence in refugees. It may not be amiss among other topics to show how dangerous it is to trust those who have been driven from their country, since this is a matter with which everyone who holds office has to deal. 54. In support it is possible to adduce a note worthy case which Titus Livy cites in his histories, though it lies outside his main topic. When Alexander the Great crossed with his army into Asia, Alexander of Epirus, a relative, in fact his uncle, went with some troops to Italy, having been invited by some Lucanian refugees who had led him to expect that through their mediation he would gain the whole of that country. Relying on their word and on the hopes they aroused, he came to Italy and was put to death by them, for their fellow citizens had promised that, if they would kill him, they might return to their own country. One should reflect, therefore, on the unreliability of agreements and promises made by men who find themselves shut out from their country, because in determining what such men's word is worth it must be borne in mind that, once they get a chance of returning to their country without your help, they will desert you and turn to others in spite of any promises they may have made you. While in regard to the vain promises and hopes, so intense is their desire to get back home that they naturally believe much that is false and artfully add much more, so that between what they believe and what they say, they believe they fill you with a hope which is such that, if 376. The taking of towns 2.3 I32. You rely on it, either you incur expense in vain or take up what will ruin you. I propose to let this example of Alexander suffice, conjoined with that of Themistocles the Athenian, who, having been proclaimed a rebel, sought refuge with Darius in Asia, to whom he promised so much if he would but attack Greece, that Darius resolved to do so. When later he was unable to fulfill these promises whether out of shame or for fear of punishment, Themistocles poisoned himself. Wherefore, if so eminent a man as Themistocles made this mistake, how much more likely are those to err who are less virtuous and let themselves be swayed by their desires and their passions. A ruler, therefore, should be slow to take up an enterprise, because of what some exile has told him, for more often than not all he will get out of it is shame or most grievous harm. And because the taking of towns by stealth and owing to information supplied by their inhabitants rarely succeeds, it does not seem to me irrelevant to discuss this in the next chapter, as also in how many ways the Romans acquired them. 32. On the various methods used by the Romans in taking towns. Since the Romans were all keen on war, they always and on all occasions took advantage of anything, alike in the matter of expense and of any other matter, that promised to help. It was for this reason that they took care not to besiege the towns. They took, for they thought this method so costly and so clumsy that its disadvantages would much more than balance the advantages likely to accrue from the conquest. Hence they deemed it better and more useful to subjugate towns by any other means rather than lay siege to them, so that in all their wars and in all the years they took, there are very few instances of their having used sieges. 377. And 32 Dealings with states and cities. In order to get hold of a city, therefore, the Romans either took it by assault or got it to surrender. Their assaults were either carried out openly in strength and with violence, or by force conjoined with fraud. When storming a town openly, they used two methods. Either they attacked it on all sides, without first demolishing the walls, which is called putting a crown round the city since the whole army surrounds it, and engages it at all points, and in this way they often succeed in taking a city, even a very large one, at the first assault, as Scipio took New Carthage in Spain. Or, when an attack failed, they set about breaking down the walls with rams and other siege implements, or made a sap by which they obtained entrance to the city, as was done when Veii was taken, or to get on a level with those defending the walls. They constructed wooden towers, or raised earthworks against the walls from without, so as to be at the same height as the defenders. Against such assaults the city's defenders in the first case, where the attack came from all sides, were more quickly exposed to danger and had more dubious remedies. For, since many defenders were needed everywhere, either those they had were not enough to provide them all with reserves and reliefs, or, if they could, not all were equally courageous in resisting, and, if a section shirked the battle, all was lost. Hence, it often happened, as I have said, that this method proved successful. But when the first assault was not successful, they did not keep it going long, because this was too dangerous for the army, for, since it covered so much ground, it could as a whole resist but feebly a sortie made by those within. The troops, too, got out of hand and grew weary, but for just once, when it was unexpected, they would try this method. When a breach was made in the walls, it was countered by means of ramparts as at the present time. And to counteract a sap, they made a counter-sap through which they got at the enemy either with their weapons or by other devices, of 378. The taking of towns too. 32. Which one consisted of barrels filled with feathers to which they applied a light, and, when burning, put them in the sap so that the smoke and the stench might prevent the enemy getting through. While, if attacked from towers, they tried to destroy them by fire, and, if from earthworks, they made a hole in the lower part of the wall on which the earthwork was leaning, and drew in the earth which those outside had put there. So that, since the earth was being piled up outside and being taken away from the inside, the earthwork did not grow. Such methods of storming a town could not be kept up for long, so they had either to raise their camp or to devise other methods of winning the war, as Scipio did when he got to Africa, for when he attacked Utica, but did not succeed in taking it, he raised his camp and sought to engage the Carthaginian armies and break them. Or they would have recourse to a siege, as they did at Veii, Capua, Carthage, Jerusalem and other towns which they took by means of sieges. The acquiring of towns by furtive violence is illustrated in the case of Palaiopolis, which the Romans took by range, meant with fifth columnists inside. This form of attack has often been tried by the Romans and by other peoples, but has seldom succeeded. The reason is that at the smallest setback, the plan breaks down, and such setbacks easily happen. For, in the first place the conspiracy may be discovered before it comes to a head, and in discovering it there is not much difficulty, owing sometimes to the treachery of those who have been told of it, sometimes to practical difficulties. For, you must get in touch with the enemy, with whom it is not permitted to speak unless you can find some excuse. And, should the plot not be discovered while arrangements are being made, a host of difficulties occur when the time comes for action. For if you arrive before the time appointed, or get there late, anything may upset the plot. So, too, if there occurs some unexpected noise, such as the geese made at the Capitol. Per Trattato di quelli di dentro. 379. 11.32 Dealings with states and cities. Or if the normal course of events is interrupted, given the least blunder or the smallest mistake, the attack is bound to fail. In addition to which there is the darkness of the night to add to the fear of those engaged in such dangerous tasks, and the fact that most of the men who are taken on such expeditions, having had no experience of the country or of the place to which they are being led, may get muddled and faint-hearted, or upset by some tiny and accidental mishap, and any false impression is enough to make them turn tail. Anyone more lucky in such stealthy nocturnal ventures than Aratus the Sicilian is not to be found, yet, bold as he was in these, he was equally nervous about ventures in day light and in the open. This we may put down to some occult virtue with which he was endowed, rather than to anything in the nature of nocturnal expeditions which makes them more fortunate than others. Though such means are frequently planned, therefore, but few arrive at fruition, and very few succeed. When towns are acquired by surrender, the surrender may either be voluntary or compulsory. When voluntary, it is due either to some external circumstance which compels a town to seek protection under another's wing, as Capua sought Rome's, or to the desire to be well ruled, a desire evoked by the good government exercised by the prince in question over those who of their own accord have placed themselves in his hands, as was the case with the Rhodians, the Massilians and other such cities which surrendered to the Roman people. When the surrender is compulsory, it is either brought about by a long siege, as we have said above, or it is due to the continued vexation produced by raids, depredations and other annoyances, to escape which a city surrenders. Of all the methods mentioned above, the Romans used the last more than any. For more than 450 years they sought to tire out their neighbors by defeats in 380 discretionary powers of generals and 32-3. The field and by raids, and by means of treaties managed to acquire greater repute than their rivals did, as we have pointed out elsewhere. It was on this method that they always relied most, though they tried them all, but found the others fraught with danger or of no use. For sieges are long and costly, assaults of doubtful issue and risky, and conspiracies are unreliable. They also realized that, if the enemy's army was routed, they acquired a kingdom in a day, whereas, if they besieged an obstinate city, it might take years to get it. 33. The Romans gave to army commanders discretionary powers. If one is to profit from the perusal of Livy's history, one ought, I think, to take account of all the modes of procedure used by the people and Senate of Rome, and among other points worthy of notice there is the authority we find them giving to their consuls, dictators, and other army commanders when in the field. It was of a very high order, for the Senate reserved to itself only the power to initiate fresh wars and to confirm peace treaties. All else was left to the discretion and power of the consul. For, when the people and Senate had decided to go to war against the Latins, for instance, they left everything else to the discretion of the consul, who could either give battle or not give it, and attack this or that town as he thought fit. This is confirmed by numerous examples, but especially by what occurred in an expedition against the Tuscans. The consul, Fabius, had defeated those who were near Sutrium, and was planning next to lead his army through the Simonian forest en route for Tuscany. About this, not only did he not consult the Senate, but he did not even inform them, though the war was to be carried on in a new, unexplored and dangerous country. Further confirmation is afforded by the 381 H.33 dealings with states and cities. Action the Senate here took, which was of the opposite kind. For, when they heard of the victory which Fabius had gained, and wondered whether his next step would be to pass through the said forest into Tuscany, they thought it best not to run the risk this war would entail, and so sent 2 legates to Fabius to stop him from going on to Tuscany. But, when they arrived, he had already got there and had won a victory, so that, instead of preventing a war, the legates came home, bringing news of a conquest and of glory won. Whoever considers carefully this technique will see that it was very wise to make use of it. For, if the Senate had required a consul in conducting a war to proceed step by step according as they directed, it would have made him less circumspect and slower to act, for it would have seemed to him that the glory of victory would not be wholly his, but that the Senate would share in it, since it would have been carried out under its directions. Furthermore, the Senate would have had to advise on matters of which it had no immediate cognizance, for, though the senators were all men of considerable experience in military matters, yet, as they were not on the spot, they would not be acquainted with the multitudinous details which it is essential to know before one can give sound advice, and so would have made numerous mistakes. This being so, they preferred that the consul should decide what to do, and that the glory should be wholly his, for they thought his actions would be so restrained and regulated by his love of glory that he would do his utmost. To this I have the more willingly called attention, because I notice that the republics of today, such as the Venetian and the Florentine republics, act differently, for if their generals, administrators or commissioners, have to set up a piece of artillery, they want to know of it and to advise about it, a procedure as praiseworthy as are others of that ilk, which together have brought us to our present pass. Book 3. The example of Rome's great men. The purpose of Book 3 is to show how much the action of particular men contributed to the greatness of Rome and produced in that city so many beneficial results. D3 1.11. The examples from Roman history are taken mainly from Livy, Books 2-X. As in Books 1 and 2, the grouping of discourses under headings has been introduced for the convenience of the reader. LJW. Book 3. Discourses 1-5. Reform, security, and the elimination of rivals. 1. In order that a religious institution or a state should long survive, it is essential that it should frequently be restored to its original principles. 0. It is a well-established fact that the life of all mundane things is of finite duration. But things which complete the whole of the course appointed them by heaven are in general those whose bodies do not disintegrate, but maintain themselves in orderly fashion, so that if there is no change, or, if there be change, it tends rather to their conservation than to their destruction. Here I am concerned with composite bodies, such as are states and religious institutions, and in their regard I affirm that those changes make for their conservation which lead them back to their origins. B. Hence those are better constituted and have a longer life whose institutions make frequent renovations possible, or which are brought to such a renovation by some event which has nothing to do with their constitution. For it is clearer than daylight that, without renovation, these bodies do not last. The way to renovate them, as has been said, is to reduce retirar la spesso verso il suo principio. Walker says, to its start. Ble rigicano in verso I principii loro. Walker says, to their start. 385. I elimination of rivals them to their starting points. For at the start religious in Institutions, republics, and kingdoms have in all cases some good in them, to which their early reputation and progress is due. But since in process of time this goodness is corrupted, such a body must of necessity die unless something happens which brings it up to the mark. Thus, our medical men, speaking of the human body, say that every day it absorbs something which from time to time requires treatment. This return to its original principles in the case of a republic is brought about either by some external event or by its own intrinsic good sense. Thus, as an example of the former, we see how it was necessary that Rome should be taken by the Gauls, in order that it should be reborn and in its rebirth take on alike a new vitality and a new virtue, and also take up again the observance of religion and justice, both of which had begun to show blemishes. This plainly appears from Livy's account, where he shows how, when the Romans led out their army against the Gauls and created tribunes with consular power, they observed no religious ceremony. And, in like manner, not only did they not punish the 3 Fabii who had attacked the Gauls in contravention of the law of nations, but they made them tribunes. Whence it is easy to infer that of the good constitutions established by Romulus and by those otherwise princes they had begun to take less account than was reasonable and necessary for the maintenance of a free state. This defeat in a war with outsiders, therefore, came about so that the institutions of the city should be renovated, and to show this people that not only is it essential to uphold religion and justice, but also to hold in high esteem good citizens and to look upon their virtue as of greater value than those comforts of which there appeared to them to be a lack, owing to what these men had done. This actually came about, for as soon as Rome had been recovered they renewed all the ordinances of their ancient religion and punished the Fabii who, 386, constant need of Renaissance I. had fought in contravention of the law of nations. They also set such esteem on the virtue and goodness of Camillus, that the Senate and the rest, putting envy aside, laid on his shoulders the whole burden of this republic. *y/. It is, therefore, as I have said, essential that men who live *y together under any constitution should frequently have their *m attention called to themselves either by some external or by l some internal occurrence. When internal, such occurrences degree are usually due to some law which from time to time causes the members of this body to review their position, or again, to some good man who arises in their midst and by his example and his virtuous deeds produces the same effect as does the *constitution. Such benefits, therefore, are conferred on a republic either by the virtue of some individual or by the virtue of an institution. In regard to the latter, the institutions which caused the Roman Republic to return to its start were the introduction of plebeian tribunes, of the censorship, and of all the other laws which put a check on human ambition and arrogance, to which institutions life must needs be given by some virtuous citizen who cooperates strenuously in giving them effect, despite the power of those who contravene them. Notable among such drastic actions, before the taking of Rome by the Gauls, were the death of Brutus' sons, the death of the 10 citizens, and that of Malleus, the corn dealer. After the taking of Rome there was the death of Manlius Capitolinus, the death of Manlius Torquatus' son, the action taken by Papirius Cursor against Fabius, his master of horse, and the charge brought against the Scipios. Such events, because of their unwonted severity and their notoriety, brought men back to the mark every time one of them happened, and when they began to occur less frequently, they also began to provide occasion for men to practice corruption, and were attended with more danger and more commotion. 4. 387. Elimination of rivals. Between one case of disciplinary action of this type and the next there ought to elapse at most 10 years, because by this time men begin to change their habits and to break the laws. And, unless something happens which recalls to their minds the penalty involved and reawakens fear in them, there will soon be so many delinquents that it will be impossible to punish them without danger. In regard to this, those who governed the state of Florence from 1434 to 1494 used to say that it was necessary to reconstitute the government every 5 years, otherwise it was difficult to maintain it, whereby reconstituting the government they meant instilling men with that terror and that fear with which they had instilled them when instituting it, in that at this time they had chastised those who, looked at from the established way of life, had misbehaved. As, however, the remembrance of this chastisement disappears, men are emboldened to try something fresh and to talk sedition. Hence provision has of necessity to be made against this by restoring that government to what it was at its origins. Such a return to their original principles in republics is sometimes due to the simple virtue of one man alone, independently of any laws spurring you to action. For of such effect is a good reputation and good example that men seek to imitate it, and the bad are ashamed to lead lives which go contrary to it. Those who in Rome are outstanding examples of this good influence are Horatius Codes, Cibola, Fabri, Sius, the 2 Decii, Regulus Atalius, and several others, whose rare and virtuous examples wrought the same effects in Rome as laws and institutions would have done. If then effective action of the kind described above, together with this setting of good example, had occurred in that city at least every 10 years, it necessarily follows that it would never have become corrupt. But when both the one and the other began to occur more rarely, corruption began to spread. 4. After 388. Constant need of Renaissance. The time of Marcus Regulus, there appeared no examples of this kind, and, though in Rome there arose the two Catos. Between them and any prior instance there was so great an interval, and again between the Catos themselves, and they stood so alone that their good example could have no good effect, especially in the case of the younger Cato who found the greater part of the city so corrupt that he could not by his example effect any improvement among the citizens. So, imic then for republics. LH. As to religious institutions one sees here again how necessary these renovations are from the example of our own religion, which, if it had not been restored to its starting point by St. Francis and St. Dominic, would have become quite extinct. For these men by their poverty and by their exemplification of the life of Christ revived religion in the minds of men in whom it was already dead, and so powerful were these new religious orders that they prevented the depravity of prelates and of religious heads from bringing ruin on religion. They also lived so frugally and had such prestige with the populace as confessors and preachers that they convinced them it is an evil thing to talk evilly of evil doing, and a good thing to live under obedience to such prelates, and that, if they did wrong, it must be left to God to chastise them. And, this being so, the latter behave as badly as they can, because they are not afraid of punishments which they do not see and in which they do not believe. It is, then, this revival which has maintained and continues to maintain this religious VWJJR. Kingdoms also need to be renovated and to have their laws brought back to their starting points. The salutary effect this produces is seen in the kingdom of France, for the conduct of affairs in this kingdom is controlled by more laws and more institutions than it is in any other. These laws and these institutions are maintained by parliaments, notably by that of Paris, and by it they are renovated whenever it takes action. 389. IH.I2 Elimination of rivals. Against a prince of this realm or in its judgments condemns the king. Up to now it has maintained its position by the pertinacity with which it has withstood the nobility of this realm. But should it at any time let an offense remain unpunished, and should offenses begin to multiply, the result would unquestionably be either that they would have to be corrected to the accompaniment of grievous disorders, or that the kingdom would disintegrate. The conclusion we reach, then, is that there is nothing more necessary to a community, whether it be a religious establishment, a kingdom, or a republic, than to restore to it the prestige it had at the outset, and to take care that either good institutions or good men shall bring this about rather than that external force should give rise to it. For though this on occasion may be the best remedy, as it was in Rome's case, it is so dangerous that in no case is it what one should desire. In order to make it clear to all how much the action of particular men contributed to the greatness of Rome and produced in that city so many beneficial results, I shall proceed to narrate and to discuss their doings, and shall confine myself to this topic in this third and last book on this first decade of Livy's history. And, though the actions of the kings were great and noteworthy, since history deals with them at length, I shall not mention them here, except where they may have done things with a view to their personal advantage. I begin, then, with Brutus, the father of Rome's liberties. 2. That it is a very good notion at times to pretend to be a fool. No one ever acted so prudently nor acquired such a reputation for wisdom owing to any remarkable deed as that which Junius Brutus earned by pretending to be stupid. And although Titus Livy assigns but one cause as the ground which induced 390 on playing the fool, I point to him to practice this dissimulation, namely, that he might live in greater security and preserve his estates. Nonetheless, in view of his conduct, one can well believe that he practiced it also in order to escape observation, and that he might get a better opportunity of downing the kings and liberating his country, whenever they gave him a chance. That it was of this he was thinking is clear first from the interpretation he put on the oracle of Apollo when he pretended to fall down, so that he might kiss the ground, and from this inferred that the gods looked with favor on what he had in mind, and later, when on the death of Lucretia he was the first to pull the dagger out of the wound in the presence of her father, her husband, and other of her relatives, and to make the bystanders swear that they would never tolerate for the future any king reigning in Rome. From the example this man set, all those who are ill content with a prince should take note that they ought first to measure and to weigh their strength. Should they be so powerful that they can afford to declare themselves his enemies and openly to make war on him, this is the course they should adopt, since it is less dangerous and more honorable. But if their position is such that they have not sufficient forces to make war openly, they should use every endeavor to acquire the prince's friendship, and to this end should avail themselves of every opening which they think necessary to attain it, by becoming obsequious to his wishes and by taking pleasure in everything in which they see that he takes pleasure. Such familiar intercourse in the first place assures that your life will be safe, and, without entailing any danger, allows you to enjoy the prince's good fortune just as he does himself. It also provides you with ample opportunity for fulfilling your intentions. True, there are those who say that you ought not to live in such close proximity to princes as to be included in their downfall, nor yet so far away from them that, when their 391 M.2-3 Elimination of rivals downfall occurs, you cannot take advantage of it, and doubt lest the middle course would be the best, were it possible to adopt it. As, however, I am convinced that this middle course is impracticable, it behoves one to have recourse to the aforesaid two methods, i.e. either to act openly or to get tied up with them. He who acts otherwise, if he be a man who by his endowments has gained eminence, lives in perpetual danger. Nor is it enough for him to say, there is nothing I am out to obtain. I want neither honors nor advantages. All that I ask for is to live quietly and without embarrassment. For such excuses are heard but gain no credence. Nor can men who are distinguished take this line, even though they sincerely desire to do so and have no further ambition. Since no one will believe them, so that, though they prefer to be left alone, others will not leave them alone. It behoves them, therefore, to play the fool, as Brutus did, and to act more or less like lunatics, admiring, talking about, attending to, and doing things in which they have not the slightest interest in order to ingratiate themselves with the prince. We have been discussing the prudence displayed by Brutus in his endeavor to restore freedom to Rome, so let us now say something about the severity he displayed in maintaining it. 3. When liberty has been newly acquired, it is necessary, in order to maintain it, to kill the sons of Brutus. 9. The severity used by Brutus was no less necessary than it was useful in maintaining the liberty which Rome had just acquired by his aid. Of such severity one rarely comes across a case in history in which a father not only sits on a tribunal and condemns his own sons to death, but is present at their death. Those, however, who are familiar with ancient history are well aware that, when the form of government has been changed, whether from a republic to a tyranny or a tyranny. 392. The sons of Brutus. 3.3. To a republic, it is in all cases essential that exemplary action be taken against those who are hostile to the new state of affairs. He who establishes a tyranny and does not kill Brutus, and he who establishes a free state and does not kill the sons of Brutus, will not last long. Since this question has already been discussed at length else, where 55, I refer the reader back to what was there said, and shall here give but one example, a modern one, which took place in our own day and in our own country. It is that of Piero Soderini, who thought that by patience and goodness he could quell the desire of Brutus's sons to return to another form of government, but in this he was mistaken. Though, being a prudent man, he recognized the need for action, and thought the type of ambitious men who were against him gave him ground for getting rid of them, yet he could never make up his mind to do this. For, in addition to thinking that he could by patience and goodness extinguish their malevolence, and by distributing rewards put an end to some of their hostility, he was of opinion, and often told his friends so, in confidence, that, if he were to take vigorous action against his opponents and to fight his adversaries, he would need to assume extraordinary authority and introduce laws disruptive of civic equality, and that such a course and such authority, even though he did not henceforth use it tyrannically, would so alarm the general public that, after his death, they would never again agree to appoint a gonfalonier for life, an office which he thought it would be well to strengthen and to keep up. Such a point of view was wise and good. Nonetheless, an evil should never be allowed to continue out of respect for a good, when that good may easily be overwhelmed by that evil. Soderini ought to have considered that, when his actions and his intentions came to be judged by their end and in the light of the good fortune and the life that had accompanied them. 393. M.3-4 Elimination of rivals. He would be able to convince everyone that what he had done was done for the security of his country, and not for ambitious reasons. He could, moreover, so have regulated things that none of his successors could do with evil intent what he had done with good intent. But the view which he first adopted misled him, for he failed to realize that malevolence is not vanquished by time, nor placated by any gifts. With the result that, through his inability to emulate Brutus, he lost both his position and his reputation, a loss in which his country shared. And just as it is a difficult thing to give security to a self-governing state, so, too, is it difficult to give security to a kingdom, as will be shown in the next chapter. For a prince cannot live securely in a principality while those are alive who have been despoiled of it. The death of Tarquinius Priscus at the hands of the sons of Ancus, and the death of Servius Tullius at the hands of Tarquin the Proud, show how difficult and dangerous it is to deprive anyone of his kingdom and to leave him alive even though one try to win him over by benefits. Tarquinius Priscus was clearly led astray because, aware that he had a juridical right to the kingdom which he had obtained through the gift of the people confirmed by the Senate, he did not believe that the sons of Ancus could be so indignant as not to rest content with that with which all Rome was content. And Servius Tullius was mistaken, because he thought he could be conferring on them fresh benefits win over the sons of Tarquin. The first case is, therefore, a warning to all princes that they can never live secure in their principality so long as those live who have been despoiled of it. The second is a reminder to all potentates that old injuries are never cancelled by new benefits, least of all when the benefits are of less importance. 394. Hereditary princes. High point 4-5. Than the injuries previously inflicted. Undoubtedly Servius Tullius was far from prudent in thinking that the sons of Tarquin would be content to be his sons-in-law when in their opinion they ought to have been his king. The passion for ruling is, moreover, so great that it not only enters the breasts of those who have a claim to the kingdom but also into the breasts of those who have not. This was so in the case of the wife of the younger Tarquin, Servius' daughter, who, held by this mad passion, thought so little of her duty to her father that she incited her husband to take both his life and his kingdom, so much more highly did she fancy herself as a queen than as the daughter of a king. If, then, Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius lost their kingdoms through not knowing how to secure themselves against those whose kingdom they had usurped, Tarquin the Proud lost his through not observing the institutions made by its former kings, as will be shown in the next chapter. 5. What it is that causes a hereditary prince to lose his kingdom. Since Servius Tullius left no heirs, Tarquin the Proud, who had killed him, entered into secure possession of the kingdom. For he had nothing to fear from the kind of thing that had injured his predecessors. Though this way of obtaining a king dom is abnormal and odious, yet, had Tarquin respected the ancient institutions of former kings, he would have been in a strong position, and would not have antagonized the Senate and the populace so that they sought to deprive him of it. The reason for his expulsion, then, was not that his son, Sextus, had ravished Lucretia, but that he had violated the laws of the kingdom and ruled tyrannically. He deprived the Senate of all authority and took it into his own hands. Business which used to be transacted in public assemblies to the senates. 395. M.5 Elimination of rivals. Satisfaction, he carried on in his palace, accepting the responsibility and its consequences. The result was that before long, Rome had lost all the liberties she had enjoyed under previous kings. Nor did it suffice to have made the patricians his enemies, he aroused also the animosity of the plebs by setting them mechanical tasks to do, quite different from those which his predecessors had set them to do, so that by filling Rome with instances of his cruelty and pride, he had already aroused in the minds of all Romans a spirit of revolt, ready to break out should occasion arise. Hence, if the Lucretia incident had not occurred, something else would have happened and would have led to the same result. Whereas, if Tarquin had behaved like the other kings, when his son, Sextus, committed his crime, Brutus and Collateralinius would have appealed to Tarquin to avenge it, and not to the Roman people. From this princes should learn, therefore, that they begin to lose their state the moment they begin to break the laws and to disregard the ancient traditions and customs under which men have long lived. And if, when they have been deprived of their state, they should ever become so prudent as to realize with what ease principalities may be held by those who think wisely, their loss will inevitably become much more bitter and will condemn them to a punishment greater than that to which they have been condemned by other men. For it is much easier to acquire the affection of good men than of bad, and to obey laws rather than to override them. If they would discover how to behave in order to do this, all they have to do is to glance at the looking glass in which the lives of good men are reflected, Timo Leon the Corinthian, for instance, Aretas the Sicilian and such like, in whose lives they will FMD both governors and governed enjoying such security and contentment that it should make them desire to imitate them, which they can do easily for the reasons aforesaid. For when men are well governed, they do not go. 396. Hereditary Princes 3.5. About looking for further liberty, as was the case with the peoples governed by the two persons mentioned above, for they insisted on their remaining princes so long as they lived, though more than once both of them sought to retire to private life. Since in this and in the two preceding chapters we have dealt with the disaffection aroused against princes and with the conspiracy organized by the sons of Brutus against their country, and with those made against Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, it will not be beside the point, I think, to discuss conspiracies at length in the next chapter, since they constitute a topic of which both princes and private persons should take due note. Book 3. Discourse 6. On Conspiracies. 6. On Conspiracies. In view of abnormal length of these discourse, insets indicating the subjects discussed have been inserted, by Father Walker, at the beginning of each paragraph, or set off paragraphs. Since conspiracies are of such dangerous consequence alike to princes and to private persons, I cannot well omit to discuss their nature, for it is plain that many more princes have lost their lives and their states in this way than by open war, because it is given to but few to make open war on a prince, whereas anyone can conspire against him. 56. There is, on the other hand, no enterprise in which private per introductory I.R.R. one's sons can engage, more dangerous or more rash than is this, for it is both difficult and extremely dangerous in all its stages. Whence it comes about that, though many conspiracies have been attempted, very few have attained the desired end. Hence, in order that princes may learn how to guard against these dangers, and that private persons may think twice before undertaking them and may learn, instead, to be content with life under the regime which fate has placed over them, I shall speak of conspiracies at length, omitting nothing of importance that is relevant either to a prince or to a private person. There is, in fact, a golden saying. 398. Conspiracies M.6. Voiced by Cornelius Tacitus, who says that men have to respect the past but to submit to the present, and, while they should be desirous of having good princes, should put up with them of whatever sort they may turn out to be. And, unquestionably those who act otherwise usually bring disaster, both upon themselves and upon their country. In starting to deal with this topic, the first thing to be considered is against whom conspiracies are formed. It will be found that they are formed either against one's fatherland or against a prince. I propose here to discuss both these types, for of conspiracies formed with a view to handing over a town to the enemy besieging it, or conspiracies which for one reason or another resemble this. Enough has been said elsewhere. We shall deal in the first part of this discourse with conspiracies against a prince, and shall inquire first as to their causes, which are many. There is, however, one which is much more important than all the rest. This consists in the universal hatred a prince may evoke, for when Law Prince has aroused such universal hatred it is to be expected that there will be certain persons to whom he has given greater offense, and that they will seek vengeance. This desire will be intensified by the universal ill will which they notice has been aroused against him. A prince, therefore, should avoid incurring these personal reproaches, and since what he has to do in order to avoid them has been discussed elsewhere, I shall refrain from discussing it here. I mention it because, if he does guard against this, the mere giving of offense to individuals will evoke less hostility. The reason is, first, that one rarely comes across men so indignant at an unjust act as to endanger themselves to such an extent by seeking vengeance, and secondly, that, should they actually be inclined to do this and have the requisite power, they are restrained by the universal goodwill which they see that the prince enjoys. 399. M.6 on conspiracies. Injuries may affect either a man's property, his life, or his honor. TJ The threat of bloodshed is more dangerous than is the shedding of blood. To threaten to shed blood is, in fact, extremely dangerous, whereas to shed it is attended with no danger at all, for a dead man cannot contemplate vengeance, and those that remain alive usually leave you to do the one templating. But a man who has been threatened and sees that he must of necessity either do something or be for it, has been turned into a real menace for the prince, as we shall cite cases presently to show. Prescinding from the case in which action is imposed by necessity, injuries affecting a man's property or honor are the two things which give men greater offense than anything else. And against them the prince should be on his guard, for he can never so despoil anyone but that there will remain to him a knife with which to wreak vengeance. Nor can he deprive a man of his honor to such an extent that his mind will cease to be set on vengeance. And of the honors of which men may be deprived, that which imports most is a woman's honor, and, after that, contempt for a man's person. Jailed was this that caused Pausanias to take up arms against Philip of Macedon, and this that has caused many others to take up arms against many other princes. Inarde Lucio Belanti would not have been moved to conspire against Pandolfo, the tyrant of Siena, if he had not given him his daughter to wife and then taken her away again, as we shall relate in due course. The chief cause which led the Pazzi to conspire against the Medici was the inheritance of Giovanni Bonrome, one of which they had been deprived by the Medici's orders. Another cause, and this a very powerful one, that makes men conspire against a prince, is the desire to liberate their fatherland of which a prince has seized possession. It was this that caused Brutus and Cassius to turn against Caesar, this that led to many other conspiracies, against Phalaris, Dionysius and 400 conspiracies. M.6 against other usurpers of their country's rights. Nor can any tyrant prevail over the spirit, except by discarding his tyranny. And since one does not find tyrants doing this, one finds few who have not come to a miserable end. Hence the verse of Juvenal: to Pluto's realm few kings unscathed descend, nor tyrants oft escape a sticky end. The dangers involved in conspiracies, as I have said above, are considerable, and go on all the time, for in a conspiracy, dangers crop up alike in forming the plot, in carrying it out, and as a result of its having been carried out. Plots may be formed by one conspirator, or by several. If by one person only, it cannot rightly be called a conspiracy. Rather it is a firm resolve on the part of some individual to kill the prince. Of the three dangers conspiracies entail, a one-man conspiracy lacks the first. For no danger can arise before the time for action comes, since no one else being privy to the secret, there is no danger of the plot being carried to the ears of the prince. To make a resolve of this kind lies within the competence of anybody whatsoever, be he great, small, noble, or insignificant. 61 Intimate or not intimate with the prince. For anyone is allowed at some time or other to speak to the prince, and anyone who gets the chance of speaking to him, gets a chance to relieve his feelings. Pausanias, of whom we have already spoken several times, killed Philip of Macedon as he was on his way to the temple with a lot of armed men about him and his son on one side and his son-in-law on the other. The former, however, was a nobleman and an acquaintance of the prince. But there are others. A poor, miserable Spaniard stuck a dagger in the neck of Ferdinand, King of Spain, and, though a noble, ignoble, terms used in Discourses I.30 to indicate the upper and the lower classes. 401. M.6 on conspiracies. The wound was not fatal. It shows us that a man of this type may have both the intention and the opportunity of doing such a thing. A dervish, or Turkish priest, struck at Bajazet, the father of the present Turk, with a scimitar. He did not kill him, but he certainly had the intention and the opportunity of so doing. One finds plenty of people, I think, who would like to do such things, for the intention is attended neither with penalty nor danger of any kind. Yet there are but few who actually do such things, and of those who do, there are very few, if any, who do not themselves get killed in the very act. Hence one does not find men keen on going to certain death. But let us leave these one-man plots and turn to conspiracies involving several people. I maintain that one finds in history that all conspiracies have been made by men of standing or else by men in immediate attendance on a prince, for other people, unless conspiracies. 111. R. 7. They be sneer lunatics, cannot form a conspiracy, formed by R.J. Since men without power and those who are not in touch with the prince are devoid alike of any hope and opound any opportunity of carrying out a conspiracy successfully. For, first of all, men without power cannot get hold of anyone who will keep faith with them, since no one can consent to do what they want under any of those prospects which induce men to take great risks, so that, once the plot has been communicated to 2 or 3 people, an informer will turn up and they are ruined. Moreover, should they actually be lucky enough to avoid informers, the carrying out of the plot will involve them in such difficulties, owing to the lack of easy access to the prince, that it will be impossible for them to escape disaster in carrying out their scheme. For, if men of standing and those who have easy access succumb to these difficulties, which will be dealt with a fatta iuotnani grandi familiarissimi del principi, the phrase men of standing has been used throughout in translating grandi / 402. Conspiracies 3.6. Presently, it is to be expected that in the case of these others, such difficulties will be magnified without end. Consequently, since when their lives and property are not at stake, men do not entirely lose their heads, they become cautious when they recognize their weakness, and when they get sick of a prince, confine themselves to cursing him, and wait for those of higher standing than they have, to avenge them. So that, should one in fact come across somebody of this kind who has attempted such a thing, one should praise his intention but not his prudence. It would seem, then, that conspirators have all been men of standing or intimates of the prince, and, of these, those who have been moved to conspire by too many conspiracies, are 11 are, benefits are as numerous as those moved to formed by spire by too many mayunes, as was the case with the Strove Fiajni Carrot, Perennis versus Commodus, Plautianus versus Severus, and Sejanus versus Tiberius. For to all these men their emperors had granted such wealth and so many honors and titles that there seemed to be nothing wanting to complete their power, save the imperial title. So, since with the lack of this they were unwilling to put up, they were moved to conspire against their prince, and their conspiracy in each case was attended with the results which their ingratitude merited. Of similar conspiracies which have occurred in more recent times there is, however, one that met with success, that of Jacopo di Appiano against Messer Piero Gambacordi, Prince of Pisa. For this Jacopo had been brought up by, reared by, and owed his reputation to, the very person whom later on he deprived of his power. There is also in our own times the conspiracy of Coppola against King Ferdinand of Aragon. The said Coppola having attained a greatness such that the only thing that seemed to him to be lacking was a kingdom. And since he made up his mind to acquire this, he lost his life. And yet, if any conspiracies against a prince, made by men. 403. M.6 on conspiracies of standing, ought to have succeeded, it should surely have been this, since it was made by another king, so to speak, who had every convenience requisite to satisfying his desire. But that lust for domination, which blinds men, blinds them yet again in the way they set about the business, for, if they knew but how to do their evil deeds with prudence, it would be impossible for them not to succeed. A prince, therefore, who wants to guard against conspiracies, should fear those on whom he has conferred excessive favors more than those to whom he has done excessive injury. For the latter lack on to princes /CIJ/IR port unity, whereas the former abound emit, and the desire is the same in both cases, for the desire to rule is as great as, or greater than, is the desire for vengeance. Consequently princes should confer on their friends an authority of such magnitude that between it and that of the prince there remains a certain interval, and between the two something else to be desired. Otherwise it will be a strange thing if that does not happen to them which happened to the princes we have been talking about. But to return to the lines of our discourse. Having said that conspirators must be men of standing and have easy access to the prince, I must now discuss the success of these, their undertaking, and inquire as to why. Some have succeeded and others have failed. As I have remarked above, in conspiracies there are informers. /R 3 stages. At which danger may be round to occur, at the start, while carrying them out, and afterwards. One finds that few conspiracies prove successful because it is impossible, or almost impossible, to pass through all 3 stages successfully. Let us begin by discussing the dangers incurred at the outset. These are the more important, I maintain, since there is need of great discretion and one must have considerable luck if, in making one's plans, the plot is not to be discovered. Plots are discovered either from in 404. Conspiracies M.6. Formation received or by conjecture. Leakage of information is due either to lack of loyalty or to lack of discretion among those to whom you communicate the plot. Lack of loyalty may easily occur, because you can only communicate your plan to those in whom you have such confidence that you think they will risk death for your sake, or else to men who are discontented with the prince. Now there may be 1 or 2 persons whom you can trust, but it is impossible to find such men if you reveal your plans to many people, for the goodwill they bear you must indeed be great if the danger and the fear of punishment is not to outweigh it in their estimation. Men, too, quite frequently make mistakes about the affection another man has for them, nor can you be sure of it unless of it you have previously had experience, and to acquire experience In such a matter is a very risky business. Even should you have had experience of some other dangerous affair in which they have been loyal to you, you cannot infer from their loyalty in this case that they will be equally loyal in another which far exceeds it in dangers of all kinds. While if you judge of a person's loyalty by the degree of disaffection he has for the prince, here, too, you may easily be mistaken, for by the very fact of your having opened your mind to such a malcontent, you provide him with material with which to obtain contentment, so that, if he is to keep faith with you, either his hatred must be great or your influence over him must be very great indeed. It thus comes about that conspiracies are frequently revealed, and are crushed at the very start. Indeed, it is looked on as a marvel if a plot which has been communicated to many people, remains secret for any length of time, as was the case with that formed by Piso against Nero, and in our day with that formed by the Pazzi against Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici, to which there were privy more than 50 persons and yet it was not discovered till it came to the point of execution. As to discovery due to lack of discretion, this comes about. 405. D.6 on conspiracies. When a conspiracy is spoken of without due caution and a one servant or some third person gets to hear of it, as 1 he ud flo qct. I asterisk happened to the sons of Brutus who were over heard discussing their plans with Tarquin's mess. If cllscyctl flo. Senders by a servant who informed against them. Or it may be due to your having lightly communicated it to a lady friend or to a boyfriend or to some other frivolous person, as Didymnus, who with Philotas and others speared against Alexander the Great, and talked of the conspiracy to Nicomachus, a boy of whom he was fond, who at once told his brother, Ceballinus, about it, and Ceballinus told it to the king. As to discovery due to conjecture, we have an example of this in the Pisonian conspiracy formed against Nero, in which Sabinus, one of the conspirators, made his will on the day before he had to kill Nero, ordered Milichus, his freedman, to have his old and rusty dagger sharpened up, freed all his slaves and gave them money, and had bandages got ready for binding up the wounded, from which facts Milichus conjectured that there was a plot and told Nero. Sabinus was arrested, together with Natalis, another conspirator, who had been seen talking together for a long time and in secret the day before, and, as their explanations did not agree, they were forced to tell the truth, so that the conspiracy was discovered, with disastrous results for all concerned in it. Against discovery due to such causes it is impossible so to guard as to prevent the plot being revealed, whether owing to THACC 7 malice, to indiscretion or to frivolous JJI in all cases in which the number of preventing, CII, RA those who are cognizant OT. It exceeds 3 or 4. Should more than one of the conspirators be arrested, it is impossible to prevent its coming out, because two cannot possibly agree as to every detail in the explanations they give. If only one man is arrested and 406. Conspiracies 3.6. He be a man of resolution, he may have sufficient strength of mind to be silent about his fellow conspirators. It is essential, however, that the other conspirators have no less courage than he has in standing their ground and not running away, for the conspiracy will be revealed by either party in which courage is lacking, whether by the man who has been arrested or those who are still at large. There is, indeed, a rare case given by Titus Livy, namely, the conspiracy formed against Hieronymus, king of Syracuse, in which, when Theodotus, one of the conspirators, was arrested, he showed great virtue in concealing all the other conspirators, and accused the king's own friends, and the other conspirators, on their part, had such confidence in Theodotus virtue, that not one of them left Syracuse or showed any other sign of fear. These, then, are the dangers to which a conspiracy is exposed in the course of its formation before the time comes for it to be carried out, and, if they are to be avoided, these are the remedies. The first, the safest and, to tell the truth, the only one, is not to allow the conspirators time to give information against you, and to tell them of Junior your plan only when you are ready to act, and not before. Those who have so acted, at any rate, escape the dangers involved in contriving the plot, and more often than not, the others also. All of them, in fact, have been successful, and any prudent man should find it possible to conduct things in this fashion. I shall cite 2 cases, and leave it at that. Nelematus, being unable to stand the tyranny of Timus, tyrant of Epirus, collected in his house many of his relations and friends, and exhorted them to set their country free. Some of them asked for time to consider the matter and to put their affairs in order. Whereupon Nelematus told his servants to lock the doors of the house, and to those whom he had called together said, either you swear to go and do 407. M.6 on conspiracies. The deed now, or I shall hand you all over as prisoners to Aristotimus. These words got them going, they took the oath, and, having set out without delay, they successfully carried out Nelematus's instructions. When one of the Magi, by subterfuge got possession of the Persian throne, and Otanes, one of the leading men in the kingdom, heard of it and discovered the fraud, he conferred with 6 other leading men in the state, and told them that it was for them to rid the king of the tyranny of this Magus. When one of them asked for time, Darius, one of the 6 who had been called together by Otanes, got up and said, either we go at once and put this business through, or I shall go and lay information against the lot of you. So with one accord they got up, and succeeded in carrying out their plan before anyone had time to repent. Similar to these two cases also was the method the Aetolians adopted in order to kill Nabis, the Spartan tyrant. For they commissioned their fellow citizen, Alexamens, to go with 30 horse and 200 foot ostensibly to the assistance of Nabis, communicated the secret only to Alexamenes, and told the rest to obey him on each and every point, under pain of banishment. So Alexamens went to Sparta and never mentioned the commission entrusted to him till he was ready to carry it out, with the result that he succeeded in killing Nabis. These folk, then, by adopting these methods, have avoided the dangers which attend the planning of a conspiracy, and those who follow their example will always avoid them. That anyone can do as they did, I propose now to prove by citing the case of Piso, of whom mention has already been made. Piso was a man of very high standing, and great repute, and was intimate with Nero, who had considerable confidence in him. Nero used frequently to dine with him in his gardens. Piso, therefore, could have made friends with men who in mentality 408 conspiracies M.6 courage and inclination were of the right kind to carry out such a scheme, for to a man of standing this is quite an easy matter, and while Nero was in his gardens, he could have told them of the business and with suitable words got them to do what there would have been no time for them to refuse and what could not but have succeeded. Hence if we inquire into conspiracies in general, but few will be found that could not have been carried out in the same way. Ordinarily, however, men pay but little attention to the affairs of the world and so make frequently the gravest blunders, especially in matters which lie outside the ordinary run of things, as this does. A plot, then, should never be divulged unless one is driven to it and it is ripe for execution, and if you, perforce, have to divulge it, it should be told to but one other poor son, and this a man of whom you have had very precautions one ir considerable experience, or else one who is actuated by the same motives as you are. To find such a man is far easier than to find several, and for this very reason is less dangerous. Moreover, should you, in fact, make a mistake, you have here a chance of protecting yourself, which is not the case where many conspirators are involved. For I have heard a wise man say that you can talk about any thing to one person alone, since, unless you allow yourself to be persuaded to commit yourself in writing, one man's yes will be worth just as much as the other man's no star. And against writing anything down everybody should be on his guard as against a rock, for nothing is more likely to convict you than is your own handwriting. Plautianus, having made up his mind to kill the emperor Severus and his son, Antoninus, entrusted the secret to Saturninus, the tribune, who wanted to inform against him instead of doing what he wished, but was afraid that, when he brought the charge, more credence might be given to Plautianus than to himself. So he asked for some 409 M.6 on conspiracies. Thing in writing that might serve as evidence off commission. Entrusted to him. Blinded by ambition, Plautianus gave it him, with the result that the tribune brought the accusation, and he was convicted. Yet without this commitment in writing and certain other evidence against him, Plautianus would have got the better of him, so brazen was he in denying the charge. There is then some chance of getting off when a charge is brought by but one person, provided you cannot be convicted by a written document or other evidence telling against you, which one should take care not to provide. In the Pisonian conspiracy there was a woman called Epicharus, who had formerly been Nero's mistress. Since she thought it would help to get a captain of some triremes which served as Nero's guard to join the conspirators, she told him of the plot, but not who the conspirators were. Subsequently, when the captain broke his word and charged her with it to Nero, Epicharus denied the charge with such vehemence that Nero could not make up his mind and let her off. There are, then, in communicating a plot to a single other person two dangers. The first is that he may accuse you of his own accord, and the second is that he may get arrested on suspicion or because there is some evidence against him, and accuse you, when convicted and constrained by torture to do so. In both these cases the danger is not irremediable, for in the first case, you can deny the charge and allege that he made it because he hated you, and in the second you can deny it, alleging that under force he has been compelled to tell a lie. The wisest thing, therefore, is not to tell anybody what you are about, but to act in accordance with the examples given. TTT 1 above, or, if you have to tell somebody, not unpremeditated, are to tell more than one, in which case, though assassination LT.N. the danger will be somewhat greater, it will not be so great as if you had told it to many. The case is somewhat the same when necessity constrains you to do that to a 410 conspiracies M.6 prince which you see that the prince is about to do to you, for your need is then so great that it does not give you time to think of precautions. A necessity of this kind almost always leads to the end desired, and, to prove it, I propose to give just two examples. Among the chief friends and intimates which the emperor Commodus had, were Laetus and Eclectus, who were in charge of his praetorian troops, and for one of his principal concubines or lady friends he had Marcia, and because they sometimes reproached him for sullying alike his person and his imperial position by his behavior, he decided to put them to death, and made out a list on which he wrote the names of Marcia, Laetus, and Eclectus, and several others whom he proposed on the following night to put to death. This list he put under the pillow of his bed. Having gone to wash himself, a favorite little boy of his was romping about the room and on the bed when he came across the list, and, having gone out, sighed with it in his hand, met Marcia, who took it from him, and, having read it and noted its contents, sent at once for Laetus and Eclectus. All three of them, realizing the danger in which they stood, decided to forestall it, so, without wasting any unnecessary time, they killed Commodus the following night. Again, the Emperor Antoninus Caracalla, when with his army in Mesopotamia, had as his prefect, Macrinus, who was more of a civilian than a soldier, and, as is usually the case with princes who are not good, he was forever afraid that others should not act towards him as he thought he deserved. So, Antoninus wrote to Maternianus, a friend of his in Rome, to request him to inquire of the astrologers whether anybody was aspiring to become emperor, and to advise him accordingly. Maternianus, therefore, wrote him that Macrinus was the man who had this idea in mind, but the letter fell into the hands of Macrinus before it got to the emperor, and, in 411 M.6 on conspiracies. Consequence, Macrinus saw that it was necessary either to kill him before a further letter came from Rome, or to be killed. So he instructed Martialis, a centurion who was devoted to him and whose brother Antoninus had killed a few days before, to assassinate the emperor, a commission which he carried out successfully. Hence we see that when necessity becomes so urgent that it leaves no time for delay, it produces much the same effect as does the method adopted by Nellimatus of Epirus, which I have described above. We see, too, that what I have said almost at the beginning of this discourse also holds good. Namely, that threats do more harm to princes and are more likely to result in conspiracies than the actual infliction of injuries. Against threats, therefore, a prince should be on his guard, for either he should make a fuss of men or should make sure they will do him no harm, but in no case should he put them in such a position that the only courses which appear open to them are either to get killed or to kill somebody else. As to the dangers which occur during the carrying out of a plot, these are due either to a change of plan, or to lack of courage on the part of the person who is to carry JJ and acts R it out, or to the operative S making some mistake amino from R, C, J, R owing to carelessness, or to failure to complete a C clilo of 1 asterisk J the job, in that there remain alive some of those R who were to have been killed. I would here point out, therefore, that nothing so perturbs and interferes with anything undertaken by men as does their having suddenly and without due notice to change their plan and to give up that laid down at the start. And, if such a change of plan anywhere gives rise to disorder, it is in military operations and in affairs such as those of which we are speaking. Because in a business of this kind what it is essential to do, first and foremost, is to get clearly into the heads of those concerned the part which each of them has to play, and, if men have for several days been picturing to themselves a certain 412 conspiracies Ni.6 course of action and a certain plan, and this is suddenly changed, it is impossible but that it should throw everything out of gear and spoil the whole scheme. So that it is much better to carry out the original plan, even if one sees in it certain inconveniences, than it is to cancel it and thereby to involve oneself in a host of inconveniences. This applies to cases in which there is no time to draw up a new plan, for if there is time, a man can arrange matters as he pleases. The conspiracy of the Pazzi against Lorenzo and Giuliano de' Medici is familiar to all. According to the plan that had been given out, they were to be invited to dinner with the Cardinal of St. George, and at the dinner were to be assassinated those who were to kill them, those who were to seize the palace, and those who were to run about the city, calling on the people to free themselves, had all been detailed. It happened that, when the Pazzi, the Medici, and the Cardinal were attending a solemn function in the Cathedral Church of Florence, it became known that Giuliano was not going to dine with them that day, so the conspirators got together and decided that what they had been going to do in the house of the Medici should be done in the church. This upset the whole plan, for Giovan Battista da Monte's Echo declined to take part in the murder, since he was not going to do it in church, he said. So they had to find new operatives and to redistribute the parts assigned, and, since there was no time for them to get clear as to their parts, they made such blunders in carrying it out that they were overcome. Irresolution on the part of operatives in doing their job is due either to human respect or to personal cowardice. Such is J. The majesty and the respect inspired by the presence of a prince, that it may easily damp the 7. Resolution of an operative or terrify him. When irresolution Manus was taken prisoner by the Minturnians, a slave was sent to kill him, but, so overawed was he by the presence of such a man and by the recollection of what his 413 IH.6 on conspiracies name stood for, that he lost courage and hadn't the strength to kill him. If, then, such power appertains to a man who is chained up in prison and overwhelmed with misfortune, how much greater must be that of a prince who is not thus encumbered, but is there in his majesty, wearing his robes and decorations, surrounded by pomp and by his courtiers. Such pomp as this may well affright you, or again, the graciousness of his welcome may soften you. Certain persons were conspiring against Sitalces, king of Thrace, had settled the day on which the deed was to be done, and had got to the place assigned at which the prince then was, yet none of them ventured to attack him, so that at length they went away without trying to do anything and without quite knowing what had prevented them, each laying the blame on the other. They made the same mistake more than once, so that in the end the conspiracy was discovered and they were punished for a crime which they could have committed but were reluctant to commit. Two of his brothers conspired against Alfonso, Duke of Ferrara, and used as an intermediary Jens, a priest and a cantor in the Duke's employ. Several times at their request he got the Duke to meet them, so that it lay in their power to kill him, in spite of which not one of them dared to do it, so that, the plot being discovered, they suffered the penalty of their wickedness and their want of prudence. Such negligence could not have been due to anything except their being frightened by the presence of the prince or humbled by some gracious act of his. Inconveniences in the carrying out of a conspiracy are due to mistakes caused either by lack of prudence or by lack of courage, for both these two things may befall you and cause you such confusion of mind that you say and do what you ought not to say or do, that men do get thus overwhelmed and confused cannot be better illustrated than by what Titus Livy tells us of Alexamenes, the Aetolian, who had made up his 414 conspiracies. M.6. Mind to kill Nabis the Spartan, of whom we have already spoken. When the time came to do it, he explained to his men what it was they had to do. And, says Livy, pulled himself together, for his mind had become confused by thinking of so great a matter. It is, indeed, impossible, that any man, even though he be strong-minded, familiar with death and ac accustomed to using the sword, should not become confused. Hence men should be chosen who have had experience in doing such deeds, and one should entrust them to no one else, brave as he may be thought to be. For when it comes to doing big things of which a man has had no previous experience, no one can say for certain what will happen. This confusion, for instance, might be such as to cause you to let the weapon fall from your hand, or to let slip some word which would have precisely the same effect. Lucilla, the sister of Commodus, arranged with Quinianus to kill him. Quinianus lay in wait for Commodus at the entrance to the amphitheater, and, going up to him with a naked dagger, greeted him with the words, "The Senate sends you this." Words which led to his being arrested before he had lowered his arm to strike. Messer Antonio de Volterra was deputed, as we have already said, to kill Lorenzo de' Medici. On coming up to him he said, "Ah, traitor!" An exclamation which saved Lorenzo's life and ruined the conspiracy. It is not easy to do the thing perfectly when a conspiracy is directed against one ruler, for the reasons alleged, and still less is it easy to do it perfectly when a conspiracy is conspiracies /RI directed against two. On the contrary, it is so difficult that it is almost impossible for the R conspiracy to succeed. For it is almost more than 5. 1 I possible to do similar actions in different places. One prince IR at one and the same time, and you cannot perform them at different times if you do not want one to. 415. M.6 on conspiracies. Spoil the other. Hence, if to conspire against one prince is a doubtful, dangerous, and imprudent undertaking, to conspire against two is altogether foolish and frivolous. Were it not for my respect for the historian, I should never have thought that what Herodian says of Plautianus were possible. Namely, that he should have commissioned the same person, Saturninus the centurion, to kill both Severus and Antoninus, who dwelt in different places, for the thing is so utterly unreasonable that nothing short of his authority would make me believe it. Certain Athenian youths conspired against Diodes and Hippias, tyrants ruling in Athens. They killed Diodes, but Hippias escaped and avenged him. Chion and Leonides of Heraclea, disciples of Plato, conspired against the tyrants Clearchus and Satyrus. They killed Clearchus, but Satyrus remained alive to avenge him. The Pazzi, whom we have mentioned more than once, only succeeded in killing Giuliano. Hence no one should engage in conspiracies against more than one ruler, since he will do not good either to himself or to his country or to anybody at all. On the contrary, those who survive will become more insupportable and more bitter, as Florence, Athens and Heraclea, to which I have already alluded, found out. True, the conspiracy which Pelopidas formed for the liberation of Thebes, his fatherland, involved all these difficulties, and yet was successful, for Pelopidas conspired not only against 2 tyrants, but against 10, and not only was he an outsider to whom access to the tyrants presented a difficulty, but he was a rebel. Nonetheless, he was able to get into Thebes, to kill the tyrants and to liberate his country. Actually, however, it was with the assistance of Charon, counselor to the tyrants, that he did all this, for it was through him that he gained easy access to do the deed. Nor should anyone nevertheless emulate his example, for it was an impossible undertaking and a mar. 416. Conspiracies. M.6. Velis thing that it succeeded. It was also, as all writers are agreed who have mentioned it, a rare and almost unparalleled thing. 57. The carrying out of a plot may be ruined by a false empraise. Zion or by an unforeseen accident which occurs in the course of it. On the very morning on which Brutus and the other conspirators had decided to kill Caesar, it false. Happened that he held a long conversation with Gaius Pompilius Linus, who was one of the impressions. 1111. One are conspirators, and when the others saw him talking for so long, they wondered whether the said Pompilius was not telling Caesar of the conspiracy, and were on the point of killing him there and then, without waiting for him to come into the Senate. They would, indeed, have done this, had the argument not come to an end and had they not then been reassured when they saw Caesar gave no sign of unusual emotion. False impressions of this kind should be taken into account and due attention be paid to them, if one would be prudent, the more so in that it is easy to get such false impressions. For, when a man has a bad conscience, he readily believes that people are talking about him, and a remark which is irrelevant may disturb your equanimity and make you think that it has bearing on your business, and this causes you either to give the conspiracy away by running off, or to muddle it by acting before the proper time. And the more there are who are in the know, the more likely is this to happen. As to accidents, since they cannot be foreseen, the only thing one can do is to give examples showing how cautious men ought to be in regard to them. Lucio Belanti, of Siena, of whom mention has already been made, was so indignant with Pandolfo, who had taken away the daughter he had previously given him in marriage, that he decided to kill him, and chose the occasion as follows. Pandolfo used to go daily to visit 417. IH.6 on conspiracies. A sick relative, and, in doing so, passed by Lucio's house. Lucio, having noticed this, arranged for his conspirators to be ready in his house to kill Pandolfo as he was going by. He placed them inside the doorway with their arms, and stationed one of them at the window ready to give the signal when Pandolfo was to pass by the doorway, whereupon they were at once to issue forth. It so happened that, when Pandolfo came along and the signal had been given, Pandolfo met a friend who stopped him, and some of those who were with him went on ahead, saw what was happening, heard the clatter of arms and so discovered the trap, with the result that Pandolfo escaped and Lucio and his accomplices had to fly from Siena. Thus this accidental meeting interfered with the business in hand and caused Lucio's scheme to end in disaster. Since accidents, such as these, are of rare occurrence, it is impossible to prescribe any remedy. What one must do is to consider everything that is likely to happen, and to provide accordingly. It remains now for us to discuss the dangers that may occur after a conspiracy has been successfully carried out. There is but one. It is that someone may be left alive who 1. Will avenge the death of the prince. There may, subsequent to c. degree II carat 1. For instance, remain brothers or sons or other a conspiracy. T. Vr 1 supporters to whom the principality was expected to come. Survival of those who may wreak vengeance may be due either to your negligence or to the causes mentioned above. Thus, when Giovanni Andrea da Lampadino and his accomplices had killed the Duke of Milan, there remained one of his sons and two of his brothers, who in due course came to avenge his death. In cases such as these the conspirators have an excuse, for there is nothing they can do about it, but when it is owing to lack of prudence or to their negligence that someone is left alive, they have in that case no excuse. Some conspirators who were citizens of Forli. 418. Conspiracies M.6. Killed Count Girolamo, their lord, and took prisoner his wife and his children, who were little ones. It seemed to them, however, that their lives would scarce be safe unless they could get hold of the citadel, which its governor declined to hand over. So Mistress Catherine, as the countess was called, promised the conspirators that, if they would let her go to the citadel, she would arrange for it to be handed over to them. Meanwhile they were to keep her children as hostages. On this understanding the conspirators let her go to the citadel, from the walls of which, when she got inside, she reproached them with killing her husband and threatened them with vengeance in every shape and form. And to convince them that she did not mind about her children she exposed her sexual parts to them and said she was still capable of bearing more. The conspirators, dumbfounded, realized their mistake too late, and paid the penalty for their lack of prudence by suffering perpetual banishment. But of all the dangers that may ensue after a successful conspiracy there is none more inevitable or more to be dreaded than when the people are well disposed to the prince you have killed, for in such a case, since there is no remedy to which the conspirators can have recourse, there is no chance of their ever obtaining security. Caesar is a case in point, for he was avenged by the people of Rome who were friendlily disposed towards him, and of the conspirators, after they had been driven out of Rome, one and all were killed at various times and in various places. Conspiracies against one's country are less dangerous to those who take part in them than are against degree RJ and conspiracies against princes, since rule dangers one as country are X are 1 JLI 1 occur in the planning or them than in the latter case. In carrying them out they are the same, and after wards there are none. There are not many dangers in planning the conspiracy because a citizen can scheme to obtain. 419. M.6 on conspiracies. Power without revealing his mind or his plan to anybody else, and, if his schemes are not interfered with, success will attend his undertaking, while if they should be interfered with by some law or other, he must bide his time and look for some other opening. This applies to a republic which is to some extent corrupt, for, since in one that is not corrupt no starting on evil courses there finds a place, no citizen is likely to harbor such thoughts. There are, then, all manner of ways and means of which citizens who aspire to a principality can avail themselves without running any risk of getting into trouble, alike because a republic is slower to take action than is a prince, is less suspicious, and for this reason less cautious, and because it has more respect for citizens of standing, and, in consequence, the latter are more daring and more inclined to act contrary to its interests. Everybody has read Sallust's account of the conspiracy of Catiline, and is aware that Catiline not only remained in Rome after the conspiracy was discovered, but attended the Senate, where he made opprobrious remarks about the Senate and about the consuls, so great was the respect which the city had for its citizens. Nor, when he had left Rome and was already in touch with the armies, would Lentulus and others have been arrested if they had not had in their possession letters in their own hand, which plainly showed their complicity. Again, when Hanno, one of the leading citizens in Carthage, who hoped to set up a tyranny, had arranged to poison the whole Senate at the marriage feast of one of his daughters, and afterwards to make himself prince, all the Senate did, when it got to hear of the business, was to pass a law restricting the amount to be spent on banquets and marriages, so great was the respect they had for a man in his position. On the other hand, it may well be that in carrying out a conspiracy against one's country there is more difficulty and the dangers are greater, for in a conspiracy aimed at so many 420 conspiracies M.6 people your own forces will scarce suffice, and not everybody has an army at his disposal, as had Caesar, Agathocles, Cleo, Menes and such like, who have at one stroke subjugated their country by means of the forces they commanded. For to such folk the way is easy enough and safe enough, but others, who have not such forces at their disposal, must give effect to their designs either by means of deceit and artifice or with the help of foreign troops. The use of deceit and artifice is illustrated in the case of Pisistratus, the Athenian, who by his victory over the Megarians gained favor with the people. One morning he appeared in public, wounded, said that the nobility out of envy had attacked him, and asked that he might go about with an armed force for the protection of his person. This being authorized, he had no difficulty in arrogating to himself such great power that he became tyrant of Athens. Pandolfo Petrucci, on his return to Siena with other exiles, was given command of the guard in the piazza, a routine business which others had refused, yet this armed force, in course of time acquired for him such repute that he became, before long a prince. Many others have adopted other devices and other methods and in course of time and without danger have achieved their aim. Those who have conspired to get control of their country, by means of their own forces or with foreign armies have met with varied success according as fortune has favored them or not. Catiline, whom we mentioned above, perished in the attempt. Hanno, of whom also we made mention, having failed to succeed by using poison, armed several thousands of his partisans, and both he and they were slain. Some of the principal citizens of Thebes called in a Spartan army to help them, and set up a tyranny in that city. If, then, we inquire into all the conspiracies men have made against their country, it will be found that none of them, or but few, have been suppressed while the plot was being contrived, but that all of 421 M.6 on conspiracies them have either succeeded or been ruined when it came to carrying them out. Nor, when successful, do they entail any subsequent dangers other than those which pertain to a principality by its very nature. For, given that a man has become a tyrant, he is faced with the dangers which tyranny naturally and normally involves, and to avert them has no remedies other than those that we have already discussed. This is all that needs to be said about conspiracies, and if I have taken account of those in which the sword and not Jr poison has been used, it is because they are all of the use of RAAT. I_IRJ. One and the same pattern. It is true that the use of poison JIR poison is more dangerous owing to its being more uncertain, for not everybody has the commodity, so that those who have it must needs be consulted, and the necessity of consulting others means danger to yourself. Again, for a variety of reasons, a poisoned drink may not prove fatal, as those discovered who were to kill Commodus. For, on his throwing up the poison they had given him, they were forced to strangle him if they wanted him to die. There is nothing, then, more inimical to princes than a conspiracy. For, when a conspiracy is formed against them, either they get killed or they incur infamy. 1 CICTLCS 10 OER11II/V. Since it succeeds, they die, and it is discovered and they kill the conspirators, the suppressing a%. IJJRR. A conspiracy is apt to be regarded as a device on ** the part of the prince whereby to cloak his 1. Avarice and his cruelty vis-a-vis the lives and property of those he has put to death. I must not, therefore, neglect to warn that prince or that republic who knows that a conspiracy has been planned, to endeavor to discover its precise character before they take punitive action, and to compare fully the strength and standing of the conspirators with their own, and, should they find it large and powerful, to take no notice of it until they have at their disposal enough forces. 422. Conspiracies are a6. To crush it. To act otherwise is but to court disaster. Hence, they should practice dissimulation as best they can, lest the conspirators, finding themselves discovered, be driven of necessity to take immediate action regardless of the result. The Romans afford us an example of this. 2 legions of soldiers were left to guard Capua against the Samnites, as we have pointed out elsewhere. Those who were in command of these legions conspired together to reduce the Capuans to subjection. When this came to be known in Rome, Rutilus, a new consul, was commissioned to look into the matter. To keep the conspirators quiet, he made public the Senate confirmation of the Capuan legion's lodging quarters. The troops believed this, and, since there seemed to them to be plenty of time to carry out their plan, they made no attempt to hurry things. So matters stood until they came to realize that the consul had separated one legion from the other, which caused them to grow suspicious, to come out into the open, and to give orders for their scheme to be put into execution. Nor can there be a better example than this from whichever point of view we look at it, for we see how slow men are to act when they think they have time, and how quick to act when the need becomes urgent. Nor yet can a prince or a republic that wants to postpone the discovery of a conspiracy in its own interests do better than artfully to provide the conspirators with an opportunity at some future date, so that, while they await it in the belief that there is no hurry, that prince or that republic may have time to arrange for their punishment. Those who have acted otherwise have but hastened their own downfall, as the Duke of Athens did, and Guglielmo de Pizzi. When the Duke became tyrant of Florence and heard that a conspiracy had been formed against him, he had one of the conspirators arrested but did not inquire further into the matter, with the result that the rest at once flew to 423. High point 6 on conspiracies. Arms and deprived him of the government. When Guglielmo was commissioner in the Val di Chiana in 1501 and learned that a conspiracy in favor of the Varelli had been formed in Arezzo whereby the Florentines were to be deprived of that town, he went at once to that city, and without considering either the strength of the conspirators or his own and without having any forces in readiness, on the advice of the bishop, his son, he had one of the conspirators arrested. After the arrest, the remaining conspirators at once took up arms, took the town from the Florentines and Guglielmo became a prisoner instead of a commissioner. But when conspiracies are weak they both can, and ought, to be suppressed without further ado. Nor should either of the 2 following expedients be adopted, though one is almost the exact opposite of the other. One was used by the aforesaid Duke of Athens, who to show that he believed the Florentines to be well disposed towards him, put to death a man who had told him of a conspiracy. The other was adopted by Dion, the Syracusan, who, to discover the intentions of someone of whom he was suspicious, allowed Calipus, whom he trusted, to pretend to be forming a conspiracy. Both these expedients led to disaster, for the first discouraged informers and encouraged would-be conspirators, and the second made it an easy matter to compass Dion's death by means of the very conspiracy of which he was the real head, as he learned by experience, for Calipus was now able without further ado to plot against Dion, and he plotted so well that he deprived him both of his state and of his life. Book 3. Discourses 7-9. The need of adaptation to environment. 7. How it comes about that changes from liberty to servitude and from servitude to liberty sometimes occur without bloodshed and sometimes abound in it. Some perchance may wonder how it comes about that of many revolutions involving a change from freedom to tyranny or the other way about, some are accompanied by bloodshed and others not. For it is plain from history that in such revolutions sometimes vast numbers of men get killed, and that in others nobody at all gets hurt, as happened in the change which Rome made from kingship to rule by consuls. For in it no one was banished except the Tarquins, and nobody else at all got hurt. The answer is that it all depends upon whether the change in form of government is or is not brought about by violence. For when it is accompanied by violence it is inevitable that many should get hurt, and then of necessity those who in their downfall have been injured seek revenge, and this desire for vengeance gives rise to bloodshed and loss of life. But when that form of government has been brought into being by the common consent of a whole people which has made it great, ad uno commune consenso di una universalita. 425. IIJ.7-8 Adaptation to environment. There is no reason why, when the said people as a whole meets its downfall, they should harm anyone except its head. This was the case with Rome's government and with the expulsion of the Tarquins. It was also the case with the government of the Medici in Florence, which, when it fell in 1494, harmed nobody but the Medici themselves. Revolutions of this kind, therefore, are not attended with much danger. Those, on the other hand, are extremely dangerous which are brought about by men who are out for vengeance, and have invariably been of such a kind as to appall those who read of them, to say the least. Since of such revolutions there are plenty of instances in history, I propose to leave it at that. 8. He who would transform a republic should take due note of the governed. That a bad citizen cannot do much harm in a republic that is not corrupt has been shown in a previous discourse, and, in addition to the reasons there adduced, 58 this conclusion is confirmed by the case of Spurius Cassius and that of Manlius Capitolinus. The former, an ambitious man, desirous of acquiring extraordinary authority in Rome, ingratiated himself with the plebs by conferring on them many benefits, such as dividing among them the lands which the Romans had taken from the Hernici. When the city fathers discovered his ambitious projects and made them known, he became so suspect that, on his addressing the populace and offering to give them the money accruing from the sale of the corn which the public had caused to be brought from Sicily, they refused it outright, since it seemed to them that Spurius was offering it them as the price of their liberty. Whereas, had the populace been corrupt, they would have accepted the money, and would have laid open the way to tyranny instead of closing it. 426. Adaptation to the governed high. Point 8. The example of Manlius Capitolinus is even more remarkable, for from his case it may be seen how the inordinate desire to rule afterwards cancels out virtues of mind and body, and services rendered to one's country, however great they may be. This desire, it is clear, was in his case aroused by the envy he felt for Camillus, on whom great honors had been bestowed, and in him it begot so great a mental blindness that, without pausing to reflect on the mode of life prevailing in the city, or to inquire with what kind of subjects he had to deal and whether they were yet averse to accept a bad form of government, he set about raising tumults in Rome alike against the Senate and against his country's laws. This incident shows how perfect the city then was and how good the material of which it was composed, for in his case none of the nobles, who were usually very keen to defend one another, rose to support him, nor did any of his relations make a move on his behalf, nor yet, though it was customary in the case of an accused person for his relations to appear in mourning, clad in black, and all of them sorrowing, so as to evoke sympathy in favor of the accused, did anyone at all appear in Manlius's case. The tribunes of the plebs, who were wont always to look favorably on causes which appeared likely to benefit the populace, and to promote them the more vigorously the more inimical they were to the nobles, in this case joined with the nobles in suppressing a common pest. The Roman populace, looking eagerly to its own interests and sympathetic to projects which might thwart the nobility, in spite of its having been so favorable to Manlius, none the less when the tribunes cited him to appear, and referred his case to the judgment of the populace, this same populace, become now the judge of its defender, paid no attention to this, but condemned him to death. Hence I do not think that there is any example in the history we are considering, capable of showing more clearly than this. 427. FFL.8 Adaptation to environment. How sound were all the institutions of that republic, in view of the fact that not a soul in that city was disposed to defend a citizen who was replete with virtue of every kind and alike in public and in private had done very many things worthy of commendation. For with all of them love of country weighed more than any other consideration, and they looked upon the present dangers for which he was responsible as of much greater importance than his former merits, with the result that they chose he should die in order that they might remain free. Such, says Titus Livy, was the fate of a man who would have been illustrious if he had not been born in a free city. There are two things here which should be borne in mind. One is that, in order to obtain glory, a man must use different methods in a city that is corrupt from what he would use in one in which political life is still vigorous. The other, which is almost the same as the first, is that in the way they behave, and especially where deeds of moment are concerned, men should take account of the times, and act accordingly. Those who owing to bad judgment or to their natural inclinations are out of touch with the times are in most cases unfortunate in their life and unsuccessful in their undertakings. But it is otherwise with those who are in accord with the times. From the words of the historian cited above, it may without hesitation be inferred that, had Manlius been born in the days of Marius or Sulla, when the material was corrupt, and it would have been possible to impress on it the form to which his ambition looked, he would have met with the same success that attended the actions of Marius and Sulla and others who, after them, aspired to tyranny. And in the same way, had Sulla and Marius lived in the time of Manlius, they would have been crushed at the very outset of their careers. For a man can easily by his behavior and his evil devices begin to corrupt the populace in a city, but it is impossible for him. 428. Adaptation to the governed high. Point 8. To live long enough to corrupt it to such an extent that he himself shall reap the fruits. And, even if it were possible for him to live long enough to do this, it would still be impossible for him to succeed, for men are so impatient in the way they carry on that they cannot restrain their passions for very long. Consequently they make mistakes in handling their affairs, especially when they are too eager, with the result that, either through impatience or through mistakes, they are likely to take premature action and to meet with disaster. If anyone, then, wants to see supreme power in a republic, and to impose on it a bad form of government, it is essential that he should find there a material which has in course of time become disordered, and that this disorder shall have been introduced little by little and in one generation after another. And this, as we have remarked in a previous discourse, must of necessity come about unless that republic be given fresh life, by the example of good men or by fresh legislation be brought back to what it was at the start. Manlius, therefore, would have been an exceptional and a remarkable man, had he been born in a corrupt city. Hence, citizens who in republics take up any enterprise, whether in favor of liberty or with a view to tyranny, should take account of the subjects with which they have to deal and on this should base their estimate of the difficulties their undertaking involves, for it is just as difficult and dangerous to try to free a people that wants to remain servile as it is to enslave a people that wants to remain free. Since I have remarked above that in human affairs men should study the nature of the times and act accordingly, of this we shall speak at length in the next chapter. 429. M.9 Adaptation to environment. 9. That it behoves one to adapt oneself to the times, if one wants to enjoy continued good fortune. I have often thought that the reason why men are sometimes unfortunate, sometimes fortunate, depends upon whether their behavior is in conformity with the times. A. For one sees that in what they do some men are impetuous, others look about them and are cautious, and that, since in both cases they go to extremes and are unable to go about things in the right way, in both cases they make mistakes. On the other hand, he is likely to make fewer mistakes and to prosper in his fortune when circumstances accord with his conduct, as I have said, and one always proceeds as the force of nature compels one. Everybody knows how Fabius Maximus, when in command of the army, proceeded circumspectly and with a caution far removed from the impetuosity and boldness characteristic of the Roman, and by good luck this sort of thing just fitted the circumstances. For Hannibal had arrived in Italy, a young man flushed with success, and had twice routed the Roman people, so that this republic had lost almost all its best troops and was alarmed. Hence it could not have been more fortunate than to have had a general who by his slowness and his caution held the enemy at bay. Nor could Fabius have met with circumstances more suited to his ways, and it is to this that his fame was due. That in so doing Fabius behaved naturally and not by choice is shown by the fact that, when Scipio wanted to go to Africa with his armies to bring the war to an end, Fabius was much against this, since he could not get out of his ways and habits. So that, if it had been left to him, Hannibal would still be in ai tempi, the times or the circumstances, in the translation. Sometimes one and sometimes the other of these terms has been used. 430. Adaptation to the times. High point 9. Italy, for he did not see that times had changed, and that new methods of warfare were called for. So that, if Fabius had been king of Rome, he might easily have lost this war, since he was incapable of altering his methods according as circumstances changed. Since, however, he was born in a republic where there were diverse citizens with diverse dispositions, it came about that, just as it had a Fabius, who was the best man to keep the war going when circumstances required this, so later it had a Scipio at a time suited to its victorious consummation. For this reason a republic has a fuller life and enjoys good fortune for a longer time than a principality, since it is better able to adapt itself to diverse circumstances owing to the diversity found among its citizens than a prince can do. For a man who is accustomed to act in one particular way, never changes, as we have said. Hence, when times change and no longer suit his ways, he is inevitably ruined. Piero Soderini, whom we have mentioned several times, 59, conducted all his affairs in his good-natured and patient way. So long as circumstances suited the way in which he carried on, both he and his country prospered. But when afterwards there came a time which required him to drop his patience and his humility, he could not bring himself to it, so that both he and his country were ruined. Pope Julius II during the whole course of his pontificate acted with impetuosity and dash, and, since the time suited him well, he succeeded in all his undertakings, but had other times come which called for other counsels, he would of necessity have been undone, for he could not have changed his ways or his method of handling affairs. There are two reasons why we cannot change our ways. First, it is impossible to go against what nature inclines us to. Secondly, having got on well by adopting a certain line of conduct, it is impossible to persuade men that they can get on. 431. M.9 Adaptation to environment. Well, by acting otherwise. It thus comes about that a man's fortune changes, for she changes his circumstances but he does not change his ways. The downfall of cities also comes about because institutions in republics do not change with the times, as we have shown at length already, 60 but change very slowly because it is more painful to change them since it is necessary to wait until the whole republic is in a state of upheaval, and for this it is not enough that one man alone should change his own procedure. Since we have mentioned Fabius Maximus who held Hannibal at bay, it seems to me appropriate in the next chapter to discuss whether a general who is determined at all costs to force the enemy to fight, can be prevented by the enemy from doing this. Book 3. Discourses 10-15. Sundry remarks on strategy, tactics, new devices and discipline. 10. That a general cannot avoid an engagement if the enemy is determined to force him to it at all costs. Gaius Sulpicius, the dictator, when waging war with the Gauls, was unwilling to try his fortune in an engagement with an enemy whose position, time and an awkward situation was steadily making worse. When there occurs an error, which all men, or most men, are liable to make, it is not a bad thing, I think, to warn them often against it. Since, therefore, as I have frequently pointed out, the way in which important matters are dealt with today does not come up to the standard of the ancients, it does not seem to me superfluous at this juncture to point it out once again. For, if there be any way in which there has been a departure from ancient customs, it is especially so in military matters, in which none of the things the ancients esteemed so highly are now done. This inconvenience is due to republics and princes having entrusted such matters to other people. To avoid danger they themselves keep clear of military operations and, though one does sometimes find a king in these days sallying forth in person, I do not on this account think that it leads him to do much else that is. 433. III.io remarks on strategy. Worthy of commendation. For when they actually do engage in military operations, they do it for the sake of display and not for any praiseworthy reason. True, in that they occasion ally review their troops and reserve to themselves the title of commander, they make mistakes of less moment than do republics, especially Italian republics, which rely on others and understand nothing which has to do with war, and yet in their desire to look like a prince in the eyes of the army, make decisions, and, in doing so, commit innumerable blunders. And although some of these blunders I have discussed elsewhere, I cannot here be silent about one which is very important. When these idle princes or effeminate republics are sending one of their generals on an expedition, it seems to them that the wisest thing they can commission him to do, is on no account to engage in open battle, but, on the contrary, above all else to be on his guard against an engagement, for they think that in so doing they are emulating the prudence of Fabius Maximus who, by putting off an engagement, saved the Roman state from destruction, wherein they overlook the fact that, more often than not, such a commission is nonsensical or dangerous. The point one has to bear in mind here is that a general who proposes to remain in the field cannot avoid battle if the enemy is determined to force one on him at all costs. Hence what such a commission amounts to is just this: join battle at the enemy's behest, not at your own. For, if one wants to remain in the field and not join battle, the only safe thing to do is to put at least 50 miles between oneself and the enemy, and then to have good scouts so that, should he come your way, you may have time to get farther off. Another alternative in this case is to shut yourself up in a city. But both courses are extremely harmful. For the first leaves your country at the mercy of the enemy, and a valiant prince would sooner try his fortune in battle than prolong a war at such cost to his subjects. While the second alternative is manifestly that of a lost cause, for what it comes to is that 434. On avoiding battle HI.io. When you have got your army into a city, you may be besieged, and before long to be reduced by the pangs of hunger to surrender. Hence to avoid battle in either of these two ways is extremely hurtful. The plan adopted by Fabius Maximus of occupying strong positions is good so long as you have so valiant an army that the enemy does not dare come and seek you out in your position of vantage. Nor can it be said that Fabius avoided battle, but rather that he preferred to fight when he had the advantage. For, if Hannibal had gone to seek him out, he would have awaited him and made a day of it. But Hannibal did not dare to fight with him on these terms. So that it was as much Hannibal who avoided battle as Fabius, but, if either had determined at all costs to fight, the other would have had to adopt one of three courses, i.e. either to adopt one of the two courses mentioned above, or else to run away. That what I am saying is true can be clearly seen from a host of cases, and especially in the war the Romans had with Philip of Macedon, the father of Perseus. For, when Philip was attacked by the Romans, he decided not to join battle, and, to avoid it, did at first what Fabius Maximus did in Italy, posted himself with his army on top of a mountain where he erected fortifications, thinking that the Romans would not dare to go and seek him out. But they did go, and, having fought with him, drove him from the mountain, and he, being powerless to resist, fled with the greater part of his forces. What saved him from being utterly undone was the impossible country which prevented the Romans from following him up. Philip, therefore, still desirous of avoiding battle and being encamped in the neighborhood of the Romans, had to get away, and, having learned by experience that, to avoid battle, it is not enough to take up a position on top of a mountain, and being averse to shutting himself up in towns, decided to take the remaining course and to put many miles between himself and a virtuoso. 435. M.io remarks on strategy. The Roman camp. Hence, when the Romans were in one province, he moved to another, and, in like manner, whenever the Romans moved out, he moved in. But when at length he came to see that by prolonging the war in this way his situation was getting worse, and that, now by him, now by the enemy, his subjects were being harassed, he decided to try his fortune in battle. He thus came to an engagement with the Romans, as was proper. It is useful then not to fight under the conditions in which Fabius' army found itself, or again in those in which Gaius Sulpicius found himself, i.e. when you have so good an army that the enemy does not dare to come and oust you from your fortified position, or when the enemy is in your country, but without having the footing there that would guarantee provisions. In this case the course adopted is useful for the reasons Livy gives when he says, he was unwilling to try his fortune in an engagement with the enemy so long as time and his adverse situation were daily making the enemy's position worse. But under all other conditions battle cannot be avoided without incurring dishonour and danger, for if you run away, as Philip did, it is as bad as being rooted, and is the more shameful in that you afford less proof of your virtue. And if he thus succeeded in getting away, another who is not helped by the country may not be so successful as he was. That Hannibal was a past master in warfare no one will deny. Hence, when he was up against Scipio in Africa, if he had seen any advantage in prolonging the war he would have done so. And peradventure, being a good general and having a good army, he might have done as Fabius did in Italy. But, as he did not do it, it must be supposed that strong grounds impelled him to act thus. For a commander who has an army massed together and sees that for lack of funds or of allies he cannot keep it long in the field, is quite mad if he does not put his fortune to the test before his army has to be disbanded. 436. On fighting a confederation M.io2. Because, if he waits, he is surely lost, but if he tries, he may succeed. Another point of importance to be considered here is that one ought, if one is going to lose, to try to acquire glory, and there is more glory in being overcome by force than there is when it is through some other inconvenience that you come to lose. Hannibal must have been constrained by these cities. On the other hand, should Hannibal have put off giving battle and Scipio had not enough courage to go and attack him in his strong positions, Scipio would have been none the worse for this, since he had already beaten Syphax and acquired so many towns in Africa that his position there was as safe and as comfortable as if he were in Italy. This was not the case with Hannibal when he was up against Fabius, nor with the Gauls when they were up against Sulpicius. Still less, again, is it possible for him to avoid battle who, with his army, is attacking a foreign country, for if he wants to get into the enemy's country, it behoves him when the enemy shows fight, to give battle, and if he takes up his position before a town, he is so much the more obliged to give battle. This happened in our times in the case of Charles, Duke of Burgundy, who, when encamped before Morat, a Swiss town, was attacked and routed by the Swiss, and in the case of the French army which was besieging Navarre and was in like manner routed by the Swiss. To that he who has to deal with several Genoese, even though he be weaker than they are, can actually whiny, provided he can sustain their first attack. The power of the tribunes of the plebs in the city of Rome was considerable, which was necessary since otherwise they could not have checked the ambition of the nobility, as we have frequently pointed out. 6L and the nobility would in that 437 M.2 remarks on strategy case have corrupted the republic long before they did. Nevertheless, because inherent in everything is its own peculiar malady, as has been said elsewhere, and this gives rise to fresh misfortunes, it is necessary to provide against them by fresh enactments. Hence, when the tribunes grew arrogant in the use of their authority and became a menace alike to the nobility and to the whole of Rome, there would have arisen an inconvenience harmful to Roman liberty if Appius Claudius had not shown how the ambition of the tribunes might be counteracted. This consisted in looking among them for someone who was either timorous or corruptible or devoted to the common good, and who could thus be induced to oppose the will of the rest when they were proposing to do something contrary to the will of the Senate. This remedy acted in no small measure as a restraint on the excessive authority of the tribunes and was often of service to Rome. This leads me on to consider how it sometimes happens that when many powers are united against a single power, though in combination they are much more powerful than it is, yet more is always to be expected from the single power, though less strong, than from the many even though very strong, for apart from the many advantages which a single power has over the many, and they are countless, there is always this: it will be able by using a little industry to break up the many, and to make what was a strong body, weak. I shall not adduce examples from ancient history, for they would be many, but shall content myself with modern examples which have happened in our own times. In 1483 all Italy formed a confederation against the Venetians, who, since they had lost everything and their army could no longer hold its own in the field, suborned Signor Ludovico, who was ruling in Milan, and by means of this managed to obtain terms by which they not only recovered their lost lands, but obtained part of the state of Ferrara. Thus, though 438 on fighting a confederation M.2, they were losing the war, when peace came, they were better off than before. A few years ago the whole world formed a confederation against France, yet, before the war came to an end, Spain had fallen out with the confederation and made peace on its own account, with the result that the remaining confederates shortly afterwards also had to come to terms with France. The conclusion to be drawn from this is obvious. If the many make war on the one will come out of it best, provided her virtue be such that she can sustain the first attack and await her opportunity by procrastinating. For should she not be able to do this, a host of dangers may ensue, as happened to Venice in 08 when, could she have temporized with the French army and have found time to win over one of the states confederated against her, she might have avoided disaster. But since in arms she was not sufficiently strong to be able to temporize with the enemy, and so had not time to persuade any power to leave the confederation, she was undone. Yet one finds that the Pope, once he had recovered his lost territory, became her ally, and so did Spain, and either of these two princes would have been very glad to help her to save Lombardy so as to prevent the French becoming too powerful in Italy, had they been able to do so. Hence the Venetians, by giving up part of their territories, might have saved the rest, and this would have been a very wise course, had it been done in time before the war broke out so that they should not appear to have been driven to it. But after the war had begun it would have been reprehensible, and probably of but little use. Yet, before war broke out, few Venetian citizens saw the danger, and still fewer the remedy, and there was no one to advise them. But to come back to where we started, the conclusion I draw from this discourse is that, just as the Roman Senate, a non-avent virtuos army, 439 M.2I2 remarks on strategy, found means to save their country from the ambition of the tribunes because there were many tribunes, so any prince who is assailed by many, has a remedy to hand, if he be wise enough to take appropriate steps to break up the confederation. 12. That a prudent general should make it absolutely necessary for his own troops to fight, but should avoid forcing the enemy to do so. We have in other discourses shown how useful a part side he plays in human affairs, and to what glorious deeds it may lead men. As some moral philosophers in their writings have remarked, neither of the two most noble instruments to which man's nobility is due, his hands and his tongue, would have attained such perfection in their work or have carried man's works to the height which one can see they have reached, if they had not been driven to it by necessity. 62 Since, therefore, army commanders of old were aware of the virtue that lies in necessity, and how steadfast, when necessity drives the minds of soldiers can become in their resolve to fight, they used every endeavor to put their troops under such constraint and, on the other hand, employed any device that would free the enemy from such constraint. To this end they often left open to the enemy a route they might have closed, and closed a route to their own soldiers which they might have left open. If, then, anyone wants a city to be obstinately defended or an army in the field to fight obstinately, he should, first and foremost, seek to instill this necessity into the minds of those who have to do the fighting. It follows that a prudent general who has to go and lay siege to a city should base his estimate of how easy or how difficult it is going to be to take it on the knowledge and consideration of the extent to which necessity will constrain the inhabitants to defend it, and, if he find the necessity 440. The use of necessity in battle I2. Straining them to defend it, considerable, should account the siege difficult, but, if otherwise, should account it easy. It is for this reason that towns which have rebelled are more difficult to acquire than they are to acquire in the first instance, for in the first instance they have no cause to expect punishment for having given offense, and so surrender easily, but, since they are aware, when in revolt, of having given offense, and in consequence fear punishment, they become difficult to take. Again, obstinacy of this kind is also aroused by the natural hatred which neighboring princes and neighboring republics have for one another, which, in turn, is occasioned by the ambition which moves states to dominate one another, and by their jealousy, especially if they are republics, as was the case in Tuscany, and this rivalry and competition have made it difficult, and will continue to make it difficult, for one to seize the other. If, therefore, one considers carefully what neighbors the city of Florence has and what neighbors the city of Venice has, it is not so extraordinary as many make out that Florence should have spent more on wars and have acquired less than Venice, since it is all due to the towns in the neighborhood of Venice not being so obstinate in defending themselves as are those in the neighborhood of Florence. This comes about because the cities abutting on Venetian territory are accustomed to live under a prince, and are not free cities, and cities accustomed to subjection are usually not so particular about changing masters. On the contrary, they are often glad to do so. Hence, though Venice's neighbors are more powerful than those of Florence, yet, on account of its having found the towns less obstinate, Venice has been able to subdue them more quickly than has Florence, which is surrounded entirely by free cities. But to return to the main topic of this discourse, when a general is attacking a town he should endeavor with all diligence to relieve its defenders of the necessity we have been 441. M.I2 remarks on strategy, discussing, and so of their obstinacy, by promising them pardon if they are afraid of punishment, and, if they fear for their liberty, by explaining that no attack is being made on the common good, but only on a few ambitious citizens. This has often facilitated the attack on, and the taking of, towns. And, though such false colors are easily seen through, especially by men of prudence, the populace is none the less often deceived, for, in its eagerness for a speedy peace it shuts its eyes to any trap which may underlie generous promises. Innumerable cities have by this means been reduced to servile states. It was so with Florence, for instance, quite recently, and it happened to Crassus and his army, for, though he realized the emptiness of Parthian promises, made merely to deprive his troops of the need to defend themselves, this did not enable him to sustain their steadfastness, blinded, as they were, by the offers of peace which the enemy had made, a point one sees clearly if one reads his life. In this connection I might mention that when the Samnites, in contravention of their treaty and owing to the ambition of the few, raided and pillaged the lands of Rome's allies, and then sent ambassadors to Rome to sue for peace, offering to restore what they had taken and to hand over those responsible for the disturbances and for the booty taken, their offer was turned down by the Romans. On their returning to Samnium without hope of an agreement, Claudius Pontius, then in command of the Samnite army, in one of his able speeches, pointed out that the Romans had anyhow wanted war, and that, though on their part they were anxious for peace, necessity constrained them to go to war. He then used these words: war is justified, if necessity forces one to it, and to arm is a duty, if in arms lies one's hope, and upon this necessity he based the hope of victory for his troops. That I may not have to return later to this topic, it will be best for me to mention the more noteworthy instances in 442. The use of necessity in battle I2. Rome's case. There was that of Gaius Manlius who led his army against the Veians, and, when a section of the Veillantine army broke through his stockades, hurried with a detachment to defend them and, to prevent the Veians escaping, put a guard on all the exits from the camp. Hence, finding themselves shut in, the Veians began to fight so furiously that they killed Manlius, and would have got the better of all the rest of the Romans if one of the tribunes had not had the sense to let them out. Thus we see that, so long as necessity constrained the Veians to fight, they fought with great ferocity, but, when they saw the way was open, thought more of getting away than of fighting. The armies of the Volsci and the Equi had crossed the Roman frontiers. Against them the consuls were sent. In the course of the battle the Volscian army, commanded by Vettius Messius, found itself at one moment shut up between its stockades which the Romans had taken, and the other Roman army. Seeing that he must needs die or use his sword to fight for his life, Vettius Messius said to his soldiers, "Follow me. There is neither wall nor rampart in the way, but just armed forces to oppose armed forces. In valor we are equal, but in necessity, which is the last weapon and the best of all, you have the advantage." Thus Livy calls necessity the last and best of all weapons. Camillus, the most prudent of all Rome's generals, having already got into the city of Veii with his army, in order to facilitate the taking of it and to deprive the enemy of a last necessity to defend it, gave orders within the hearing of the Veians to the effect that no one should touch those who were without arms. The result was that they threw down their arms and the city was taken almost without bloodshed. This device was afterwards adopted by many generals. 443. I3 remarks on strategy. 13. Which is it best to trust, a good general with a weak army or a good army with a weak general? Coriolanus, being banished from Rome, went to the Volsci, where, having got together an army wherewith to avenge himself on his fellow citizens, he set out for Rome, but turned back rather out of devotion to his mother than to the Roman forces. Commenting on this incident, Livy remarks that from it we may learn that the Roman Republic grew more through the virtue of her generals than through that of her soldiers, for, in view of the fact that the Volsci had thus far always been beaten, they could have won on this occasion only because Coriolanus was their general. But, though Livy advances this opinion, many passages in his history show that soldiers without a general have given remarkable proof of their virtue, and that they have been better disciplined and more determined after the death of their consuls than before they got killed. It happened thus with the army the Romans had in Spain under the Scipios, for, when both these generals had been killed, its virtue was such that not only did it success fully defend itself, but it beat the enemy and thus saved this province for the Republic. Hence, all things considered, there are many cases in which the virtue of the soldiers alone has won the day, and many others in which the virtue of generals has had the same effect, so that one can say that each has need of the other. In this connection it will be well to consider first which is more to be feared, a good army badly generaled, or a good general who has poor troops. If we follow here the opinion of Caesar, neither one nor the other is worth much. For when he went to Spain against Afranius and Petraius, who had a first-class army, he showed how little esteem he had for them, by remarking that he was going to fight an army without a general, thereby indicating the weakness of the generals. On 444. Worth of generals and armies M.13. The other hand, when he went to Thessaly to fight Pompey, he said, "I am going to meet a general without an army." We can now turn to the further question, whether it is easier for a good general to make a good army, or for a good army to make a good general. I submit that on this point there can be no dispute, for it is easier for many, if good, to select or make a good man of someone, than it is for one good man to do it for many. Lucullus, when he was sent against Mithridates, was wholly without experience of warfare, yet the army, which was good and had excellent officers, soon made him a good general. Again, the Romans, who were short of men, armed a number of slaves, and handed them over to Sempronius Gracchus to train, and in a short time he made of them a good army. Pelopidas and Epaminondas, as I have remarked elsewhere, when they had delivered Thebes, their fatherland, from servitude to the Spartans, in a short time, made such excellent soldiers of the Theban peasants that they could not only stand up against the Spartan militia but beat it. The arguments are evenly balanced, because, if one is good, it can make the other like it. A good army, nonetheless, if it lacks a good head, is apt to become mutinous and dangerous, as happened with the Macedonian army after the death of Alexander, and with the veterans in the Civil War. Hence I am of opinion that more confidence should be placed in a good general who has time to train his men and a chance to arm them, than in a mutinous army with a turbulent fellow it has chosen as its head. Twice the glory and praise is due, then, to those generals who have not only had an enemy to beat, but, before coming to grips with him, have had to drill their troops and make a good army of them, for in this they display a twofold virtue, which is so rare that if it were given to many to be such strict disciplinarians, they would be much less esteemed and lauded than they are. 445. I4 remarks on strategy. 14. What effects are produced by the appearance of new inventions in the course of a battle and by the hearing of unfamiliar cries? What importance in strife and battle may be an unprecedented incident due to something seen or heard for the first time can be shown by numerous incidents, and especially by that which occurred during the battle the Romans fought with the Volsci, when Quintius, seeing that one wing of his army was giving way, began to call to it in a loud voice to stand firm since the other wing was winning, for by these words he put courage into his own men and alarmed the enemy, and so won the day. And if on a well-disciplined army such remarks have a great effect, on a disorderly and ill-disciplined army they have a still greater effect, for the whole is swayed, as it were, by a wind. Let me give you a remarkable instance which occurred in our own times. A few years ago, the city of Perugia was divided between two factions, the Adi and the Baglioni. The latter were in power, the former having been banished. But, with the help of their friends, they got together an army and assembled it in one of their towns close to Perugia. Then, with the connivance of their partisans they got one night into the city and were on their way to take the piazza, without having been discovered. Since at every street corner in the city chains had been placed to block the way, the troops of the Audi put at their head a man with an iron mace to break the locks fastening the chains so that the cavalry could get through. It remained for him to break only that which barred the way into the piazza when the cry to arms was raised, and on the fellow who was doing the breaking the crowd pressed so hard that he could not raise his arm to strike, so, in order to manage it, he called out, "Get back there!" 446. New inventions in warfare M.14. Words which, as they passed from rank to rank, became get back. Whereupon those in the rear began to run away, and, one after another, the rest followed suit with such frenzy that their own men were thrown into confusion. So that the plans of the Audi came to naught owing to this insignificant incident. This leads me to observe that good discipline is needed in an army, not merely to enable it to fight in orderly fashion, but also that you may not be perturbed should some tiny misadventure befall. For this reason alone the masses are useless in war, since any rumor, any cry, any commotion may change their mood and make them run away. Hence it is essential to discipline that a good general should depute men to take note of his verbal instructions and to pass them on to others, that he should accustom his troops to pay no heed to anyone else, and his officers not to depart from what they have been commissioned by him to say, for we find that failure to observe these points carefully has often led to the greatest confusion. In regard to strange sights, every general should try to present something of the sort while his army is in action so as to give courage to his own men and to dispel that of the enemy, for among the events which are incidental to victory this is especially effective. In illustration of this the case of Gaius Sulpicius, the Roman dictator, may be adduced, who, when engaged in battle with the Gauls, armed all his baggage men and a low lot of camp followers, put them on mules and other mounts so that with their arms and standards they looked like a troop of horse, and stationed them with flags flying behind a hill, with orders that, at a given signal, when the fighting grew hotter, they should appear and show themselves to the enemy. This being done, as arranged, it so terrified the Gauls that they lost the day. There are two things, then, that a good general should do. First, he should see whether by employing some such novel device he can scare the 447 M.I. 4 remarks on strategy enemy, and, secondly, he should be on the lookout so that, should the same trick be played on him by the enemy, he may discover it and nullify its effect. It was thus that the king of India acted when Semiramis, noticing that the king had a good number of elephants, in the hope of intimidating him and showing him that she, too, had plenty of them, constructed a number of them out of the hides of buffaloes and cows and put them on camels which she sent ahead, but, the trick having been discovered by the king, her plan not only proved useless but turned out to her disadvantage. So, too, when the dictator, Mamercus, was at war with the Fidenates, to frighten the Roman army they ordered that in the heat of battle a number of troops should sally forth from Fidenae with torches on their lances in the hope that, distracted by the novelty of the thing, the Romans would break their ranks. It should be noted here that, when such devices involve more truth than fiction, they can in that case be used on men with advantage, for if they have sufficient boldness, their weakness cannot be discovered so quickly. But when they involve more fiction than truth it is well either not to use them at all, or, if employed, to hold the performance some way off so that the fraud cannot be so quickly detected, as Gaius Sulpicius did with his muleteers. For if fraud with internal weakness, and they be near, they will soon be seen through, and will do you harm instead of good, as the elephants did to Semiramis and the torches to the Fidenates, for, though at the start they upset the army a little, yet, when the dictator came along and began to shout at the men, telling them not to be such cowards as to run away from the smoke like bees but to turn back and go for them, crying, use the flames to destroy Fidenae since you have failed to pacify them with kindness, the device proved of no avail to the Fidenates, who were left the losers of the battle. 448. Unity of command M.I. 5. 15. That at the head of an army there should be one, not several, commanders, and that to have a plurality is a nuisance. When the Fidenates rebelled and put to the sword the colony, the Romans had sent to Fidenae, to right the insult the Romans appointed 4 tribunes with consular power, of whom one was left to guard Rome, and the other 3 were sent against the Fidenates and the Veians. Owing to the divided command and to the tribunes being at loggerheads one with the other, they returned discredited, though there had been no disaster. For the discredit they were responsible, but that there had been no disaster was due to the valor of the troops. Hence when the Romans saw what was wrong, they had recourse to the appointment of a dictator so that one man should be responsible for putting right the disorder that 3 had caused. This shows us the futility of having several persons in command of the same army or in charge of the defense of the same town. Nor can the case be put more clearly than it is by Titus Livy when he writes, the 3 tribunes with consular power afforded an illustration of how futile it is for many to share the imperium in a war, for each inclined to follow his own counsel, and since the others thought otherwise, they gave the enemy their chance. 63. And though this example is sufficient to show the disorders that a plurality of commanders causes in a war, I propose to Give two more, one modern and the other ancient, the better. To establish this point, in 1500, after the King of France, Louis XII, had retaken Milan, he sent his troops to Pisa to recover it for the Florentines. The commissaries, Jovam Battista Ridolfi and Luca de Antonio degli Albizzi, were in command. Since Jovam Battista was a man with a reputation and had seen more service. 449. M.I5 remarks on strategy. Luca left the management of everything to him, but though he did not display his own ambition by opposing him, he displayed it by his silence, by his negligence and by criticizing everything, with the result that he helped the siege operations. Neither by action nor advice, but behaved like a man of no account. Later on, however, when something occurred which necessitated Jovam Battista's returning to Florence, one finds everything quite different, for, when Luca was left in sole charge, he showed his worth alike by his courage, his industry, and his sound sense, all of which characteristics had failed to show themselves so long as he had a colleague. In confirmation of this remark of Titus Livy's I would cite another example, the expedition which the Romans sent against the Equi under Quintius and his colleague, Agrippa. Agrippa, who wanted the whole conduct of the war to be undertaken by Quintius, says, in the administration of affairs of moment it is highly advisable that the supreme command should be in the hands of one man. This is just the opposite of what our republics and princes do today, for to improve the administration they now send to a place more than one commissioner and more than one head. And this leads to indescribable confusion. Indeed, were one to seek the causes of the disasters that have befallen Italian and French armies in our own times, it would be found that this is the most potent. In conclusion, then, one may be quite certain that it is better to entrust an expedition to one man of average prudence than to give to two men of outstanding ability the same authority. Book 3. Discourses 16-18. Administrative posts. 16 Genuine virtue counts in difficult times, but when things are going well, it is rather to those whose popularity is due to wealth or parentage that men look. It always has been, and always will be, the lot of great and outstanding men to be passed over by a republic in times of peace, for the reputation acquired by their virtue arouses envy. And in peaceful times there are plenty of citizens who seek not merely to become their equals but even their superiors. On this point there is a good passage by Thucydides, the Greek historian, who shows how, when the Athenians had got the upper hand in the Peloponnesian War, and had curbed the pride of the Spartans and brought the rest of Greece into subjection, their reputation was almost so great that they planned to occupy Sicily. When the invasion was under discussion in Athens, Alcibiades and some other citizens urged that it should be undertaken, since they were men who cared little for the public good, but were looking to the honors they would gain, should they command the expedition as they proposed to do. But Nicias, whose reputation stood higher than anyone else's, dissuaded Athens from the course, and, in addressing the people, the chief reason he gave to show that he 45 M.L6 administrative posts was in good faith was that, in advising against the war, he was advising them to do what could not be in his own interests. For, so long as Athens was at peace, he knew that a whole crowd of citizens would try to get ahead of him, but, in case of war, he knew that no citizen would be recognized as his superior or as his equal. We see, therefore, in this incident a disorder to which republics are liable, namely that of showing but little esteem in time of peace for men of worth. This arouses their indignation on two accounts. First, they are themselves deprived of their position. Secondly, they find unworthy men who lack their competence, being made their associates and superiors. This disorder has brought about the ruin of many republics, for citizens who see that their merits are not appreciated and that this is because the times are untroubled and without danger, set about causing trouble and stirring up wars, prejudicial to the republic. If one inquires what remedies may be applied, to suggest themselves. First, to keep the citizens poor, so that by wealth without worth they may be able to corrupt neither themselves nor other people. Secondly, to be so prepared that it may be possible at any time to go to war, in which case there will always be a demand for citizens of repute, as there was in Rome in its early days. For, since Rome always had armies in the field, there was always room for men of virtue. Nor could an office be taken from a man who deserved it and be given to one who did not, for though actually this was sometimes done by mistake or in order to test them, there soon followed such disorder and danger that there was a speedy return to the right road. But other republics which are not organized as Rome was, and which go to war only when necessity forces them to it, are unable to protect themselves against these inconveniences. On the contrary, they are ever likely to occur therein, and will always give rise to disorder should. 452. Elections in peace and war M.L6. A citizen who has been passed over but is efficient, have some standing in the city and some adherents. And if the city of Rome for a time remained immune to her also, as we have pointed out elsewhere, when she had vanquished Carthage and Antiochus, and no longer feared war, it seemed permissible to entrust her armies to anyone she pleased on account not so much of virtue as of other qualities which appealed to the people. For we find that Paulus Emilius was more than once refused the consulate, nor was he made consul till the Macedonian War began, when it was granted to him unanimously since the situation was thought to be dangerous. There were many wars in which this, our city of Florence, was engaged after 1494, and in them the Florentine citizens all showed up badly, till the city chanced upon someone who taught it how an army should be commanded. This was Antonio Jacomini. So long as the city was engaged in a dangerous war, all the other citizens dropped their ambitions. And in the election of a commissioner and head of the army, Antonio had no competitor. But when they were engaged in a war about the issue of which there was no doubt and there were plenty of honors and offices to be had, there were so many candidates that, when 3 commissioners had to be chosen for the campaign against Pisa, Antonio was passed over. And, though it is impossible to estimate precisely how much harm the public suffered through its having failed to appoint Antonio, yet it can quite easily be conjectured. For, as the Pisans no longer had the means to defend themselves or to obtain food, if Antonio had been in command they would soon have been in such straits that they would have had to surrender to the Florentines unconditionally. But as the siege was being conducted by commanders who did not know how to tighten it up and to apply pressure, they were so long about the business that the Florentines had to purchase what they could. 453. M.L6I7 administrative posts have obtained by force. Antonio must have been so disgusted at this as to have needed great patience and goodness not to have sought revenge as he might have done, to the ruin of the city or to the injury of some particular citizen. Against this a republic should be on its guard, as we shall show in the next chapter. 64. 17. That to a person to whom offense has been given, no administrative post of importance should subsequently be assigned. A republic should take good care not to give any administrative post of importance to anyone to whom some notable wrong has been done. Claudius Nero left the army with which he was confronting Hannibal, and went with part of it to the Marche to look for the other consul so that they might engage Hasdrubal before he could join Hannibal. On a previous occasion he had found himself in Spain facing Hasdrubal, whom he had so pent up with his army that he must needs either fight at a disadvantage or perish of hunger. Hasdrubal, however, had cleverly deceived him by making proposals of peace, and had then slipped away, thus depriving Claudius of the chance of defeating him. When this came to be known in Rome it brought on him the grave reproaches alike of the Senate and of the people, and he was spoken of disparagingly throughout the city to his discredit and to his disgust. So, when later on he became consul and was sent to fight Hannibal, he took the other course described above, which was so exceedingly dangerous a thing to do that it caused in and nella marca. The term marca /frontier, when used with a capital of a district in Italy usually signifies the march of Ancona on the Adriatic coast. Actually, it was at Sina Gallica, just north of Ancona, that the other consul had taken up his position, and thither that Claudius Nero went to join him. 454. Foresight in Generals M.17-18. Rome grave doubts and great anxiety till the news of the routing of Hasdrubal at length arrived. When asked afterwards why he had adopted so dangerous a course whereby, without any grave necessity he had come near to risking the freedom of Jalome, Claudius replied that he had done so because he thought that, if he succeeded, he would regain the glory he had lost in Spain, and that, if he did not succeed but the course he had adopted led to disaster, he would feel that he had avenged himself on a city whose citizens had treated him so ungratefully and so unwisely. If the passions aroused by such offenses could have so great an effect on a Roman citizen at a time when Rome was as yet free from corruption, one can well imagine how great an effect injuries are likely to have on a citizen of some other city, which is not constituted as Rome then was. Moreover, since no sure remedy can be prescribed for such disorders, to which republics are liable, it follows that it is impossible to constitute a republic that shall last forever, since there are 1,000 unpredictable ways in which its downfall may be brought about. 18. Nothing becomes a general more than to anticipate the enemy. 9's plans. Epaminondas, the Theban, used to say that nothing is more essential or more useful to a general than to discover what the enemy has decided and is planning to do. And since it is difficult to discover this, the more praiseworthy does he become who conjectures it aright. Nor is the difficulty confined to understanding the enemy and plans, it is sometimes difficult also to understand his actions, and this not only when they are remote, but when they are done here and now, in the neighborhood. For it has often happened that, when a battle has gone on into the night, the winner thinks he has lost. 455. M.L8 administrative posts. And the loser thinks he has won. This kind of mistake has made people adopt courses which did not contribute to the safety of those adopting them, as happened to Brutus and Cassius, who through a mistake of this kind lost the war. For whereas Brutus had been victorious on his own flank, Cassius, who had lost, thought that the whole army must have been routed, a mistake which led him to despair of its safety, so that he killed himself. In our time in the battle which Francis, King of France, fought with the Swiss at Santa Cecilia in Lombardy, that portion of the Swiss army which had remained intact, thought they had won when night came, for they knew nothing of those who had been routed and killed. In consequence of this mistake they did not save themselves, but remained to fight again in the morning to their very great disadvantage. Their mistake also caused the Papal and Spanish army to make a mistake, and on account of it almost to get wiped out, for, on receiving false news of the victory, they crossed the Po and, had they advanced too far, would have been taken prisoners by the victorious French. Such mistakes as these occurred in the camps of the Romans and of the Equi. For instance, when the consul, Sempronius, led an army out to meet the enemy and engaged them in battle. The fight lasted till the evening with varying fortune on either side, and, when night came on, both had lost half their men, so that neither of them returned to their camps, but, instead, withdrew to neighboring hills where they thought they would be more secure. The Roman army was divided in two parts, of which one went with the consul and the other with one, Temponius, a centurion, to whose valor it was due that the Roman army had not been entirely routed during the battle. When morning came, the Roman consul, who was without further news of the enemy, retired towards Rome. The army of the Equi withdrew in like manner, for each of 456 foresight in generals M.L8. Them thought the enemy had won, and in consequence, each retired without troubling about the booty that had been left in their camps. It so happened, however, that Temponius, who was also retiring with the rest of the Roman army, heard from certain wounded Equi that their generals had departed and had abandoned their camp. So, on receipt of the news, he went to the Roman camp and salvaged it, then sacked that of the Equi and returned to Rome victorious. This victory, as we see, depended simply upon which came first to hear of the enemy's panic. It should be noted, therefore, that it may often happen that two armies confronting one another have each been thrown into disorder and are pressed by the same necessity, in which case that army will come out victorious, which first hears of the necessity in which the other is placed. I shall now give of this an example which concerns ourselves and occurred recently. In 1498, when the Florentines had a large army enveloping Pisa and were pressing that city hard, the Venetians, who had undertaken to protect Pisa, since they did not see any other way of saving it, decided to create a diversion by sending another expedition to attack the Florentine dominions. So, with a powerful army they entered the Val di Lamona, took the town of Meridi and laid siege to the citadel of Castiglione, which stands on a hill above it. When the Florentines got to know of this, they decided to send help to Meridi, but not to weaken the forces they had before Pisa. So they made new levies of infantry and enrolled fresh troops of cavalry, and sent them there under the command of Jacopo for Appiano, Lord of Piombino, and Count Rinicio da Marciano. When, therefore, these troops reached the hill above Meridi, the enemy raised the siege of Castiglione and all withdrew into the town. After the two armies had been facing one another for several days, both of them began to suffer considerably from lack of provisions and other necessities, and neither of them daring to attack the 457 M.L8 administrative posts. Other, nor aware of the other's difficulties, each of them decided one fine evening to raise their camp the following morning, and to retire, the Venetians on Versilla and Faenza, the Florentines on Casaglia and the Mugello. When morning came and each of the camps had begun to send away its baggage, it so happened that a woman came out of the town of Meridi and approached the Florentine camp, for, on account of her age and poverty she felt safe and was anxious to see some of her relations who were in that camp. From her the commanders of the Florentine forces heard that the Venetians had struck camp, so, on this news, they plucked up courage, changed their plans to those they would have adopted had they dislodged the enemy, went after them and wrote to Florence announcing that they had repelled the enemy and won the war. This victory was due solely to their having been the first to hear of the enemy's departure, and, had this knowledge come first to the other side, they would have done against our men precisely the same thing. Book 3. Discourses 19-23. Administrative methods, the rival claims of severity and good fellowship. 19. Whether in controlling the masses considerateness a is more necessary than punishment. Though the Roman Republic was distraught owing to the hostility between the nobles and the plebs, nonetheless, when war came, it commissioned Quintius and Appius Claudius to lead the armies forth. Appius, who was a brutal and harsh commander, was so badly obeyed by his troops that he had to quit his province as though he had been defeated. Quintius, who was of a kindly and humane disposition, was obeyed by his troops and returned victorious. It would seem better, therefore, in controlling a large number of men, to be humane rather than arrogant, compassionate rather than cruel. Obsequio. The Latin term obsequium * is used frequently by Tacitus, both in his annals and his histories. It is derived from the verb obsequor /, which means to accommodate oneself to gratify, humor, show complacency. Hence, when applied to a ruler, as it is here, it means to show consideration towards the ruled, considerateness, and, when displayed in an exaggerated form, is equivalent to what in slang is called soft soap. The correlative attitude on the part of the ruled is subservience, and in its exaggerated form obsequiousness. Surely, condescension * is then the better word. BRC. 459. M.I9 Administrative methods. Cornelius Tacitus, however, and many other writers agree with him, arrives at the opposite conclusion, which he expresses in these words: in ruling the masses punishment is of more avail than considerateness. With a view to reconciling these two opinions, I would point out that either the men you have to rule are in ordinary circumstances your associates, or they have always been your subjects. When they are your associates, you cannot in your dealings with them use penalties, nor yet that severity which Cornelius advocates. Wherefore, since in Rome the plebs had an equal share in the government with the nobility, neither could, on becoming the ruler for the time being, treat the other brutally and harshly. Very often, too, one sees that Roman generals succeeded better when they made their armies love them and treated them with consideration than did those who made themselves excessively feared, unless such behavior was accompanied by outstanding virtue, as it was in the case of Manlius Torquatus. On the other hand, in governing one's subjects, which is what Cornelius has in mind, lest they should become insolent and trample on you. Should you be too easy with them, it is better to rely on punishment rather than on considerateness. But this also should be used with moderation, so as to avoid cause for hatred, for no ruler benefits by making himself odious. To avoid this he should leave his subjects' property alone, for, except as a cover for pillage, no prince is keen on shedding blood unless he be driven to it, and need for this seldom arises. But in connection with pillage bloodshed is always happening. Nor is either the occasion or the desire to shed it ever lacking, as in another treatise discussing this topic has been shown at length. 65 More praise is due, then, to Quintius than to Appius, and Cornelius's view, under the conditions he supposes but not in those observed in the case of Appius, deserves approbation. 460. Single act of common humanity I 9-20. And while we are on this topic of punishment and consider eightness, it will not be irrelevant, I think, to cite a case in which an act of common decency availed more with the Faliscus than did the use of arms. 20 A single act of common humanity made a greater impression on the Faliscus than did all the forces of Rome. 66. When Camillus and his army lay before the Faliscan city, which he was besieging, a schoolmaster who taught the most noble youths in the city, thinking to ingratiate himself with Camillus and the Roman people, went with his pupils outside the town ostensibly to give them exercise, led them to where Camillus was encamped, and offered to hand them over, saying that, if they were used as a lever, the town would place itself in his hands. Camillus not only rejected the offer, but had the teacher stripped, his hands tied behind his back, and to each of the boys gave a rod with which to beat him often and hard on his way back to the town. When the citizens saw this, they were so pleased with the humanity and integrity of Camillus that they no longer wanted to go on with the defense, but decided to hand over the town. This authentic incident affords us an excellent example of how a humane and kindly act sometimes makes a much greater impression than an act of ferocity or violence, and how districts and cities into which neither arms nor the accoutrements of war, nor any other kind of human force would have been able to obtain entry, it has been possible to enter by displaying common humanity and kindness, continence, or generosity. Of this there are in history many other examples besides the above. One sees, for instance, how Roman forces failed to drive Pyrrhus from Italy, which he quitted, nonetheless, owing to the generosity of Fabricius, who told him of an offer. 461. M.20-2 I Administrative methods, which had been made to the Romans by one of his servants, to poison him. One sees, too, how Scipio Africanus did not gain so much renown in Spain for taking New Carthage as he did, by the continence he showed in sending back to her husband his young and beautiful wife, inviolate. The repute he gained by this action made the whole of Spain his friend. We see, again, how keen peoples are on their great men doing this kind of thing, and how much it is praised by writers, both by the biographers of princes and by those who have laid down rules for their behavior. Xenophon, for instance, is at considerable pains to show what great honors, what great victories, and how much good repute Cyrus gained by his humanity and his affability, and how entirely free he was from pride, cruelty, licentiousness, and other vices by which the lives of men are marred. Since, however, Hannibal gained great fame and great victories by the opposite method, it is fitting that in the next chapter I should inquire how this came about. 21 How it comes about that Hannibal, whose procedure differed radically from Scipio's, yet produced the same effect in Italy as Scipio did in Spain. Some people, I fancy, would be astonished were they to notice how certain generals, in spite of their having adopted a contrary line of conduct, produced the same effects as those who behaved in the way we have just described. Hence it would seem that the causes of victory did not rest on the grounds alleged, but, on the contrary, that such methods bring you neither greater strength nor better luck, since glory and reputation can be gained by the opposite methods. Let me keep to the two men mentioned above, and try to make my meaning more clear. Scipio, we find, entered Spain and by his humane and kindly conduct at once made that country 462 severity and kindliness M.2 I his friend, and won the respect and admiration of its people. We find, on the other hand, that Hannibal entered Italy and by totally different methods, i.e. by cruelty, violence, rapine and every sort of perfidy, produced there the same effect as Scipio had produced in Spain, for all the Italian cities revolted to him, and all its peoples became his followers. If one asks how this came about, there would appear to be several reasons. First, men are fond of novelty, so much so that those who are prosperous desire it as much as those who are poor. For, as has been said before, and rightly, in prosperity men get fed up, and in adversity cast down. Now, this desire for novelty throws open the door to anyone in the neighborhood who puts himself at the head of a new movement. If he be a foreigner, men run after him, and, if he be a local man, they crowd round him, boost him, and push him forward, with the result that, whatever line he takes, he succeeds in making great headway in this locality. Besides which, men are moved in the main by two things, either by love or by fear. Hence it comes about that a person in authority may be either one who makes himself loved or one who makes him self-feared. Indeed, a man who makes himself feared is usually better followed and better obeyed than is one who makes himself loved. It matters then little to a general along which road he travels, provided he has virtuosity, and his virtue gives him standing with men. For when there is great efficiency as there was in Hannibal and Scipio, it counterbalances all the mistakes due to their having made themselves too much loved or too much feared. For from both of these two lines of conduct, there may arise serious inconveniences, likely to bring about the downfall of a ruler, because he who is too anxious to gain affection, should there be any little departure from the straight path, may become despised, while the other, who is anxious to be feared, should there be any excess in his behavior, may. 463. M.21 Administrative methods become odious. And to keep precisely on the middle path cannot be done, for it is alien to our nature. Hence it is necessary that any excesses in action should be compensated by exceeding efficiency, as they were in Hannibal and Scipio. Nonetheless, though it was by behaving thus that they made their name, it is clear that in both cases their conduct did them harm. How each of them came to make his name has already been explained. The harm done, so far as Scipio is concerned, was that in Spain his soldiers mutinied, and were joined by some of his allies. This was due entirely to their not being afraid of him, for men are so restless that should the least thing open the door to their ambition, they at once belie the love which their ruler may have evoked by his decency, as did the aforesaid soldiers and allies. Consequently Scipio, to remove this inconvenience, had to resort to some measure of that cruelty which he had thus far avoided. As to Hannibal, there is no particular instance of his cruelty or his faithlessness doing him harm. One can well imagine, however, that Naples and many other towns which remained loyal to the Roman people did so through fear of him. It is certain, too, that his impious behavior made him more odious to the Roman people than any other enemy which that republic ever had. For, whereas to Pyrrhus, when he and his army were in Italy, they revealed a plot to poison him, they never forgave Hannibal, even when his troops were disarmed and disbanded, until they had come past his death. Owing to Hannibal's reputation for impiety, faithlessness and cruelty, then, this inconvenience arose, but, on the other hand, he derived from it a very great advantage, of which all writers have spoken with admiration. For, though his army was composed of men from different races, there never arose any dissension either among the men themselves, or between them and him. This can only have been due to the terror his person inspired, which was so great that, in con. 464. Severity and sociability high point 2 junction with the reputation he acquired for efficiency, it kept his troops quiet and united. I conclude, therefore, that it does not matter much in what way a general behaves, provided his efficiency be so great that it flavors the way in which he behaves, whether it be in this way or that. For, as we have said, in both there are defects and dangers unless they be corrected by outstanding virtue. Hence, if Hannibal and Scipio produce the same effect, the one by praiseworthy and the other by reprehensible methods, it will not be amiss, I think, for me to discuss two Roman citizens who acquired the same glory by different methods, both of which were praiseworthy. 22 How the severity of Manlius Torquatus and the sociability 0, of Valerius Corvinus won for each the same degree of fame b. There were living in Rome at the same time two first-class generals, Manlius Torquatus and Valerius Corvinus, equal in virtue, equal in the number of their triumphs and equal in fame. In dealing with the enemy the virtue they each displayed in the conquests they made was also on a par, but in the way they handled the army and in their treatment of the troops they behaved very differently. For Manlius was a commander who used every type of severity, and never let his soldiers off either fatigues or punishments. Valerius, on the other hand, treated them with the utmost consideration in every way, and in his bearing was familiar and homely. Consequently one finds one of them killing his own son in order to secure the obedience of the troops, and the other harming nobody. Nonetheless, from their diverse methods, they reap the same fruit, alike in contest with the enemy and a la comita. Bilamit Sima Gloria. 465. M.22 Administrative methods. In the honor brought both to the Republic and to themselves. For no soldier ever shirked battle, or mutinied, or failed to comply with the wishes of either of them, though so peremptory were Manlius's commands that all orders which exceeded the bounds of moderation came to be called Manlian orders. Hence we must first inquire how it came about that Manlius was constrained to behave with such rigidity, secondly, what enabled Valerius to behave with such consideration, thirdly, what caused these different methods to produce the same effect, and, finally, which is the better way and which the most useful to imitate. If anyone considers carefully the character of Manlius from the time when Titus Livy first mentions him, he will realize that he was a very brave man, devoted to his father and to his country, and very respectful towards his superiors. This is shown in his killing of that Gaul, by his defense of his father against the tribune, and from what he said to the consul before he went to fight the Gaul, namely, without an order from you I will never fight against any enemy, even though I am sure of victory. When, therefore, a man of this kind obtains the rank of commander he expects to find everybody else like himself, and the boldness which characterizes him makes him order bold actions, and what he orders he expects to be carried out in precisely the way he prescribes. It is indeed a very sound rule that, when harsh commands are given, one should be harsh in seeing them carried out, otherwise you will find yourself let down. It should also be noted that, if one wants to be obeyed, one should know how to command, and that one can know how to command only if one has compared one's own character with the character of those who have to obey, and gives orders only when one sees that they harmonize, and, when they clash, abstains. It has been said by a wise man that, if one is to hold a state by violent means, the force employed should be proportionate to 466. Severity and sociability M.22. The resistance offered. So long as this proportion obtains, it is to be expected that the violence will last, but should the violated be stronger than the violator, it is probable that the violence will some day cease. But to return to our discourse, I maintain that, if bold things are to be ordered, one must be a bold man, and that, given a man has the strength and that he issues bold orders, then he cannot be soft in seeing his orders are obeyed, whereas a man who has not the strength of character, should be careful not to give such out of the way orders, but in giving orders can afford to act in accordance with his common humanity. Because ordinary punishments are not ascribed to the ruler, but to the laws and institutions. It must be supposed, therefore, that Manlius was constrained to act thus rigidly owing to the extraordinary orders he gave, to which he was inclined by his nature, and that such orders should be given is useful in a republic, since they restore its discipline to its pristine state, and revive its ancient virtue. And, as we have said before, should a republic be so fortunate as frequently to have men who by their example give fresh life to its laws, and do not merely stop them going to rack and ruin, but restore their former vigor, such a republic would last forever. Such a one was Manlius, for by the harshness of his commands he maintained military discipline in Rome, whereunto he was constrained first by his nature and then by his desire to see those orders carried out which his natural appetite had prompted him to issue. Valerius, on the other hand, could go gently, as one to whom it sufficed to see done what it was customary to do in the Roman armies. These customs, since they were sound, were enough to keep up his reputation, and, since they were not hard to observe, there was no need for Valerius to punish delinquents, because there weren't any, but, had there been any they would have ascribed their punishment, as was said, to the ordinances, not to the brutality of their 467. M.22 Administrative Methods. Prince. So that Valerius could indulge his natural bent for kindliness of all sorts, and by these means acquire gratitude from the troops and be able to keep them contented. It thus came about that, since the same obedience was shown to both were able to produce the same effect though by different means. Those who desire to imitate them may, however, fall into the vices I mentioned in connection with Hannibal and Scipio, namely, the evoking of contempt or of hatred. Vices which you can avoid only if in you there be more than ordinary virtue, but not otherwise. It remains to consider which of these two ways of behaving is the more praiseworthy. This is open to question, I think, for some authors praise one and some the other. Yet writers who describe how a prince should govern, incline rather to Valerius than to Manlius, and Xenophon, whom I have cited already, gives many instances illustrative of Cyrus's consideration for others, and thus agrees closely with what Titus Livy says of Valerius. For, when he was consul in the Samnite War, and the day came on which they had to give battle, he addressed his troops with the same consideration he usually displayed in dealing with them. Having given the speech, Titus Livy adds these remarks: no commander was ever more familiar with his soldiers, for he deemed it no burden to share their duties with the meanest of them. He would take part especially in their military sports, in which men contend with one another in speed and strength as equals, and in this easy comradeship never changed his countenance whether he won or was beaten. He was never contemptuous towards anyone who challenged him as an equal. In his actions he was kind when circumstances permitted, and in his conversation was scarce less mindful of liberty of voters than he was of his own dignity. And, what is more popular than aught else, he behaved towards them just as he had behaved when a candidate for office. 468. Severity and sociability IH.22. Titus Livy speaks with the same respect of Manlius, pointing out that the severity he showed in killing his son made the army obey him when he was consul, which was the cause of the victory gained by the Roman people over the Latins. Indeed, in praising him he goes further than this, for, after mentioning this victory, he describes in detail how he drew the troops up for this battle, points out the dangers which the Roman people ran in it, and the difficulty they had in winning it, and ends with the remark that it was the virtue of Manlius alone that gave the Romans the victory. He compares, too, their respective forces, and asserts that whichever side had had Manlius as consul would have won. Hence, in view of what historians have said, it is difficult to judge between Manlius and Valerius. I do not want to leave the matter undecided, however, so shall say this. For a citizen who is living under the laws of a republic, I think it is more praiseworthy and less dangerous to adopt the procedure of Manlius, since this way of behaving was entirely in the public interest, and was in no way affected by private ambition, for it is impossible to gain partisans if one is harsh in one's dealing with everybody and is wholly devoted to the common good, because by doing this, One does not acquire particular friends or, as I have just called them, partisans. Wherefore, then such a procedure none can be more advantageous or more desirable in a republic, since it neither fails to take account of the interests of the public nor does it suggest that personal power is in any way being sought. But of Valerius's procedure the contrary is true, for, though so far as the public is concerned, it has the same effects. Yet, if a man should win the special goodwill of the troops and should retain his command for long, there is grave reason to fear that the result may be prejudicial to liberty. If such prejudicial effects were lacking in the case of Publicola, the reason was that the minds of the Romans 469 M.22 administrative methods were not as yet corrupt, and that he did not hold office for a long time without intermission. But if one takes the case of a prince, which is the case Xenophon is considering, we should have to side wholly with Valerius and to discard Manlius. For a prince should seek to gain the obedience and affection of his soldiers and of his subjects, their obedience by his fidelity to the constitution and by the reputation he has for virtue, their affection by his affability, kindliness, compassion, and the other qualities for which Valerius was conspicuous. And Cyrus also, so Xenophon tells us. For that a prince should be well liked by each of his subjects and should have a devoted army, is in conformity with other features appertaining to his princely status. But for the army to be devoted to the cause of a private citizen is not consistent with his position, since he is bound by the laws and should obey the magistrates. We read in the annals of ancient Venice, that when the galleys of this republic had returned to port, a quarrel arose between the sailors and the populace, resulting in disturbances, in which arms were used, nor could the tumult be quelled, either by the police force or by highly respected citizens, or by fear of the magistrates, until a gentleman who had been in command of the sailors the year before, suddenly appeared before them, and they stopped fighting out of the affection they had for him. This subservience aroused such suspicions in the Senate that the Venetians shortly afterwards made sure of him either by imprisonment or death. I conclude, therefore, that Valerius' method is advantageous in the case of a prince but harmful in the case of a private citizen, alike to his country and to himself, to his country, because such behavior prepares the way for tyranny, to himself because the suspicion his behavior arouses forces his city to protect itself against him to his own undoing. On the other hand, I claim that in a prince the behavior of Manlius is 470. The banishment of Camillus 3.22-3. Harmful, and in a private citizen of advantage, especially to his country. Nor will it hurt the private citizen unless the hatred you incur by your severity is intensified by the suspicion to which the great reputation your virtue has brought you may give rise, as we shall now show that it did in the case of Camillus. 23. Upon what account Camillus was banished from Rome. We have just reached the conclusion that anyone who behaves like Valerius does harm both to his country and to himself, but that if he behaves as Manlius did he helps his country and sometimes harms himself. This is borne out to a large extent by the case of Camillus, whose behavior was more like that of Manlius than Valerius. Hence Titus Livy says of him that the soldiers both hated and admired his virtuous star. It was his solicitude, his prudence, his magnanimity, and the good discipline he maintained in his administration and command of the army, that caused him to be so much admired. It was because he was more severe in chastising than generous in rewarding that he came to be hated. For this hatred Titus Livy ascribes the following reasons. First, he assigned the money which had been obtained from the sale of goods taken from the vaients to the public use, instead of distributing it with the booty. Secondly, at his triumph he caused his triumphal chariot to be drawn by 4 white horses, which they said was due to his pride and to his desire to emulate the Sunday. Thirdly, he made a vow to give a 10th part of the vaientian booty to Apollo, and, in order to fulfill this vow, had to deprive the soldiers of booty on which they had already laid their hands. From this it may clearly and easily be seen what kind of thing makes a prince odious to his people. Of such things the chief is to deprive them of what they value. This is a matter of 471. M.23 Administrative methods. Considerable importance because, when a man is deprived of something which possesses intrinsic value, he never forgets it, and you are reminded of it every time you in any way need it. And, since such need is of daily occurrence, you are reminded of it every day. The other thing is to be proud and puffed up in your bearing, than which nothing is more odious to the populace, especially when that populace is free. And even should this pride and ostentation cause them no inconvenience, they none the less hate him who displays it. Hence a ruler should avoid this as he would a rock, for to draw hatred down on your head without deriving thence any profit is an extremely rash and in no wise a prudent policy. Book 3. Discourses 24-30. Internal security. 24. The prolongation of military commands. 0. Made Rome a servile state. A careful study of the procedure of the Roman Republic will show that 2 causes contributed to the dissolution of that republic. The first was the disputes which arose concerning the agrarian law. The second was the prolongation of military commands. Had their consequences been recognized from the beginning and due remedies applied, freedom would have lasted longer in Rome, and life there would have been perhaps more tranquil. And although there is no record of any tumults having arisen in Rome owing to the prolongation of a military command, it is clear that in fact great harm was done to the city by the authority its citizens acquired in this way. Had other citizens whose period of office was extended Been as wise and good as Lucius Quintius, this inconvenience would not have arisen. His goodness was exemplary, for, when by agreement between the plebs and the Senate, the plebs prolonged the tribune's commission for a year in the hope of thus strengthening their resistance to the ambition of the nobles, the Senate out of jealousy of the plebs, not wanting to be outdone, wished to prolong the consulate of Lucius Quintius. But he would have none of it, for bad examples. Imperii. Bil Viver Libero. 473. M.24 Internal security ought to be ignored, he said, not strengthened by the addition of another even worse example, so he desired them to make new consuls. Had such goodness and prudence characterized all Rome's citizens, they could not have allowed this custom of prolonging public offices to be introduced, nor from these would they have passed on to the prolonging of military commands, which in due course led to the downfall of the Republic. The first to have his military command prolonged was Publius Philo. He was besieging the city of Palaeopolis when his consulate came to an end. Since it seemed to the Senate that he was on the point of winning a victory, they did not appoint a successor, but made him proconsul. He was thus the first proconsul. Though, in doing this, the Senate was looking to the public interest, it was this that eventually made Rome a servile state. For, the further the Romans went afield with their armies, the more necessary did this prolonging of command seem to be, and the more use they made of it. From which there resulted two inconveniences. First, but a small number of men acquired experience as military commanders, and in consequence but few acquired a reputation for it. Secondly, when a citizen had been for long in command of an army, he won the army over and made it his partisan, so that it came in time to forget of the Senate and to recognize its commander alone as its head. It thus came about that Sulla and Marius were able to find troops to support them in actions contrary to the public good, and it thus came about that Caesar was able to reduce his country to subjection. Had the Romans not prolonged offices and military commands, they would not have attained such great power in so short a time, and, had they been slower in making conquests, they would also have been slower to arrive at servitude. 67. 474. The poverty of Cincinnatus M.25. 25 Concerning the poverty of Cincinnatus and of many other Roman citizens. We have maintained elsewhere that the most useful institution to have in a state which enjoys freedom is one that keeps the citizens poor. Though in Rome it is not clear which institution had this effect, since the agrarian law, especially, encountered a good deal of opposition, yet we have evidence that for 400 years from the time the city was built, there was a very great deal of poverty there. Nor can one think of any institution which tended more to produce this effect than the knowledge that poverty did not bar you from any office or from any honor, and that virtue was sought out, no matter in whose house it dwelt. This way of life made riches less desirable. This is obvious. For, when Minucius was consul, and his army was beset on all sides by the Equi, Rome was so terror-stricken lest the army should be lost, that it had recourse to the appointment of a dictator, its last resource in times of great distress. The appointment was given to Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, who was found in his little farm plowing with his own hands. This incident is enshrined in a golden saying of Titus Livy, who says, "It is worthwhile recording it for the sake of those who in comparison with riches despise all human values, and have not much use for honor or virtue, unless it brings them wealth." Cincinnatus was plowing his little farm, which was not more than 4½ acres in extent, when messengers from the Senate in Rome came to tell him of his appointment to the dictatorship, and to point out in what danger the Roman Republic stood. Whereupon he put on his toga, came to Rome, got together an army, and went to the rescue of Minucius, having defeated and despoiled the Uno Viver Libero. 475. M.25 Internal security enemy and relieved Minucius. He was unwilling that an army which had let itself be surrounded should share in the spoils. For, he said, I do not propose that you should share in booty taken from those who almost made booty of you. He then deprived Minucius of the consulship, made him legate, and said to him, "You will keep this rank till you have learned how to be a consul." He had also made Lucius Tarquinius his master off horse, though he was so poor that he fought on foot. Honor, then, was paid to poverty in Rome, as has been said, for a man as wise and valiant as Cincinnatus thought 4½ acres of land sufficient to live on. There was still the same degree of poverty at the time of Marcus Regulus, for, when he was with his army in Africa, he asked leave of the Senate to return to look after his farm, which his laborers were neglecting. And here two things especially are noteworthy: first, poverty, and how content people were with it, and how the citizens thought it sufficient to win honors in a war, and to leave all the profits to the public, for, if Regulus had been contemplating enrichment as the result of the war, he would not have bothered about his fields being neglected. The second point to be considered is the magnanimity of his citizens, whose greatness of spirit when in command of an army rose above that of any prince who had respect neither for kings nor republics, and were alarmed and frightened at nothing, but, when they returned to private life, they became frugal, humble, careful of their little properties, obedient to the magistrates, and respectful to their superiors. So much so, that it seems incredible that one and the same mind should have undergone so great a change. This poverty lasted to the days of Paulus Aemilius, which were the last happy days this republic enjoyed, days wherein a citizen would by his triumph bring riches to Rome, yet himself remain a poor man. And, in such high esteem was poverty still held in Paulus' day that, when he wanted to do honor to those who had done well in the war, he gave his son-in-law. 476. Disasters due to women. M.25-6. A silver cup, which was the first piece of silver that had ever been in his house. I might indeed discourse at length on the advantages of poverty over riches, and how poverty brings honor to cities, provinces, and religious institutions, whereas the other thing has ruined them, if it had not already been done so often by others. 26. How women have brought about the downfall of states. A riot was caused in the city of Ardea owing to a quarrel between the patricians and the plebs about a marriage. A rich woman was anxious to get married, and a plebeian and a noble both asked for her hand. She had no father, and whereas her guardians wanted her to marry the plebeian, her mother preferred the noble. This caused such a disturbance that people took up arms, the nobles in support of the noble, and the plebs in support of plebeian. The plebs were beaten, left Ardea, and sent to the Volsci for help. The nobles appealed to Rome. The Volsci were first in the field, reached Ardea, and laid siege to the city. The Romans then came along, hemmed the Volsci in between the city and their own army, with the result that, straitened by famine, they were forced to surrender at discretion. The Romans then entered the city, killed the promoters of the disturbance and restored order. There are several points to be noticed here. First, we see how women have been the cause of many troubles, have done great harm to those who govern cities, and have caused in them many divisions. In like manner we read in Livy's history that the outrage done to Lucretia deprived the Tarquins of their rule, and that done to Virginia deprived the Decemviri of their power. Among the primary causes of the downfall of tyrants, Aristotle puts the injuries they do on account of women, whether by rape, violation, or the breaking up of marriages. But this we have discussed at length in the 477. M.26-7 Internal Security chapter dealing with conspiracies. I say here, then, that absolute princes and the rulers of republics should not treat such matters as of small moment, but should bear in mind the disorders that such events may occasion and look to the matter in good time, so that the remedy applied may not be accompanied by damage done to, or revolts against, their state or their republic, as happened to the people of Ardea, who allowed the quarrel between their citizens to grow and to split them into factions, and then, to unite them again, had to appeal to foreigners for assistance, which is an excellent prelude to slavery. Let us turn now to the other point to be noted, which is how in a city unity can be restored. Of this I shall speak in the next chapter. 27. How unity may be restored to a divided city, and how mistaken are those who hold that to retain possession of cities one must needs keep them divided. From the example set by the Roman consuls who reconciled the people of Ardea we may learn how to deal with a divided city. The only way to cure it is to kill the ringleaders responsible for the disturbances. For there are but three ways of dealing with them, either to kill them as the consuls did, or to expel them from the city, or to force them to make peace with one another and to undertake not to attack one another. Of these three methods the last is the most hurtful, the least reliable and the most futile. For, where there has been considerable bloodshed or other such like outrages, it is impossible that a forced peace should last where people are meeting one another every day, and it is difficult to prevent them attacking one another since in their daily intercourse fresh occasions for quarreling are liable to arise. Of this no better example can be given than what happened. 478. On the handling of divided cities. M.27. In the city of Pistoia. 15 years ago that city was divided, as it is still, into the Pansiatici and the Cancellieri, but in those days they were armed, whereas today they have given this up. Between them there had been many disputes, which led to bloodshed, the destruction of houses, the plundering of property, and other hostile acts of all kinds. The Florentines, whose job it was to compose this strife, always used the third method in doing this, and always there arose worse tumults and greater troubles, so that they got tired of it and tried the second method, which consists in removing the party leaders. Some they put in prison, others they banished to various places, so that the concord thus established might last, as it has lasted, until now. Yet it would unquestionably have been safer to use the first method. Since, however, in executions of this kind there is something great and grand, a weak republic cannot do such things. So alien, indeed, are they to its character that it is with difficulty that it brings itself to use the second remedy. These are some of the mistakes which, as I said at the beginning, rulers in our day make when they have to deal with affairs of importance, for they should be ready to hear of how those acted who in olden days had to deal with such problems. Whereas, instead, so feeble are men today owing to their defective education and to the little knowledge they have of affairs, that they look upon the judgments of their forefathers as inhuman in some cases and in others as impossible. Yet the modern views they held to are quite unsound, for instance, that advocated a while ago by wise folk in our city who said that Pistoia should be held by means of factions and Pisa by means of fortresses. They fail to see how futile such means are. In both cases, I shall say nothing here about fortresses because I have elsewhere discussed them at length. What I propose to discuss here is the futility of trying to keep the towns you have to. 479. High point 27 Internal security. Govern, divided. First of all, whether it be a prince or a republic that is governing them, it is impossible for you to remain friends with both of two factions. For it is natural and inevitable that men should take sides in any dispute, and should be more drawn to this side than to that. So that, if one party in the town you hold is discontented, it will cause you to lose it as soon as war comes along, for it is impossible to hold a city which has enemies without as well as within. If it is a republic that governs the city, there is no surer way of making its citizens bad subjects and of provoking divisions in your own city than to have to govern a divided city, for each party will seek to win favor, and each will use corrupt practices in order to gain supporters, from which two very serious inconveniences arise. First, you will never make them your friends owing to your inability to govern them well so long as their government changes frequently according as now one and now another humor prevails. Secondly, the encouragement of parties in the city must needs provoke divisions in your republic. To this Biondo bears witness when he says of the Florentines and the Pistoians that, in their endeavor to restore unity to Pistoia, the Florentines themselves became divided. Hence it is easy to see to what evils a divided city gives rise. When in 1502 Arezzo was lost, together with the whole of the Val di Tevere and the Val di Chiana, which were occupied by the Vitelli and by the Duke of Valentino, a Monsieur de Lanx was sent by the French king to restore to the Florentines all the towns they had lost. Since in every city which Lanx visited, he found men who said they belonged to Marzico's party. He strongly criticized these divisions. If in France, he said, a man were to claim to belong to the king's party, he would be punished, for such a statement would imply that in that town there were people hostile to the king. Delta Part de Marzico, the heraldic lion of Florence. 480. Tyranny and Good Works M.27-8. Whereas it was the king's wish that all the towns should support him, and should be united, not split into parties. All such behavior and such distorted views are due to the weakness of overlords, who, because they cannot hold their dominions by force and by virtue, have recourse to such devices, which in quiet times may occasionally be of use, but which, when adversity comes and the times are troubled, show how fallacious they are. 28. That a strict watch should be kept on the doings of citizens, since under cover of good works there often arises the beginning of tyranny. When the city of Rome was suffering from famine and the public resources had come to an end, a certain Spurius Malleus, a very rich man in those days, took it into his head to lay in a private supply of corn and to dole it out to the plebs to acquire gratitude. He thereby gained such favor with the crowd that the Senate, foreseeing the inconvenience to which this liberality of his might give rise, in order to put a stop to it before he should acquire more power, appointed forthwith a dictator and put Malleus to death. Our attention is thus drawn to the fact that actions which appear to be done from a sense of duty and cannot reasonably be found fault with, may lead to victimization and prove very dangerous to a republic, unless they are corrected in good time. Let me further elaborate this point. I agree that a republic cannot survive nor be governed at all well unless in it there are citizens of good repute. On the other hand, the reputation citizens acquire in a republic may bring about a tyranny, and to provide against this, it is essential to exercise control in such wise that the reputation of a citizen shall be helpful, not harmful to the city and to its liberties. Hence the means whereby a reputation is obtained, must be inquired into. Such means are 481. M.28 Internal security. Of two kinds in point of fact, public or private. The means taken are public when a person, by the soundness of his advice, and the even greater efficiency of his performance, benefits the public, and so acquires a reputation. To acquire such a reputation should be open to citizens, and rewards should be offered both to those who advise and to those who act, so that they may thus acquire honor and satisfaction. And provided reputations gained by such means be honest and above board, they should never be dangerous to the state, but hen acquired in the other way we mentioned, i.e. by private means, they are very dangerous and extremely harmful. The private way consists in conferring benefits on this or that individual, such as lending him money, marrying off his daughters for him, protecting him from the magistrates and doing other favors of a personal nature which cause men to become partisans, and encourage those who are thus favored, to become corrupters of public morals and lawbreakers. A well-ordered republic, therefore, should, as we have said, make it open to anyone to gain favor by his services to the public, but should prevent him from gaining it by his services to private individuals. And this is what we find Rome did, for she rewarded those who labored well in the public cause, by giving them triumphs and all the other honors she was wont to bestow on her citizens, while she condemned those who, under various pretexts sought by private means to acquire greatness, and ordered them to be prosecuted, and, should this not suffice owing to the populace being dazzled by a kind of spurious goodness, she appointed a dictator who by using his royal prerogative should constrain them to return to the fold they had deserted, as she did to punish Spurius Malleus. For should anything of this kind be left unpunished, it is liable to ruin a republic, since to restore it to normal life is difficult after such an example has been set. 482. Faults due to princes 111.29. 29 That the faults of peoples are due to princes. Princes ought not to complain of any fault committed by the peoples whom they govern, because such faults are due either to their negligence or to their being themselves sullied by similar defects. Those who talk about the peoples of our day being given up to robbery and similar vices, will find that they are all due to the fact that those who ruled them behaved in like manner. The Romagna, before Pope Alexander VI got rid of the lords who ruled it, exemplified the very worst types of behavior, for it was apparent to everyone that every least occasion was followed by killings and wholesale rapine. It was the wickedness of the princes that gave rise to this, not the wicked nature of man, as people said. For the princes, who were poor, yet desired to live like rich men, of necessity, had frequent recourse to robberies of one kind or another. One of the dishonorable means they adopted, was to make laws forbidding this action or that. They were then the first to provide occasion for the non-observance of these laws, but never punished the delinquents until they saw that a considerable number were involved in the same predicament. They then had recourse to punishment, not out of zeal for the laws they had made, but out of cupidity, that they might collect the fines imposed. This gave rise to numerous inconveniences, of which the worst was that it impoverished the people without amending them, and that those who were impoverished sought to get the better of their weaker brethren. It was in this way that there arose all the evils mentioned above, and it was the prince who was responsible for them. That this is so Titus Livy shows in the account he gives of the Roman legates who took the gifts of booty from Veii to the temple of Apollo. They were captured by corsairs of Lipari in Sicily, whither they were taken. When Timostheus, their leader, heard what the 483 M.2930 internal security gifts were for, whither they were going and who had sent them, though a native of Lipari, he behaved as if he was a Roman, pointing out to the populace that it was impious to see such gifts, with the result that, with everybody's consent, he let the legates go with all they had with them. The comment made by the historian is this: Timostheus instilled religion into the masses, who always resemble their ruler. This is confirmed by a remark of Lorenzo de' Medici, who says, "What the prince does the many also soon do. For to their eyes the prince is ever in view." 30. It is necessary for a citizen who proposes to use his authority to do any good work in a republic first to extinguish all envy, and it, what provisions are to be made for the defense of a city which the enemy is about to attack. When the Roman Senate heard that all Tuscany had made a new levy for the invasion and destruction of Rome, and that the Latins and the Hernici, who had hitherto been allies of the Roman people, had come to terms with the Volsci, Rome's perpetual enemies, it was of opinion that the war would be a hazardous affair. Moreover, since Camillus happened then to be a tribune with consular power, the Senate thought it should be possible to manage without appointing a dictator, provided the other tribunes, his colleagues, would entrust him with the supreme command. This the said tribunes did willingly. Nor, says Titus Livy, did anybody deem it derogatory to his authority, to subordinate it to his. Camillus, therefore, on receiving their promise of obedience, ordered that 3 armies should be enrolled. Of the first he decided himself to take command and to march against the Tuscans. 484. Leadership and envy M.30. He appointed Quintus Servilius to the command of second, which was to remain near Rome to impede the Latins and the Hernici, should they make a move over the third army. He put Lucius Quintius with orders to protect the city, and to defend the gates and the Senate house in any eventuality that should arise. In addition to this, he gave Horatius, one of his colleagues, charge of providing the arms and the corn and other things requisite in time of war. And yet another of his colleagues, Cornelius, he appointed president of the Senate and of the public council to advise it on the actions which had to be taken and carried out day by day. Thus the tribunes in those days, with a view to the safety of their country, were prepared both to command and to obey. We see in this incident what a good and wise man may do, how much good he may occasion, and what great advantages he can bring to his country when, thanks to his goodness and his virtue, he has got rid of envy, which is so often the cause why men cannot do good, since it prevents them from acquiring that authority which they must needs have if they are to deal with important matters. Envy may be got rid of in 2 ways. Either by some serious misfortune, difficult to deal with, in which everybody sees disaster ahead and so, dropping any ambition, hastens to obey one whose virtue promises him freedom. This happened in the case of Camillus, for, since he had given such proof of his excellence and, having thrice been dictator, had always administered that office to the benefit of the public, not in his own interests, no one feared his having great power, nor, in view of his deservedly great reputation, thought it an indignity to serve under him. Hence the remark which Titus Livy shrewdly makes, nor did anybody, etc. The other way in which envy is removed is when, either by violence or in the natural course, those are removed who were your rivals in the contest for fame and power, for, as long as 485 M.30 internal security. Such men see that your reputation is greater than theirs, they will never remain quiet and bear it with patience. Moreover, should such men have been used to living in a corrupt city in which education had not done them any good, it is impossible for any misfortune to convert them to a better state of mind. Rather would they see their country ruined and fail to obtain their ends and satisfy their perverse mentality. To overcome envy of this kind, the only remedy lies in the death of those who are imbued with it. When fortune so favors the virtuous man as to bring about their death in the ordinary course, there is no scandal, and he becomes famous by being able to display his virtue without obstacle or offense. But when this does not happen, it behoves him to devise some way of getting rid of the persons in question, and he should take steps to overcome the difficulty before doing anything else. He who reads the Bible with discernment will see that, in order that Moses might set about making laws and institutions, he had to kill a very great number of men who, out of envy, and nothing else, were opposed to his plans. The need for this was clearly recognized by Friar Girolamo Savonarola and also by Piero Soderini, the Gonfalonier of Florence. But one of them, namely, the friar, was unable to overcome the difficulty. For he lacked the requisite authority, and those office followers, who might have had the authority for it, did not get his meaning right. It was not, however, his fault that this did not happen, and his sermons were full of indictments against the wise of this world, and of invectives against them, and by the wise of this world he meant those who were envious and were opposed to his ordinances. The other believed that his goodness, the favor of fortune, and his beneficence towards all, in time would extinguish envy. For in view of his being as yet fairly young and of how much favor he had recently gained by his method of governing, he thought he would be able to get the better of those who through envy were opposing him. 486. Leadership and envy M.30. Without either scandal, violence, or disturbance. What he failed to realize was that time waits for no man, that goodness alone does not suffice, that fortune is changeable, and that malice is not to be placated by gifts. So that both these men were ruined, and in both cases their downfall was due to their not knowing how, or not being able, to overcome envy. Another noteworthy point about Camillus is the arrangements he made for the defense of Rome, both within and without. It is, indeed, not without reason that good historians, such as our author, give a particularly detailed account of certain incidents that posterity may learn how to defend itself in like situations. And in this it should be observed that no defense is more dangerous or more futile than one that is tumultuous and without order. This is shown by the third army which Camillus caused to be enrolled and left in Rome to guard the city. For many might have thought, and still may think, that his action here was superfluous, since the people were in any case armed and were warlike. Hence it would seem that there was no need of a further enrollment, but that it would have sufficed to hand out the arms when the need arose. But Camillus thought otherwise, and so will anyone else who is as wise as he, for the masses ought never to be allowed to take up arms except under definite instructions and conditions. From the example of Camillus, therefore, one learns that he, to whom the guardianship of a city has been entrusted, should avoid as he would a rock the giving of arms to a tumultuous crowd. Instead, he should first select and enroll those whom he wishes to bear arms, and whom they obey in all things. And those whom he has not enrolled he should order to stay at home and look after their houses. He who orders things in this way can easily defend a city that is attacked, but he who acts otherwise, and declines to emulate Camillus, will not be able to defend it. 487. Book 3. Discourses 3:1-5. Equanimity, insurrection, confidence, electioneering and the tendering of advice. 31 Strong republics and outstanding men retain their equanimity and their dignity under all circumstances. Among the other splendid things which our historian makes Camillus say and do in order to show how an outstanding man should behave, he puts into Camillus' mouth these words: the dictatorship did not elate me, nor did exile depress me. One sees here how great men remain the same, whatever befalls. If fortune changes, sometimes raising them, sometimes casting them down, they do not change, but remain ever resolute, so resolute in mind and in conduct throughout life that it is easy for anyone to see that fortune holds no sway over them. Not so do weak men behave, for by good fortune they are buoyed up and intoxicated, and ascribe such success as they meet with, to a virtue they never possessed, so that they become insupportable and odious to all who have anything to do with them. This then brings about a sudden change in their lot, the prospect of which causes them to go to the other extreme and to become base and abject. Hence it comes about that rulers so built prefer to run away rather than to defend themselves in adversity, just as do men. 488. On equanimity M.31. Who find themselves defenseless because they have misused the good fortune they had. These virtues and these vices, which are found as I have been saying in a particular man, are also found in a republic, of which the Romans and the Venetians provide us with examples. No bad luck ever made the first become abject, nor did good fortune ever make them arrogant. This is manifest from their behavior after the defeat at Cannae, and after the victory they gained over Antiochus. For though the defeat was very serious since it was their third, they never became disheartened, but kept their armies in the field, declined to redeem those who had allowed themselves to be taken prisoners, contrary to their practice, did not send emissaries to Hannibal or to Carthage to sue for peace, but, dispensing with any such abject steps as these, devoted their whole attention to the war, and, owing to shortage of men, armed both the old and their slaves. When Hanno, the Carthaginian, came to hear of this, he pointed out to the Carthaginian Senate, as we have remarked above, what small account the Romans made of the defeat at Cannae. Hence it is clear that in trying times the Romans were not despondent, nor were they humbled, nor, on the other hand, did prosperous times make them arrogant, for when Antiochus sent envoys to Scipio to ask for terms prior to the battle in which he was finally defeated, Scipio laid down the following as his Conditions for peace, that Antiochus should withdraw into Syria and that the rest should be left to the decision of the Roman people. These terms Antiochus having rejected, a battle took place, and having lost it, he sent to Scipio envoys, commissioned to accept all the conditions which the victors should lay down. Whereupon Scipio proposed precisely the same terms as those he had offered before he won, and then remarked that the Romans, when beaten, do not lose courage, nor, when they win, do they become arrogant. 489. M.3 Equanimity, electioneering. The Venetians we find doing just the opposite of this. To them it seemed that their good fortune was due to a virtue, which they did not in fact possess. Moreover, so arrogant did they become that they called the king of France a son of St. Mark, showed no respect for the church, had their eye by no means on Italy alone, but had already made up their minds to set up a monarchy similar to that of Rome. Then, when good luck deserted them and a partial defeat was inflicted on them at Vela by the king of France, they lost the whole of their dominions, not merely through rebellions, but a goodly portion of them they gave to the Pope and to the King of Spain, out of sheer dejection and despondency of mind. So dispirited, indeed, were they that they sent ambassadors to the emperor, offering to become his tributaries, and wrote groveling and abject letters to the Pope to stir up his compassion, to reach which unhappy state it took them 4 days, and yet it was but a partial defeat they had suffered, for, after the engagement, in the fighting which took place during the retreat of their army, only about half their forces were engaged, so that one of their commissioners who escaped, reached Verona with more than 25,000 troops, comprising both foot and cavalry. Hence, if in Venice and in Venetian institutions there had been any sort of virtue they could easily have pulled themselves together and tried their luck again, this time either to win or to lose with greater glory, or to come to an agree meant on more honorable terms. But their pusillanimity, which arose from their institutions being ill adapted for war, made them lose at one stroke alike their dominions and their courage. It will always happen thus to any state governed as was theirs. For this arrogance in prosperity and dejection in adversity is due to the way you behave and to the education you have received, which, if it be feeble and futile, makes you the same, and if it be of the other kind, makes you another. 490. On equanimity Ni.31. Sort of person, i.e. makes you know the world better and so be less exhilarated in good times and less depressed in bad. And what I say of the individual here may be said also of the many who live together in one and the same republic, for they are fashioned to the same state of perfection as characterizes that republic's mode of life. Although I have said elsewhere that the security of all states is based on good military discipline, and that where it does not exist, there can neither be good laws nor anything else that is good, to repeat this does not seem to me superfluous, for the need for this discipline is apparent on every page in Livy's history, where one sees that the soldiery cannot be good unless they are in training, and that it is impossible to train them unless they are your own subjects. For, since no soldiery is always at war, nor yet can be, it is important to train it in time of peace, but this training is impossible on account of the cost except in the case of your own subjects. When Camillus led forth an army to fight the Tuscans, as we have said above, and his soldiers saw how large was the army of the enemy, they were terrified, for so inferior did they feel themselves to be that it looked to them as if they could not possibly withstand their attack. When it came to the ears of Camillus that the men in camp were so ill disposed to fight, he appeared among them and, going about the camp talking to this group of soldiers and that, drove this notion out of their heads. Finally, without issuing any further orders to those in camp, he merely said, let each man do what he has been taught to do or has been accustomed to do. If we consider carefully this plan of action and the words used to encourage the men to go and fight the enemy, it is clear that neither could such words have been used nor the army have been induced to do any such thing unless that army had already been trained and drilled both in peacetime and in war. 4. On soldiers who have not learned how to do anything, no. 491. M.3 I2 Equanimity, electioneering. General can rely, confident that anything they may do will be well done. Even should a second Hannibal command such troops he would in that case go under. For, since during a battle a general cannot be everywhere, he will inevitably meet with disaster unless he has already so drilled every unit that it has imbibed his spirit and is well acquainted with its practice and mode of procedure. If then a city be armed and disciplined as Rome was, and all its citizens, alike in their private and official capacity, have a chance to put alike their virtue and the power of fortune to the test of experience, it will be found that always and in all circumstances they will be of the same mind and will maintain their dignity in the same way. But, when they are not familiar with arms and trust merely to the whim of fortune, not to their own virtue, they will change with the changes of fortune, and will display in all cases the characteristics exemplified by the Venetians. 32 What means some have adopted to prevent a peace. There were 2 Roman colonies, Circii and Velitrae, which had rebelled against the Roman people in the hope that the Latins might support them. When the Latins were beaten and this hope disappeared, many citizens urged that envoys should be sent to Rome to plead their cause with the Senate. This advice was strenuously opposed by those responsible for the rebellion, since they feared that all the blame would fall on their heads. To remove any discussion of peace, they incited the masses to take up arms and to cross the Roman frontiers. And it is, indeed, true that, should anyone want to remove from the mind of a people or a prince all idea of coming to terms, there is no more certain or more reliable way than to get them to commit a grave outrage of this kind against the party with which you do not want them to come to terms, for in all. 492. Confidence and victory M.32-3. Such cases the fear of the punishment which the offender will think his fault merits, will keep him away from the other. After the first war the Carthaginians had with the Romans, the troops which had been employed by the Carthaginians during the war in Sicily and Sardinia, went to Africa when peace had been declared, where, being dissatisfied with their pay, they induced the troops to revolt against the Carthaginians, appointed two of themselves as commanders, Matho and Spendius, seized a considerable number of Carthaginian towns, and sacked many of them. The Carthaginians, desiring at first to try other expedients in preference to war, sent to them one of their citizens, Hasdrubal, as ambassador, for they thought he would have some influence with them since formerly he had been their general. When the latter arrived, Spendius and Matho determined to deprive all the soldiers of any hope of ever coming to terms with the Carthaginians, that thus they might be forced to fight. So they persuaded them that the best thing to do was to kill Hasdrubal together with all the Carthaginian citizens who were with them as their prisoners. In consequence they not only killed them, but first inflicted on them all manner of tortures, and to this outrage added an edict to the effect that all Carthaginians would be killed in the same way, should they happen to take them. This edict and the enforcement of it made that army cruel and steadfast in its opposition to the Carthaginians. 33. To win a battle it is essential to inspire the army with confidence both in itself and in its general. If an army is to win the day it is essential to give it confidence, so as to make it feel sure that it must win, whatever happens. The conditions on which such confidence depends are that the troops should be well armed, well disciplined, and well acquainted with each other. Nor can there be this confidence. 493. M.33 Equanimity, electioneering, or this discipline unless among soldiers who are natives of the same country and have lived together. It is important, too, that the general should be so esteemed for his qualities that the men have confidence in him, and this they will always do when they see that he is always on the alert, is solicitous and courageous, and that he knows well how to uphold the dignity of his position and to maintain his reputation, which he can always do if he punishes men for their mistakes, does not impose on them unnecessary burdens, keeps the promises he has made them, and points out how easy it is to win, concealing or making light of things, which when viewed from afar might suggest danger. Such things, when duly observed, are the principal causes of an army's morale, and, through its morale, of its victory. The Romans used to inspire their armies with this confidence by means of religion. Hence it came about that they used auguries and auspices in appointing consuls, in enrolling troops, and when their armies were setting forth or were about to join battle. And, if he had omitted any of these things, a good and wise general would never undertake any action of moment, since he thought he might easily lose unless his troops had first been assured that the gods were on their side. So, too, if any consul or other general had engaged in battle contrary to the auspices, they would punish him, as they punished Claudius Pulcher. There is abundant evidence of this throughout the whole of Roman history, but to clinch the matter we have the words which Livy puts into the mouth of Appius Claudius, when he was complaining to the people of the insolence of the plebeian tribunes, and showing how it was through their fault that the auspices and other things pertaining to their religion were growing corrupt. He spoke thus: nowadays they are allowed to mock at religious rites. What does it matter if the chickens don't eat, if they are too slow in coming out of their pens, or if one of the birds? 494. Confidence and victory 3.33. Clucks. They are small things, but it was by not despising small things that our ancestors made this republic as great as it is. For it is in such small things that resides the power of keeping soldiers united and confident, which is the primary cause of victory. It is important, nonetheless, that such things should be accompanied by virtue, otherwise they are of no avail. The Praenestans who had sent out an army to attack the Romans, went to the Allia and set up their camp on its banks, in the place where the Romans had been beaten by the Gauls. They did this to give their troops confidence and that the Romans might be discouraged by the misfortune associated with the place. But, though this course was to be approved of, for the reasons set forth above, the upshot of the affair none the less showed that true valor is not set at naught by every trifling circumstance. This is expressed very neatly in the words the historian puts into the mouth of the dictator, who said to his master of horse, "You notice that those fellows yonder, trusting to fortune, have taken up a position on the Allia. You put your trust in your arms and in your courage, and go straight for them. For true virtue, good discipline, and a sense of security born of many victories, cannot be dissipated by things of little moment, nor can vain imaginings make men of such caliber afraid, nor yet a mishap do them harm." This is clearly seen in the case of the two Manlii, for when as consuls they were at war with Tobolsky, and had rashly sent a detachment from their camp on a foraging expedition, it came about that those who had gone and those who remained found themselves besieged at the same time. And it was not the skill of the consuls but the valor of the troops themselves that extricated them from the danger. Upon which Titus Livy makes this remark: tried virtue is safe even when troops are without a leader / Nor must I omit to mention an expedient used by Fabius too. 495. M.33-4 Equanimity, electioneering. Inspire confidence when leading his army for the first time. into Tuscany. Since the country into which he had led it was new and he was attacking new foes, it was all the more necessary, he thought, that the troops should feel confidence, so before the battle he addressed them, pointing out that there were many reasons why they should expect a victory, and adding that he could tell them also of something specially good, from which they would see that victory was certain, were it not dangerous to mention it. This was a clever expedient to adopt and is well worth imitating. 34. What kind of reputation or gossip or opinion causes the populace to begin to favor a particular citizen, and whether the populace appoints to offices with greater prudence than does a prince. We have spoken elsewhere of how Titus Manlius, afterwards called Torquatus, procured the acquittal of his father, Lucius Manlius, from a charge brought against him by Marcus Pomponius, the tribune of the plebs. Though the means he took to save him were somewhat violent and extraordinary, yet his filial devotion was so pleasing to the people at large, that, not only was he not condemned, but at a subsequent election of tribunes for the legions Titus Manlius obtained the second appointment. In regard to his success, I think it well to reflect on the way in which the populace estimates the merits of candidates for election, and to consider how far the conclusion drawn above is true, namely that the populace is a better judge in appointing to office than is a prince. I claim, then, that the populace in choosing between candidates relies on common gossip and on their reputation, when it has otherwise no knowledge of them based on noteworthy deeds, or else on some preconceived opinion it has formed of them. In both cases reliance is placed on the fact that 496. The populace and elections NI. 34. Their fathers were men of standing who did much for the city, it being assumed that their sons should be like them unless their actions indicate the contrary, or else reliance is placed upon what is said about the way they behave. The points which count most in their behavior are that they should be known to associate with seriously minded persons, of good habits, and whom everybody esteems as prudent men. 4. Nothing indicates more plainly what a man is than the company he keeps. The man who associates with honest people deservedly acquires a good name, for it is impossible but that he be of the same kidney. Or, again, a reputation with the public may be gained by some out-of-the-way and conspicuous action which, though of a private character, has brought you honorable notice. Of all three ways in which good repute may at the start be obtained, none is more effectual than this last. For the first, in which reputation is based on the doings of relatives and ancestors, is so unreliable that men are slow to accept it and it evaporates unless accompanied by virtue on the part of the person concerned. The second way, in which you become known by way of the company you keep, is better than the first, but not nearly so good as the third. For until you give some indication of what you can do, your reputation is based only on opinion, which may quite easily prove to be wrong. But the third way, since it originates in, and is based on, facts and on what you have actually done, gives you at the start so great a name that you would have to do much that belied your character before your reputation vanished. Men who are born in a republic, therefore, ought to adopt this course, and to try, by doing things out of the ordinary, to rise above the rank and file. In Rome many did this in their youth by promulgating some law promoting the public good, or by attacking some powerful citizen for violating the laws, or by doing some other such new and remarkable thing. 497. In. 34 Equanimity, electioneering. As might occasion talk. Not only are such things necessary at the outset to gain a reputation, they are also necessary to maintain it and to augment it. To do this, such actions must be repeated, as they were by Titus Manlius throughout the whole of his life. For he obtained his early reputation by defending his father so virtuously and in so odd a way. Some years later he fought with that Gaul, and, after killing him, took off him that golden collar which gave him the name Torquatus. Nor was this all, for later, when he grew up, he killed his son for having engaged in battle without permission, though he had beaten the enemy. These three deeds gave him a greater name at the time, and made him more celebrated for all time, than any triumph did, or any other victory, though he was as successful in this respect as any other Roman. The reason is that in respect of these other victories very many resembled Manlius, but with respect to his particular actions, very few or none. All his triumphs did not win such glory for Scipio the elder as did his youthful act of defending his father on the Ticinus, or the oath which with drawn sword he in his fervour made several young men take not to desert Italy after the defeat at Cannae, as some of them had already resolved to do. The beginning of his reputation rested on these two actions, which served as stepping stones to the triumphs of Spain and of Africa. And his repute was still further increased when in Spain he sent back a daughter to her father and a wife to her husband. This type of conduct is not only necessary to such citizens as desire to acquire fame with a view to obtaining positions of honor in their republic, it is also necessary to princes who wish to keep up their reputation in a principality. For nothing makes a prince so esteemed as when by some singular deed or saying bearing on the common good, he himself sets a striking example which shows his lordship to be either magnanimous or liberal or just, and which is such that it 498. The populace and elections M. 34 can be circulated in the form of a proverb among his subjects. But to return to the point first mentioned in this discourse, I maintain that when the populace first assigns some office to one of its citizens, their choice has not a bad basis if it rests on the three grounds aforesaid. but it has a better one, if number. Iris instances of good conduct have made the person noteworthy, for in that case it is hardly ever possible to make a mistake. I am speaking only of those offices which are given to men early on, before definite experience has been gained as to their character, or they have done something which has changed it for the worse. And here, in regard to forming a false opinion, or judging as to the likelihood of deterioration, the populace always makes fewer mistakes than do princes. Yet, because it is possible for the populace to be deceived in regard to a man's fame or repute or actions, esteeming them to be greater than they are, a mistake that a prince does not make, since he should be told of them and warned by his advisers, and so that a populace also may not lack such counsel, good legislators in founding republics have provided that, when an appointment has to be made to the higher offices in the city to which it would be dangerous to appoint incompetent men, and when it looks as if the popular fancy were inclined to appoint an incompetent person, it shall be lawful, and indeed glorious, for any citizen to broadcast the candidate's defects so that the people, knowing them, may be better advised. That this was the custom in Rome the speech of Fabius Maximus attests. He delivered it before the people during the Second Punic War, when there was question of appointing consuls and Titus Otacilius was a prime favorite for the post. Fabius thought him not the man to hold the consulate in those times, spoke against him, and pointed out his incompetence, with such effect that he kept him out of it and induced the 499 M.34-5 equanimity, electioneering populace to favor one who deserved it more. In appointing to offices, therefore, the populace judges according to the best advice available, better substantiated, and, where it can get advice as a prince can, it makes few mistakes than does a prince. So the citizen who contemplates winning popular favor should make sure of it by doing something remarkable, as Titus Manlius did. 35 What dangers are run by one who takes the lead in advising some course of action, and how much greater are the dangers incurred when the course of action is unusual? How dangerous it is to take the lead in a new enterprise in which many may be concerned, and how difficult it is to handle and direct it, and once directed on its way, to keep it going. Would be too long and too deep a topic for us to discuss here. Reserving it, therefore, for a more convenient place, 69 I shall speak only of the dangers incurred by citizens or by those advising a prince to take the lead in some grave and important matter in such a way that for the whole of this advice they may be held responsible. For men judge of actions by the result. Hence for all the ill that results from an enterprise the man who advised it is blamed, and, should the result be good, commended, but the reward by no means weighs the same as the loss. The present Sultan, Selim, called the Great Turk, had, according to those who have lately returned from his dominions, made preparations to invade Syria and Egypt, when he was strongly advised by one of his pashas whom he had posted on the frontiers of Persia, to attack the Sophie. Acting on this advice, he set forth on the enterprise with a very large force. On reaching a broad expanse of open country where there were many deserts but few streams, he found himself in the 500. On giving advice 3.35. Very difficulty that had proved fatal to many a Roman army. So much so that, though he was victorious in the war, he lost, through famine and pestilence, the greater part of his troops. Hence he was angry with the person who had advised him, and put him to death. We read of many citizens who, having promoted some undertaking that turned out badly, were sent into exile. It was owing to some Roman citizens who took the lead that a plebeian consul was first appointed in Rome. It then happened that the first time he led forth the armies he was beaten. Consequently those who had advised the appointment would have been in trouble, had they not been protected by the party in whose interests the appointment had been made. The advisers of a republic and the counselors of a prince are undoubtedly in a difficult position, for, unless they recommend the course which in their honest opinion will prove advantageous to that city or to that prince regardless of consequences, they fail to fulfill the duties of their office, while, if they recommend it, they are risking their lives and endangering their jurisdiction, since all men in such matters are blind and judge advice to be good or bad according to its result. Nor do I see any way of avoiding either the infamy or the danger than by putting the case with moderation instead of assuming responsibility for it, and by stating one's views dispassionately and defending them alike dispassionately and modestly, so that, if the city or the prince accepts your advice, he does so of his own accord, and will not seem to have been driven to it by your importunity. If you act thus, it is unreasonable for a prince or a people to wish you ill on account of your advice, since it has not been adopted against the will of the majority. Danger is incurred only when many have opposed you, and, the result being unfortunate, they combine to bring about your downfall. And, though, in the case we have taken, there is lacking the glory which comes to the man. 501. M.35 Equanimity, electioneering. Who in opposition to the many, alone advocates a certain course which turns out well, it has two advantages. First, it does not entail danger. Secondly, if you tender your advice with modesty, and the opposition prevents its adoption, and swing to someone else's advice being adopted, disaster follows. You will acquire very great glory. And, though you cannot rejoice in the glory that comes from disasters which befall your city or your prince, it at any rate counts for something. I do not think any further recommendations can be made on this point, for, if one recommended men to be silent and not to express their views, this would be no use to the republic or to their prince, nor would danger thereby be eliminated, for before long they would become suspect, and that might which happened to some friends of Perseus, king of Macedonia. He had been defeated by Paulus Aemilius, and had escaped with a few of his friends. While they were reviewing what had taken place, it happened that one of them began to tell Perseus of the many mistakes he had made, and how they had been the cause of his undoing. At which Perseus was so annoyed that he said, "Traitor, for you have delayed until now to speak of what I cannot undo." On saying which, he killed him with his own hands. Thus was a man punished for keeping silent when he ought to have spoken, and for speaking when he ought to have been silent. So that he didn't avoid danger by not giving his advice. Hence it is best, I think, to keep to, and to act on, the lines laid down above. Book 3. Discourses 36-9. Advice to generals in the field. 36 reasons why the French have been, and still are, looked upon in the beginning of a battle as more than men, and afterwards as less than women. The ardor of the Gaul who challenged any Roman on the banks of the river Anio to single combat, which led to a fight between him and Titus Manlius, reminds me of what Titus Livy several times says of the Gauls, namely, that in the beginning of a battle they are more than men, but in the fighting that follows they turn out worse than women. As to how this comes about, many think that nature has made them so, which is no doubt true, but it does not follow from this that the nature which makes them ardent at the start could not be so regulated by rules as to keep them ardent right up to the end. In proof of these let me point out that armies are of 3 types. In the first there is both ardor B and order. Now order promotes both ardor and virtue as it did in the case of Romans. For, during the whole course of their history one finds that there was good order in their armies, which military discipline. A Pharisita. B. Furor. 503. NI. 36 Advice to generals in the field of long standing had introduced. In a well-disciplined army, no one should perform any action except in accordance with regulations. Hence in the Roman army, which, since it conquered the world, should be taken as a model by all other armies, we find that no one ate or slept or went wenching or performed any other action, military or domestic, without instructions from the consul. Armies which act otherwise are not true armies, and if they do anything of note they do it through ardor and impetuosity, not through valor. But when disciplined virtue uses its ardor in the right way and at the right time, no difficulties dismay an army or cause it to lose courage. For good discipline stimulates courage and ardor, in that it strengthens the hope of victory, which is never wanting so long as discipline remains. The opposite of all this happens in those armies in which there is ardor but no discipline, as was the case with the Gauls, who in their fighting were wholly lacking in method. For if their first attack did not succeed, they faltered, since the ardor on which they relied was not sustained by disciplined valor, and there was nothing else on which they could rely. When their ardor cooled, the Romans, on the other hand, made light of danger since their discipline was good, and since they did not despair of victory, they remained firm and dogged, and fought with the same courage and the same virtue at the end as at the start, nay, when stimulated by a fight. They always grew more ardent. The third type of army is one in which there exists neither a natural ardor, nor yet discipline to supplement it, as is the case with Italian armies in our day, which are quite useless and never win unless they come across an army which happens for some reason to run away. There is no need to cite further instances, since every day they afford evidence of how utterly lacking they are in valor. So that, however, what Titus Livy says may make it plain to all how good soldiery should be. 504. The value of skirmishes M.36-7. Made and how worthless soldiery are made, I propose to cite the speech which Papirius Cursor made when he wanted to reprove Fabius, his master of horse. What he said was, no one would have respect either for men or for the gods, they would obey neither the edicts of generals nor the auspices. Soldiers without provisions would wander about here and there alike in peaceful and in hostile territory, forgetful of their oath, they would discharge themselves from the army without authority, and when it pleased them, they would leave the colors almost unguarded, and neither assemble nor dismiss at the word of command. They would fight by day or night whether the place were suitable or unsuitable, and with or without orders from the general, they would keep neither to their regiments nor to their ranks, but, like a band of bears, were a blind and tumultuous, rather than a disciplined and dutiful soldiery. And in this passage applied, it will at once be seen whether the soldiery of our day is blind and tumultuous or disciplined and dutiful, and how far it falls short of what we commonly call soldiery, and how far removed it is from being either ardent and disciplined, like the Romans, or just simply ardent, like the Gauls. 37 Whether skirmishes are necessary before a battle, and how, if one decides to do without them, the presence of fresh enemy troops is to be discovered. It would appear that in human affairs, as we have remarked in other discourses, there is, in addition to others, this difficulty, that, when one wants to bring things to the pitch of perfection, one always finds that, bound up with what is good, there is some evil which is so easily brought about in doing good that it would seem to be impossible to have the one without the other. This is the case in everything that man. 505. M.37 Advice to generals in the field does. And it is because of it that the good is with difficulty attained unless you are so aided by fortune that fortune itself eliminates this normal and natural inconvenience. What moves me to say this is the fight Manlius had with the Gaul, of which Titus Livy says, this conflict was of great moment to the outcome of the whole war, for the army of the Gauls in trepidation deserted their camp and moved first into Tiburtan territory, and then into Campania, for I hold, on the one hand, that a good general ought to avoid at all costs doing anything which, though in itself of small moment, can produce a bad effect on his army, because to engage in a battle in which all one's forces are not employed and thereby to risk one's whole fortune, is extremely rash, as I said above when I was talking about guarding passes. On the other hand, I hold that when wise generals find they are up against a new enemy who has acquired a reputation, it is essential that, before engaging in a pitched battle, they let their troops find out by means of skirmishes what he is worth, so that, having acquired some knowledge of him and of how to deal with him, it may dispel the fears to which rumor and his standing had given rise. For a general to do this is of the utmost importance, for there is in this course a quasi-necessity that constrains you to adopt it, since you can scarce fail to see that you are plainly exposing yourself to disaster if you engage the enemy without having first provided your troops with some little experiment whereby to rid them of that fear which the enemy's reputation had aroused in their minds. Valerius Corvinus was in command of the armies which the Romans had dispatched to deal with the Samnites, new enemies, of whose fighting capacities the Romans had thus far had no experience in actual combat one with the other. Hence Titus Livy says that Valerius caused the Romans to engage in some skirmishes with the Samnites so that they might be afraid neither of the new war nor of the new. 506. The value of skirmishes 111 to 37. Enemy. Nonetheless, there is a very great danger that, if your soldiers get the worst of the skirmishing, it will increase their fear and their cowardice, and so will produce the opposite effect to that you had in mind, i.e. you will have alarmed them, whereas you wanted to make them feel safe. So that this is just one of those things in which evil is so closely associated with good, and so bound up are they one with the other, that it may easily happen that he who thinks he will get one, gets the other. In regard, then, to this, I maintain that a good general should take every precaution to prevent the occurrence of any untoward event likely to diminish the courage of his army. But to begin by losing is just the thing that is likely to diminish its courage. Hence he should act cautiously in regard to skirmishes, and should not permit them unless he has a great advantage and he feels sure he will be victorious. Nor should he attempt to guard passes where he cannot bring the whole of his army into operation. Nor yet should he defend towns, unless their loss will inevitably entail his ruin. And, if he does defend them, he should arrange for his army to cooperate with the garrison in repelling an attack, so that in dealing with the siege all his forces may be brought into play, otherwise he should leave the town undefended. For in losing what may be abandoned, provided his army is still intact, he will not in such a case lose either his reputation in the war or the hope of winning it, but when you lose what you have planned to defend and everybody knows that you were defending it, the loss is serious and may be disastrous. In fact, you may, like the Gauls, on account of something of small moment have lost the war. Philip of Macedon, the father of Perseus, a soldier of high standing in his day, when attacked by the Romans, abandoned and laid waste a large part of his country which he judged it impossible to defend, for, being a prudent man, he thought it 507. IH.37 Advice to generals in the field. More disastrous to lose his reputation by failing to defend what he had set out to defend, than to let it fall into the hands of the enemy as if it were a thing he did not mind losing. When after the defeat at Cannae the affairs of the Romans were in a bad way, they declined to help many of their dependents and subjects, bidding them defend themselves as best they could. Such courses are much better than taking up the defense of allies and then letting them down, for in that case, one loses both one's allies and one's forces, but in the other the allies alone are lost. But to return to skirmishing, I maintain that if a general is absolutely compelled to have recourse to skirmishes because his enemy is a new one, he should only undertake them when he has so considerable an advantage that there will be no danger of his losing thereby. He should, otherwise, and it is the better course, do as Marius did when he went to fight the Cimbri, a fierce tribe which had come to prey upon Italy and which he was approaching with considerable trepidation owing to their ferocity and their numbers, and because they had already defeated a Roman army. Judging it necessary before engaging in battle to do something which would dispel the panic into which fear of the enemy had thrown his army, like a prudent general, he more than once stationed his army in a position near to which the army of the Cimbri must pass, with the intention that from behind the fortifications of their camp, his troops should look at and accustom their eyes to the enemy's appearance, so that when they saw what a disorderly crowd they were, encumbered with baggage, their arms use less and some without arms, they might be reassured and become eager for the fight. This course so wisely adopted by Marius, others should diligently imitate, so as not to incur the dangers I have described above, and not to have to act as the Gauls did, who, in trepidation on account of an event of small moment, moved first into Tiburtan territory and then into Campania. 508. Confidence in the general NI.37-8. Since we have in this discourse mentioned Valerius Corvinus, I propose in the next chapter to use his speech to show how a general should behave. 38. What ought to be done by a general so that his army may have confidence in him. Valerius Corvinus, as we have said above, had gone with the army to fight the Samnites, enemies new to the Roman people, so, to give his troops assurance and some acquaintance with the foe, he caused them to make a few skirmishes, and, since this was not enough, he decided to address them before the battle, and to point out as forcefully as he could how little esteem they should have for such a foe, appealing in his speech alike to the valor of his soldiers and to his own. From the speech which Livy makes him deliver, one may learn how a general should act if his army is to have confidence in him. What he says is this: look at the man under whose leadership and auspices you are going to fight. Ask yourselves whether the person to whom you are about to listen is but a brilliant orator, valiant in words, but inexperienced in military matters, or whether he knows how to handle weapons, to advance before the colors, and to plunge right into the thick of the fight. I want you, my good men, to go by my actions, not my words, and to look to me, not merely for orders, but for an example, for with this my right hand I have as a consul thrice won the highest praise. Anyone may learn from a speech such as this, if he ponder it well, how to act if he wants to occupy the rank of a general. And he who acts otherwise will find that his rank, whether it be by luck or by ambition that he has attained it, in due course will destroy, instead of making, his reputation, for it is not titles that make men illustrious, but men who make titles illustrious. One ought again in what was said at the outset of this. 509. IU.3839 Advice to generals in the field. Discourse to observe that if great generals have used extraordinary means to strengthen the courage of a veteran army when confronted with an enemy with which it is unfamiliar, much greater industry will have to be used when in command of a new army which has never been in sight of the enemy. For if an enemy with which an old army is unfamiliar fills it with terror, so much the more must this be the case when a new army faces any enemy at all. Actually, however, one finds that all these difficulties are usually overcome by good generals with consummate prudence, as they were overcome by Gracchus the Roman, and by Epaminondas the Theban, of whom we have spoken on other occasions, for with new armies they defeated veteran armies with plenty of experience. The methods they adopted were to exercise the troops for several months and to accustom them to obey orders by means of sham fights, after which they had so much confidence in them that they took them to a real fight. No military man, therefore, should be diffident as to his ability to form a good army, when there is no lack of men, so that the prince who has an abundance of men, but lacks soldiers, should bewail not the cowardice of his men, but merely his own laziness and folly. 39 That a general ought to be acquainted with the lie of the land. Among other things essential to the commander of an army is a knowledge of terrains and of countries, for, unless he has this knowledge, alike general and detailed, no army commander can perform any operation well. Wherefore, just as all sciences demand practice if we desire to attain perfection in them, so this is one that calls for a good deal of practice. And this practice and this detailed knowledge is acquired more by hunting than by any other exercises. Hence ancient. 510. The need to know the terrain. M.39. Writers tell us that the heroes who ruled the world in their day were brought up in the forests and on the chase. For the chase not only provides one with the requisite knowledge, but teaches one a host of other things that are essential in warfare. Thus, Xenophon, in his Life of Cyrus, tells us how, when he was about to attack the king of Armenia, in appointing tasks, he reminded those about him that it would be just like one of those hunting expeditions on which they had often accompanied him, and to those whom he sent to form an ambush in the mountains he said that they would be like men going to lay snares on the ridges, and to those who had to scour the countryside that they would be like men who went to rouse a wild beast from its lair so as, after hunting it, to drive it into the nets. This I mention to show that Xenophon supports the view that a hunting expedition is very like a war, and that, consequently, great men look on this sport as honorable and necessary, nor yet can a knowledge of the country be acquired in a more convenient way than by hunting, for the chase gives those who engage in it an exact knowledge of the lie-off land in which the sport takes place. It also enables one who has familiarized himself with one district, to grasp with ease the details of any new region. For all countries and all their parts have about them a certain uniformity, so that from the knowledge of one it is easy to pass to the knowledge of another, whereas he who has not acquired a good experience of any one, can with difficulty acquire a knowledge of another, and cannot acquire it at all unless he is there for a long time. A person who has had practice, for instance, will see at a glance how far this plain extends, to what height that mountain rises, where this valley goes, and everything else of this kind, for of it all he has already acquired a sound knowledge. 70. That this is so Titus Livy shows us in the case of Publius Decius, when he was a tribune in charge of troops belonging to the army which the consul, Cornelius, commanded in the 5-2. M.39 Advice to generals in the field. Samnite war, and the consul had led the Roman army into a valley where it could have been shut in by the Samnites. Decius saw the great danger to which it was exposed, and said to the consul, "Do you see, Aulus Cornelius, that peak above the enemy? It is in that height that lies our hope of safety if we take it quickly, the Samnites having stupidly neglected it." Also, before telling us what Decius said, Titus Livy says, Publius Decius, a military tribune, observed a hill which rose above a wooded ravine and threatened the enemy's position. Difficult of access to an army in marching order, but not difficult to light troops. Whereupon he was sent there by the consul with 3,000 soldiers, and so saved the Roman army. Then, when night came on, and he was thinking of departing so as to save both himself and his troops, Livy makes him use these words, "Come with me while the light holds, and let us reconnoitre the places in which the enemy has placed guards to see whether there is any way out." All of which he carried out clad in a small military cloak, lest the enemy should notice an officer wandering about. This evidence all goes to show how useful and necessary it is for a general to know the nature of the country, for, if Decius had not been a prudent man and acquired such knowledge, he would not have been able to see how useful it was to the Roman army to take that hill, nor would he have been able to tell from a distance whether the hill was accessible or not, nor yet, when he had been sent to the top of it and wanted to get back to the consul, would he, with the enemy on all sides, have been able to spot from a distance the way to go and the places which the enemy was guarding. One is bound then to infer that Decius had such expert knowledge, and that it was this that enabled him to save the Roman army by taking the hill, and afterwards when he was surrounded there, to discover a route whereby both he and the troops that were with him could reach safety. Book 3. Discourses 40-42. Salus Populi, Supremo Lex. 40 That it is a glorious thing to use fraud in the conduct of a war. Although to use fraud 71 in any action is detestable, yet in the conduct of a war it is praiseworthy and glorious. And a man who uses fraud to overcome his enemy is praised, just as much as is he who overcomes his enemy by force. This is seen in the judgment pronounced on great men by biographers, who praise Hannibal and others well known for this kind of behavior. Of this one comes across so many examples that I shall not cite any. I will say but this: I do not mean that a fraud which involves breaking your word or the contracts you have made is glorious, for, although on occasion it may win for you a state or a kingdom, as has been said in an earlier discourse, it will never bring you glory. I am speaking of fraud used in dealing with an enemy who has not kept faith with you, i.e., of the fraud which is involved in the conduct of a war, such as that which Hannibal used when at the Perugian lake he pretended flight in order to entrap the consul and the Roman army, and when, to escape from the hands of Fabius Maximus, he lit up the horns of a herd of cattle. To this class of fraud belongs that which was practiced by 513. M.40-41 Salus Populi, Supremo Lex. Pontius, the general of the Samnites, that he might entrap the Roman army in the Cotton Forks. Having placed his army up against the mountains, he sent some of his soldiers, dressed as shepherds, with a flock of sheep across the plain. They were captured by the Romans, who asked where the Samnite army was. All agreed in saying what Pontius had told them to say, i.e., that it had gone to lay siege to Nocera. The credence given by the consuls to this report led to their being caught between the Cotton cliffs, where, when they got there, they were at once hemmed in by the Samnites. This victory, which Pontius gained by fraud, would have redounded greatly to his credit had he followed his father's advice, which was that he should either let the Romans go scot-free or should slaughter them all, and that he should not take the middle course, which neither makes you friends, nor removes your enemies, and this middle course has always been harmful in affairs of state, as I have already pointed out in another discourse. 41 That one's country should be defended whether it entail ignominy or glory, and that it is good to defend it in any way whatsoever. The consul and the Roman army were surrounded by the Samnites, as has just been said. The Samnites had imposed on the Romans ignominious conditions. They were to pass under the yoke and to be sent back to Rome without their arms and equipment. At this the consuls being astonished and the whole army being in despair, Lucius Lentulus, the Roman legate, told them that it did not seem to him that they should reject any alternative in order to save their country, for, since the survival of Rome depended on the survival of this very army, it should be saved in any way that offered, and that it is good to defend one's country in whatever way it be done, whether 514. Forced promises M.41-2. It entail ignominy or glory, for, if this army was saved, Rome might in time wipe out the ignominy, but that, if it were not saved and even if it should die gloriously, Rome and its freedom would be lost. So Lentulus' advice was followed. This counsel merits the attention of, and ought to be observed by, every citizen who has to give advice to his country. For when the safety of one's country wholly depends on the decision to be taken, no attention should be paid either to justice or injustice, to kindness or cruelty, or to its being praiseworthy or ignominious. On the contrary, every other consideration being set aside, that alternative should be whole-heartedly adopted which will save the life and preserve the freedom of one's country. This is the course the French adopt, both in what they say and what they do, in order to defend the majesty of their king or the power of their kingdom, for no voice is heard with greater impatience than one that should say, such an alternative it would be ignominious for the king to adopt. No decision the king makes can be shameful, they say, whether it leads to good or to adverse fortune, for, whether he wins or loses is entirely his business, they claim. 42 That promises extracted by force ought not to be kept. When with an army that had been stripped of its arms and had suffered such ignominious treatment, the consuls returned to Rome, the first person to speak in the Senate said that the peace made at Caudium ought not to be observed. This was the consul, Spurius Postumius. He said that the Roman people were not bound by it, but that he and the others who had promised peace were bound by it. Hence, if the people wanted to be free from any obligation, they should send him, and all those who had made the promise, back to the Samnites, as prisoners. He defended this view with such tenacity that 515. M.42 Salus Populi, Suprema Lex. The Senate yielded, sent him and the others as prisoners to Samnium, and protested to the Samnites that the peace was invalid. Fortune favored Postumius in this case, for the Samnites did not keep him, and on his return to Rome he gained more glory in the eyes of the Romans by having surrendered than Pontius gained in the eyes of the Samnites by his victory. Two things should here be noted. One is that glory can be gained by either kind of action, for it is acquired by victory in the ordinary course, and in defeat it is acquired if you can either show that the defeat was not your fault, or can at once perform some virtuous action which cancels it out. The other is that it is not shameful to fail to keep a promise which you have been forced to make. Forced promises affecting the public will, in fact, always be broken when the force in case is removed, and this without shame to those who break them. Everywhere in history one comes across examples of this of one kind or another, and everyone is aware that it happens also at the present day. And not only are forced promises not observed by princes when the force in question is no longer operative, but we also find that all other promises are broken when the reasons which caused such promises to be made no longer hold good. Whether this is praiseworthy or not, and whether a prince should or should not behave in this way, we have discussed at length in our treatise on the prince. Here, therefore, nothing will be said about it. Book 3. Discourses 43-8. Further reflections based on the Samnite Wars. 43 That men who are born in the same country display throughout the ages much the same characteristics. Prudent men are wont to say, and this not rashly or without good ground, that he who would foresee what has to be, should reflect on what has been, for everything that happens in the world at any time has a genuine resemblance to what happened in ancient times. This is due to the fact that the agents who bring such things about are men, and that men have, and always have had, the same passions, whence it necessarily comes about that the same effects are produced. 72. It is true that men's deeds are sometimes more virtuous in this country than in that, and in that than in some other, according to the type of education from which their inhabitants have derived their mode of life. Knowledge of the future based on the past is also facilitated. When we find a nation which for a long time has had the same customs, which has been, for instance, consistently grasping or consistently deceitful, or which has had any other such vice or virtue. Thus, whoever studies the past history of this our city of Florence and compares what happened then with what has happened in quite recent times will find the German and 517. M.43 Reflections on the Samnite Wars. French peoples imbued with avarice, pride, ferocity, and unreliability, for all these four characteristics of theirs have at different times done much harm to our city. In regard to untrustworthiness, for instance, everybody knows how often money was given to King Charles VIII, and how he promised to restore the fortresses of Pisa and never did so, whereby this king displayed alike his untrustworthiness and no small avarice. But let us pass over these recent events. Everybody will have heard of what happened in the war which the Florentines waged against the Visconti, Dukes of Milan. Since the Florentines had no other expedient available, they considered bringing the emperor into Italy that his standing and his forces might be of avail in the attack on Lombardy. The emperor promised to come with a strong army to join them in their war with the Visconti, and to protect Florence against that power, on condition that the Florentines gave him 100,000 ducats on his starting out and another 100,000 when he should arrive in Italy, to which terms the Florentines agreed. Having been paid the first installment, and then the second, when he got to Verona he turned back, without doing anything, pleading that he was held up by those who had not fulfilled the agreements he had made with them. So that, had Florence neither been driven to it by necessity nor overcome by passion, but had read about and become acquainted with the habits of barbarians in ancient times, she would not have been misled by them on this occasion and on many others, since they have always been the same and have behaved everywhere and to everybody in the same way. This may be seen from what they did of old to the Tuscans. The latter were much harassed by the Romans by whom they had often been put to flight and routed. It became clear to them that with their own forces they could not resist such attacks, so they made an agreement with the Gauls who had 518 impetuosity and daring. M.43-44 settled on the Italian side of the Alps, whereby in return for a sum of money they were to join forces with them and to march against the Romans. The result was that, having accepted the money, the Gauls refused to take up arms on their behalf, alleging that they had accepted it not on the understanding that they should make war on the enemies of Tuscany, but that they should abstain from pillaging Tuscan territory. So that, owing to the avarice and untrustworthiness of the Gauls, the Tuscan peoples at once lost their money and the help they had hoped to get from them. Thus we see that in the case of the ancient Tuscans and in that of the Florentines, the Gauls adopted the same policy, from which it is easy to judge how much reliance rulers can place in them. 44 Results are often obtained by impetuosity and daring, which could never have been obtained by ordinary methods. When the Samnites were attacked by the Roman army, and their own army was unable to keep the field against them, they decided to leave garrisons in the towns of Samnium and to move with all their forces into Tuscany, which had made a truce with the Romans, in the hope that, by so doing, the presence of the army might induce the Tuscans to take up arms again, which they had declined to do when ambassadors were sent to them. In the speech which the Samnites made to the Tuscans, in the course of which they pointed out the causes which had induced them to take up arms, they made a remark worthy of attention, for they said that they had rebelled because when peace means servitude it is more intolerable to free men than is war. And thus, partly by argument and partly owing to the presence of their army, they induced the Tuscans again to take up arms. Here it is to be noted that if one ruler desires to get something from another, he should, when 519 M.44 Reflections on the Samnite Wars. Circumstances permit, not give him time for consideration, but should act in such a way that he will see the need of a prompt decision, which he will do if he sees that to refuse what is asked or to postpone the matter will at once arouse resentment. That may be dangerous. We find that such means have been effectively employed in our own times by Pope Julius in his dealings with the French, and by Monsieur de Foix, the French king's general, in dealing with the Marquis of Mantua. For when Pope Julius wanted to expel the Bentivogli from Bologna, he realized that he would require French forces for this, and that the Venetians must remain neutral. So he approached them both, but, on receiving ambiguous and discrepant answers, he decided to bring both of them round to his point of view by giving them no time to do aught else. So he set out from Rome with such forces as he could muster, and approached Bologna, sending at the same time messages telling the Venetians to remain neutral and the King of France to send troops. Whereupon, since there was left to them but a brief space of time, and since the Pope would obviously become highly indignant if they hesitated or refused, they yielded to his wishes, and the king sent help and the Venetians remained neutral. Similarly, when Monsieur de Foix, then at Bologna with his army, heard that Brescia had rebelled and wanted to go and recover it, he had two ways to go, one through territory belonging to the king, a long and tedious route, the other a short route through Mantuan territory. The latter route would not only mean that he had to pass through the domain of the Marquis, but that he would also have to enter it by certain routes which lay between marshes and lakes where, in that region abounds, and which were locked and guarded by the Marquis with castles and other defences. Wherefore, de Foix, having decided to go by the short route, to obviate 520 offence and defence in battle M.44-5. Any difficulty he did not give the Marquis time to consider, but at once marched with his troops along this road, and notified the Marquis that he should hand him the keys to pass through. Whereupon the Marquis, bewildered by this sudden decision, sent him the keys. This he would never have done if de Foix had been more hesitant in his behavior, for the Marquis was in league both with the Pope and with the Venetians, and had a son in the Pope's charge, which would have afforded him plenty of honest excuses for refusing. But, overwhelmed by the sudden decision, he gave way, for the reasons given above. Just so did the Tuscans behave towards the Samnites, when, owing to the presence of an army in Samnium, they took up arms, which on previous occasions they had refused to do. 45 Whether it is a better course in battle to await the enemy's attack and, having held it, to take the offensive, or to make on the enemy a furious onslaught at the start. The Roman consuls, Decius and Fabius, with two armies, were about to engage the armies of the Samnites and the Tuscans, and happened to be engaged together in the same battle at the same time. Hence it is worthwhile asking which of the two diverse modes of procedure adopted by the two consuls was the better. For Decius attacked the enemy with the utmost impetuosity and with all his forces, whereas Fabius was content to hold them, since he was of opinion that it is more useful to be slow to attack, and to restrain one's impetuosity till a time comes when the enemy at length has lost the ardor for fighting he had at the start, and his fury, as one might say. From the way things went, it may be seen that Fabius's plan was much better than that of Decius, for the latter tired him self out with the vehemence of his first onslaught, with the 521 M.45-6 Reflections on the Samnite Wars. Result that, when he perceived that his men would otherwise soon turn tail, he did what his father had done before him. Sacrificed himself for the sake of the Roman legions, that by his death he might attain that glory which he had been unable to acquire by a victory. When Fabius heard of this, in order not to remain alive and yet gain less honor than his colleague had gained by his death, he pushed forward with all the forces he had reserved for such an eventuality, and gained a most glorious victory. So that obviously the way in which Fabius behaved is the safer and the more worthy of imitation. 46 How it comes about that in a city a family retains for a long time the same customs. It would seem not only that one city differs from another in its customs and in its institutions, and produces men who are more stern or more effeminate, but one finds a like difference in the same city between this and that family. One meets with this in every city, and in the city of Rome one reads of many such cases, for one finds that the Manlii have ever been stern and obstinate, the Publicola kindly and devoted to the people, the Appii ambitious and hostile to the plebs, and so of many other families, each of which has characteristics which distinguish it from the others. This can scarce be wholly due to heredity, for intermarriage between different families would bring about variation, so it must needs be set down to the different way in which this family and that educates its children. For when a child of tender years begins to understand, it makes a great difference that he should hear some things spoken of with approval and some things with disapproval, since this must needs make an impression on him, by which later on his own conduct will be regulated in all the walks of life. If it were not so, it would have been impossible for the Appii to have had the same. 522. Preferring one's country to oneself. M.46-7. Desires, and to have been moved by the same passions, as Titus Livy says many of them were. Thus, to take the last, who was appointed censor, when his colleague resigned his post, at the end of 18 months, as the law required, Appius refused to resign, alleging that he was entitled to hold the post for 5 years, according to the first law which the censors had introduced, and, though numerous meetings were held to discuss the question and numerous disturbances arose, in spite of this and of his action being contrary to the will of the people and of the majority in the Senate, there was no way of making him resign. So, too, whoever reads the speech he made against Publius Sempronius, the tribune of the plebs, will see that it is full of that arrogance which characterized the Appii, and, on the other hand, will note what goodness and humanity was shown by the great bulk of the citizens, and how ready they were to obey the laws of their country, and the auspices. 47. That a good citizen out of love for his country ought to ignore personal affronts. When Marcius, the consul, and his army were making war on the Samnites, he was wounded in a battle, and since this meant danger to his troops, the Senate deemed it necessary to send Papirius Cursor as dictator to make up for the loss of the consul. It was essential that the dictator should be aided by the consul, Fabius, who was with the armies in Tuscany. As he and Papirius were enemies, it was doubtful whether he would be willing to nominate him. So the senators sent 2 ambassadors to beg him to set aside private enmities, and in the public interest to make the nomination. This Fabius did, moved thereunto by love for his country, though by his silence and in many other ways he made it clear that the nomination hit him hard. 523. High point 47-8 Reflections on the Samnite Wars. All those who desire to be looked upon as good citizens should emulate his example. 48. When an enemy is seen to be making a big mistake, it should be assumed that it is but an artifice. When the legate, Fulvius, was left with the army which the Romans had in Tuscany, the consul having gone to Rome to attend some ceremonies, the Tuscans, in order to see whether they could catch him on the hop, set an ambush near the Roman camp, and sent some soldiers, dressed as shepherds, with a largish flock, telling them to let themselves be seen by the Roman army. Thus disguised, they went right up to the palisade surrounding the camp. The legate, wondering at their presumption which did not seem to him reasonable, took steps to discover the fraud, so that the Tuscans' plan was frustrated. Here it is well to observe that the general of an army ought not to rely on an obvious mistake which an enemy is seen to make, for it will always be a fraud, since it is not reasonable that men should so lack caution. Yet very often the desire for victory so blinds men's eyes that they notice only what they want to see. The Gauls, having defeated the Romans on the Allia, came to Rome, and, finding the gates open and unguarded, waited for a whole day and night without entering, since they were afraid of a fraud and could not believe that the Romans at heart were so cowardly or so stupid as to have abandoned their homeland. When in 1508 the Florentines were besieging Pisa, Alfonso del Mutolo, a citizen of Pisa, finding himself a prisoner in the hands of the Florentines, promised that, if they would set him free, he would place one of the gates of that city at the disposal of the Florentine army. The man was set free. He. 524. The enemy's mistake. M.48. Then, on the plea of arranging practical details, came several times to talk with the delegates of the commissioners. Nor did he come secretly, but openly, and in the company of Pisans whom he left outside while he was talking with the Florentines. From this it might have been conjectured that he had double dealing in mind, for, if he had been acting in accordance with his promise, it was unreasonable that he should have acted so openly. But so determined were the Florentines to have Pisa that, blinded by their desire for it, they went on his instructions to the Lucca gate, and left there, to their discredit, a number of officers and men owing to the double dealing of the said Alfonso. Book 3. The concluding chapter. The preservation of freedom. In a republic. 49. A republic that would preserve its freedom, ought daily to make fresh provisions to this end, and what Quintus Fabius did to earn for himself the title Maximus 73. As we have remarked several times, in every large city there inevitably occur unfortunate incidents which call for the physician, and the more important the incidents the wiser should be the physician one looks for. If there was any city in which such incidents occurred, it was in Rome, where they were both curious and unexpected. For instance, on one occasion all the ladies of Rome had conspired to kill their husbands. Quite a number were found actually to have been poisoned, and for quite a number poison had been prepared. Another instance was the conspiracy of the Bacchanals, which was discovered during the Macedonian War. In it so many thousands of men and women were involved that, if it had not been discovered, or if it had not actually been the custom in Rome to punish multitudes when they erred, it would have spelt danger for the city. For even if the greatness of that republic and its power of administration were not betokenned in 1,000 other ways, it is to be seen in the 526. Preservation of freedom. Ni.49. Nature of the punishment inflicted on the evildoer. Thus, Rome did not hesitate to pronounce judicial sentence of death on a whole legion at a time, or on a city, not yet to banish 8 or 10,000 men and to impose on them extra ordinary conditions, which had to be observed not by one man alone but by so many, as she did in the case of the soldiers who had fought unsuccessfully at Cannae, and who were banished to Sicily, where they were forbidden to reside in towns and had to eat standing up. But of all her administrative acts the most terrible was the practice of decimating an army, i.e. of choosing by lot every 10th man, and putting him to death. No more terrifying punishment than this could possibly be devised for the purpose of chastising a multitude. For when a great number of people have done wrong, and it is not clear who is responsible, it is impossible to punish them all, since there are too many of them, and to punish some, and leave others unpunished, would be unfair to those who are punished, and the unpunished would take heart and do wrong at some other time. But by killing the 10th part, chosen by lot, when all are guilty, he who is punished bewails his lot, and he who is not punished is afraid to do wrong lest on some other occasion the lot should not spare him. The poisoners and the bacchanals, therefore, were punished for their sins as they deserved. And, although maladies of this kind do great harm to a republic, they are not fatal, for there is generally time to correct them. But there is no time as a rule when they affect the state, and, unless some wise man corrects them, the city is ruined. Owing to the generous way in which the Romans used to grant citizenship to foreigners, there came to be in Rome such a cosmopolitan crowd of newcomers that they began to play an important part in the voting, with the result that the government began to change and to depart from those ways. 527. High point 49 Preservation of freedom. And from those men it had been accustomed to follow. Quintus Fabius, when he was censor, noticing this, allocated this cosmopolitan collection of newcomers to whose presence the trouble was due, to 4 tribes, and by restricting in this way the scope of their activities, prevented them from corrupting all Rome. Thus, having taken due cognizance of the trouble, Fabius, without altering the constitutions, applied an appropriate remedy, and so acceptable was this to that city, that he came deservedly to be called Maximus.